As a loser with no sense of existence in real life, I thought that traveling to the Marvel world would be a chance for rebirth. But reality slapped me in the face. Although I got the so-called crawl magic book, its power was completely uncontrollable and the cards in the book disappeared instantly. I am so weak that I can hardly protect myself, let alone find them in this dangerous city. However, when I made my first kill, I felt a surge of power. At 3 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon, the dessert shop outside Midtown Middle School is at its busiest. The school's extracurricular activities had just begun, and the promotion offered by this newly opened store, where students could enjoy Michelin-level desserts for only $9.90, attracted a large number of students. Especially on Thursdays, the store is open only to students from Midtown Middle School. Less than an hour after the store opened, almost all the cakes were sold out, leaving only a few expensive cakes standing alone in the window. I finally breathed a sigh of relief in my white chef uniform and was about to take a short rest when the shop door bell rang again. I stood up reluctantly, put on a professional smile, and greeted the two young customers who came into the store. A confident young man walked in with his somewhat embarrassed friend. "Peter, look what you want to eat." Peter Parker was disappointed to find that the promotional dessert was sold out. I apologetically explained that due to staff shortages, the number of desserts available each day was limited. Harry Osborn's eyes fell on the only 2 cakes left in the window. I reminded him that there was no discount on these cakes. Harry was about to give up, but after seeing Peter's disappointed look, he decided to buy one of them. The price of $648 made Harry feel a little painful, but he still took out his gold card to pay. When the cake was served, despite its plain appearance, the sweet but not greasy taste, with the perfect blend of cream and cake base, made them forget all their worries. Although both Harry and Peter felt full, there was still half of the cake left. Harry suggested dividing the cake into 3 portions, and taking them home for their respective elders to taste. After seeing off the last batch of customers, I flipped over the business sign at the door and prepared to close the store for a break. At this moment, a panting blonde girl, Gwen Stacy, pushed the door open. She was here to work. I teased, "Time to get to work, Miss Stacy." Gwen reluctantly took the broom and began sweeping while I sat back behind the counter, listening to the news on the radio. Gwen excitedly talked about her Spider-Woman dream, in which she had superpowers similar to those of a spider. I listened with interest, but still reminded her to keep working. "My name is Suung. Half a year ago, I was an ordinary office worker on Earth. I accidentally came to the Marvel world because I rescued an old lady who was about to be hit by a train. I originally thought that even if I couldn't become the Hulk, I would be Iron Man. But it turns out that I am just an ordinary person. To survive, I opened a dessert shop. As a stranger in a foreign country, I wanted to make the dessert shop stand firm, thanks to the help of Mr. Stacy. Thinking of this, I felt a little uneasy, hoping that Gwen would not be involved in danger because of me. After finishing the cleaning, I changed into casual clothes, carried my bag and the cake box, and prepared to go to Gwen's house for dinner. "Don't forget, this is a cake worth hundreds of dollars," I joked. Gwen took the cake, complaining, but her eyes were full of anticipation. "Ms. Helen, the lemon sea base tonight is absolutely delicious." As the night deepened, I said goodbye to Ms. Helen at the door of Stacy's house. Ms. Helen's smile was as warm as spring. "As long as you like it." She glanced at the small box in my hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to bother you to bring George a midnight snack so late at night." I laughed and joked, "If you really feel embarrassed, then let me continue to come to your house for free meals." Ms. Helen smiled brightly. "You're welcome to come anytime. You're close anyway, so you can come back with Gwen." When Ms. Helen turned around to look for her daughter, she found that Gwen had disappeared. "This child." She shook her head helplessly and said to me apologetically, "Sorry, Sue, Gwen was a little rude. Maybe she was busy with something else and didn't hear it." I shrugged and said goodbye to her. "It's getting late. I have to go and bring Mr. George a midnight snack." "Yes, go ahead." Ms. Helen waved goodbye. "Go back and rest early after you send me off, don't stay up late." "Thank you for your concern." I walked out of Stacy's yard, looked up at the figure secretly looking at me upstairs, smiled and waved, and then disappeared into the night. It is now 11 o'clock in the evening New York time. Although it is late at night, there are still a few pedestrians on the street, mostly idle students, homeless people, gangsters, and some unspeakable idlers in society. Most of the New York police force has also been dispatched to track down the mysterious Kung Fu girl who has been active at night in recent days. Sheriff George Stacy and his subordinate Bob were patrolling the streets. Bob complained, "Boss, we have been looking for that Kung Fu girl these past few nights. I haven't even had a chance to see my newborn daughter." "Who isn't?" Sheriff George took a sip of bitter coffee, looked at the hamburger in his hand helplessly, and sighed. "I really don't know how she avoided so many surveillance cameras in New York." As we were chatting, there was a knock on the car window. Sheriff George opened the door and hugged me in surprise. "Sue, why are you here?" "Ms. Helen was worried that you were too busy and didn't eat well, so she asked me to bring you a midnight snack." I raised the lunchbox in my hand and said with a smile, "Helen, you're so mean. You have to run all the way here so late at night." Sheriff George took the lunchbox. Although he complained, his eyes were full of gratitude. "After so many days of overtime, have you made any progress?" I asked curiously. "No." Sheriff George opened his lunchbox depressedly and waved his hand, saying, "Don't mention those things that spoil the fun. Let's eat first." I was laughing when suddenly an emergency call came from the intercom. "A suspect has been spotted in Area C3. Please provide support as soon as possible." Sheriff George's face changed. He quickly closed the lunchbox and jumped into the car. "Let's go!" While he told Bob to drive, he shouted to me, "Sue, go back quickly, it's not safe at night. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll be careful." I waved goodbye and watched the police car quickly disappear into the night. "What a coincidence," I muttered to myself, tightening my backpack and walking into a nearby dark alley. When Sheriff George and Bob arrived at the scene, Bill, the best boxer in New York, had been knocked down by a punch from the Kung Fu girl, and another police officer also fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. "Stop!" Sheriff George pulled out his pistol and aimed at the girl, but she was not afraid. She jumped over the wall lightly and disappeared on the tall building. "This?" Bob stared in amazement at the direction where the girl disappeared. Sheriff George reluctantly put away his pistol, checked the injuries of Bill and another police officer, and asked for backup. Bob took out the lunchbox and jokingly said, "Even though she ran away, you can eat in peace." Sheriff George nodded helplessly, took the lunchbox, and began to enjoy this late midnight snack. At the same time, other patrolling police officers also became more alert. After all, the Kung Fu girl would not give up easily. Not long after, another report came from the intercom. "A suspect was found in Area B4. Find a way to stop her, we'll be there soon." A roar was heard, and the police officers were filled with anxiety. But the reporter calmly added, "The Dark Knight Magician has appeared." During the past 6 months, many paranormal events have occurred in New York, each of which was solved by a mysterious magician in black. This Night Magician always acts quickly and resolves crises in critical moments, winning unanimous praise from the police and citizens. On the rooftop, I pulled my hood and sighed to Dopai. "You're so hard to find me." Dopai nervously assumed a fighting stance. "Looks like we have to fight." I smiled and tightened my cloak, then asked her, "If you win, just turn back into a claw card." Dopai frowned in dissatisfaction, then attacked me. We fought on the rooftop, and the muffled sound of fists and feet echoed in the night sky. Over the past 6 months, I have been honing my fighting skills in my dreams, and finally I can compete with Dopai. After a fierce fight, I finally forced her into a corner. "Don't look at me like this," I said with a smile. "I practice with you guys in my dreams every day." A trace of solemnity flashed across Dopai's eyes, and her momentum rose again. I also took a stance, ready for the next round of competition. In the early morning, the door of Lucky Dessert Shop was suddenly pushed open. "Manager! Give me the bread quickly! I'm going to be late!" Gwen rushed in hurriedly, went straight to the counter, and slammed the table to urge. "Here it is." I took out the freshly baked buttered bread from the oven, skillfully put it into a paper bag and handed it to her. "Be careful with the heat." I know. It's hot," Gwen complained as she took a bite of bread. She grimaced because of the burn and quickly drank some milk to cool down. Manager, today's bread is so sweet. Gwen was about to complain, but suddenly she noticed a few obvious purple and blue spots on my face and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, who beat you up last night? You bastard! I helplessly reached out and gave her a light slap on the head. Aren't you going to be late? If you don't leave now, you will miss the school bus. Oh, that's right. Gwen woke up suddenly, grabbed the bread and milk, and rushed out the door. Before leaving, Gwen teased me. Manager, if you are bullied, remember to ask my dad for help. He is the chief of the New York Police Department. Got it, Miss Stacy. I smiled and waved. But if you don't leave soon, I'm afraid your father will have to take you to the Osborn Gene exhibition in person. Hearing the engine of the school bus, Gwen hurriedly chased after it. I looked at her miserable appearance and couldn't help but let out a mischievous smile. Today is the day when the second-year students of Central City Middle School visit the Osborn Group's genetic exhibition. No wonder Gwen got up later than usual. As for the scars on my face, I took out the card from my pocket. The girl with a high bun on the card had her eyes closed and looked dissatisfied. Don't be angry, I said helplessly to the fighting card in the deck. After all, I'm just a novice. Isn't it normal that I can't beat you after training for half a year? Dopeye still ignored me, obviously still angry about what happened last night. She thought she had finally met an equal opponent, but she didn't expect me to cheat by using other cloud cards to conquer her. I will use your abilities more often to deal with the enemy in the future, so that you can have a good fight, I coaxed in a low voice. Hearing this, Dopeye finally relaxed a little, opened his eyes to confirm whether I was sincere, then closed his eyes again and returned to his original posture. Finally, I've gotten her to give up. I breathed a sigh of relief. Each cloud card has its own personality, and if you don't know how to take care of their emotions, you'll probably be abandoned by them. Then I walked back to the bakery, and when I opened the door I was greeted by a sickly sweet aroma. I sighed, watching the elf-like gum brand dancing happily around the shop, spraying magic. Gone! I shouted, my hands on my hips. Gonpai stopped and touched his head a little embarrassedly. We agreed that you can cast magic in the store, but it can't affect the taste of the desserts. I lifted her collar and put her on my palm. Quickly take back the extra magic. Gonpai nodded and obediently flew around the store, retracting her magic. When she was done, she turned back into a card and I put her away with satisfaction. Looking at the bakery returning to normal, I nodded and said to myself, okay, now it's time to get busy again. After all, in addition to the magic of Gonai, I have to complete every step of the dessert making by myself, and the busy day has just begun. Chapter 4. At the same time, in the chairman's office of the Osborn building, Norman Osborn stood in front of the French window, quietly overlooking the neatly lined-up Midtown Middle School buses below the building, and the students who were queuing to enter the building. Sir, are you looking for the young master? Butler Warren walked into the office quietly and asked with a smile. Of course not. Norman Osborn retracted his gaze and looked at the blue sky, saying calmly, I'm just a little tired, so I just took a look at the scenery outside. Haha, now that you put it that way, then that's it. Butler Warren smiled and noticed the half cake on the desk, which Harry brought back from the dessert shop outside the school yesterday. Warren remembered that Norman said yesterday that he didn't like desserts, but obviously that wasn't the case. Under Butler Warren's slightly teasing gaze, Norman Osborn walked back to his desk uncomfortably and sat down. Warren, what brings you here? He asked, changing the subject. Nothing special, Warren said with a smile. I just want to tell you that the young master has entered the building with his classmates. Oh, it's just a small thing, no need to come and tell me. Norman pretended to be calm, but his expression was a little nervous. Maybe. Warren bowed slightly, smiled and left the office. As the door closed, Norman Osborn loosened his tie, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the half cake on the table again. A cake that makes people feel happy, he whispered to himself. At the same time, in the exhibition area of the building, Harry was holding Peter's shoulders and complaining dissatisfiedly. The cake was obviously delicious, but my father said that I shouldn't bring the leftovers home. This is an insult to the Osborn family. He also said that I am a shame to Osborn. Peter patted Harry's shoulder and said with a wry smile, Mr. Norman is indeed a bit too much. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then turned to Peter and asked, "What about you? What did Aunt May and Uncle Ben say when you brought back the cake yesterday?" Peter sighed and took out a stack of dollars and handed it to Harry. "Uncle Ben said that the cake is delicious, but the price of more than $600 is too much for you to bear alone. This shouldn't happen between friends." "But Peter," Harry refused. But soon, Peter interrupted him seriously. "Even if you are Harry Osborn, Uncle Ben still thinks that friends should be fair." Harry was silent for a moment, looked at Peter's determined expression, and nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'll take it then." He took the money and put it in his inner pocket. At this time, Butler Warren came forward quietly and said with a smile, "Master Harry." "Mr. Warren, why are you here?" Harry asked in surprise. "I knew you would come today, so I came to greet you in advance," Warren replied with a smile. Harry turned to Peter and introduced, "This is our old butler, Mr. Warren." Peter extended his hand politely. "Hello, Mr. Warren, I'm Peter Parker, you can call me Peter." Warren held Peter's hand and smiled. "Master Harry often mentioned you and said you were his best friend." Harry was a little nervous and quickly interrupted their conversation. "Mr. Warren, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Sir, I'd love to see you," Warren said with a smile. Harry's eyes widened. "Are you sure you're not kidding? How could my father miss me?" Butler Warren explained softly. "Although the gentleman spoke harshly, he loves you. He brought the cake you brought back yesterday to the office today." Harry was stunned, as if he had not yet fully accepted this fact. Peter patted Harry's shoulder and said with a smile, "Go, Harry, I won't get lost." "Okay." Harry nodded in agreement, but he reminded Peter, "If you have any questions, just tell me my name or call me." Peter smiled and waved. "Don't worry, I will take care of myself." Harry and Butler Warren walked towards the elevator together and disappeared from Peter's sight. The elevator door slowly closed and the conversation between the two gradually became quieter. "Master Harry, your friend is really nice," Butler Warren said softly. "Yeah," Harry exclaimed. "He's my best friend." Chapter 5. Classmates, let me introduce you. On the 15th floor of the Osborn building, the teacher in charge of Midtown Middle School introduced the middle-aged man next to him to the students. "This is Professor Kurt Connors, a famous scientist in herpetology, and the main person in charge of the project for this genetic exhibition. Welcome everyone to the Osborn Group's genetics exhibition." Professor Connors smiled and showed his lost right arm, saying humorously, "Yes, I am left-handed." "Obviously." Professor Connors pointed to the badge. "Even though I lost my right arm, it doesn't mean I'm a disabled person who compromises my life." Professor Connors' humorous opening remarks made the students relax and made them admire him a little. "First, let me introduce what you are going to visit today, genetics. Professor Connors turned sideways and motioned for everyone to look at the large screen behind him, which was playing the genetic information of various organisms. "The goal of the Osborn Group is to study the genes of different organisms and find the parts that are similar to humans, thereby promoting solutions to long-standing disease problems faced by humans," continued Professor Connors. At this point, Gwen raised her hand hesitantly and asked, "Professor, does your research involve cross-species genetics?" Professor Connors was slightly surprised. After looking through the roster, he said, "Ms. Gwen Stacy? Your intuition is very sharp. The project I'm in charge of is indeed the study of cross-species genetics, but today's exhibition does not display this content, so I skipped it." Gwen rubbed her head and her eyes fell on Peter Parker standing in the corner of the crowd. She vaguely remembered that in the world in her dream, Peter became a lizard man because of similar research. "Thank you very much for your answer." Gwen nodded in gratitude. Professor Connors smiled and said, "Ms. Gwen, if you are interested, you can come to my project team as an intern during the holidays." The classmates around him expressed envy. After all, this was an invitation for an experiment from the Osborn Group, which would be of great benefit to his future studies and work. However, Gwen apologized and said, "Professor, I may not be as good as you think. I just read this concept in a book." "It's okay." Professor Connors smiled and said, "The students of Central City Middle School are not that bad, and you are just an intern, so there is no need to be too stressed. I will contact your teachers and parents after the exhibition." "Yes, Gwen, this is a good opportunity," the teacher in charge quickly interrupted, suggesting that Gwen should seize this opportunity, and added, "Sheriff Stacy is very concerned about Gwen's studies." "Sheriff Stacy?" Professor Connors showed an interested expression. "Yes, it's the famous police chief of the New York Police Department," the teacher in charge answered Professor Connors. In the face of Gwen's desperate eyes, the teacher in charge continued to chat with Professor Connors while making a "leave it to me" gesture to Gwen. Gwen helplessly realized that her vacation might really be ruined. When Professor Connors and the leading teacher left, another teacher announced that the students were free to move around. The 15th to 18th floors of the Osborn building are exhibition areas, and students can visit freely with their access cards. Gwen, full of worry, came to the rest area on the 17th floor and stared at the scenery outside the window in a daze. She couldn't help but think that if she really accepted Professor Connors' invitation, she might have to stay in the laboratory for the entire holiday. At this moment, Gwen overheard a conversation between two staff members. "Did you hear? It seems that a student from Midtown Middle School used an access card to open the electronic lock of the spider breeding room." "Yeah, luckily that student didn't mess up the cultivation room, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." Hearing the word spider, Gwen suddenly came to her senses and caught up with the two staff members. "Excuse me, which floor is the spider breeding room on?" Gwen asked anxiously. "On the 16th floor." One of the staff looked at her suspiciously. "You are also a student of Central City Middle School, right? The spider breeding room is not a place you should go." Gwen explained sheepishly. "I just heard that a student from our school accidentally broke in, and I just want to know where he is now." "Oh, that student should be being disinfected in the disinfection room on the 16th floor now. If you are his friend, go find him quickly," the team member replied. "Thank you." After Gwen thanked him, she hurried to the elevator on the 16th floor, her heart full of worry and curiosity. Chapter 6. In the afternoon, the Lucky Dessert House seemed particularly quiet, and Suung was leisurely wiping the table in the guest area. The store only offers discounts on Thursdays. On other days, the store doesn't have a lot of customers, so Suung has some free time. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Suung put down the rag in his hand, turned around and greeted the guests with a smile. "Hello, welcome to Lucky Dessert House, eh? Gwen?" Suung looked at Gwen standing at the door, frowning slightly, a little confused. "Didn't you go to Osborne's exhibition with your classmates this morning? Why are you back so early?" Gwen's face was pale, her steps were staggering, and she could barely stand. "Don't tell my parents." Before she finished her words, her body fell towards Suung. "Hey, hey, hey!" Suung hurriedly supported her and felt that her body temperature was abnormally high. Suung frowned, picked up Gwen, threw away the rag, and turned the open sign to closed. Then, Suung took Gwen to the room upstairs to rest. When Gwen woke up, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room, wearing men's pajamas. Suung's voice came from the side. "Don't get me wrong, I asked a female customer in the store to help you wipe your body and change your clothes. The clothes are newly bought and have been washed but not worn yet." "I didn't say anything." Gwen frowned and complained to Suung. "Remember to reimburse the money for the clothes." Suung stretched out his hand indifferently. "I'm a patient." Gwen's eyes widened, unable to believe that he could ask for money at this time. "Besides, the clothes can be worn after washing." "Sorry, I'm a germaphobe and I won't wear clothes that have been worn by others," Suung responded bluntly. Gwen was so angry that she threatened. "Believe it or not, I will take off my clothes and give them back to you right now." "Sorry, we're just a small business. Once you wear it, you can't return it." Suung flicked her forehead, then asked seriously, "What happened to you just now?" Hearing this question, Gwen's expression suddenly became serious. "Manager, do you remember the dream I told you about yesterday? Are you talking about the story about a woman who was bitten by a spider and turned into Spider-Woman and wandered around the city?" Suung replied. "Right," Gwen corrected. "Something happened today. I think that dream might be true." "What do you mean?" Suung frowned. Gwen said nothing more, jumped lightly, and was hanging upside down on the ceiling. Suung looked up and couldn't help but feel a toothache. "What's going on with you?" Gwen returned to the bed and narrated what happened today seriously. She said that after Peter Parker was bitten by a spider, she herself developed superpowers similar to those in the dream. So what are you going to do? Suung asked curiously. I'm not sure yet, but it's getting late now. Gwen suddenly remembered something and grabbed Suung's arm. Manager, what time is it now? Suung looked at the watch. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I told your mother that you would be back later. That's not it, Gwen explained eagerly. Professor Connors invited me to be an intern in their project today. If I'm not mistaken, my dad has already received a call from Professor Connors. Manager, you have to help me find a solution. And where are my clothes? Gwen asked urgently. Just as Gwen expected, in the laboratory of Osborn building, Professor Connors was stroking the test tube in his hand while talking to Sheriff Stacy. Mr. Connors, I can't give you a definite answer on this matter yet. Sheriff Stacy's voice came from the phone. I need to ask the family's opinion first, especially whether Gwen herself is willing. It's okay, Mr. Sheriff. Professor Connors responded with a smile. I understand that you are so concerned about your family. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Connors. I will get back to you as soon as possible, Sheriff Stacy said and hung up the phone. For Professor Connors, letting Gwen come for an internship was just a whim, and whether she came in the end would not affect his project. Professor Connors' attention quickly returned to the test tube in his hand. In the culture medium in the test tube, a small lizard embryo was floating. He stared at the embryo with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. It's almost there, it should be soon, Professor Connors whispered to himself, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 7. As night fell, a white figure quickly shuttled over the city, jumping and spinning, using the white spider silk sprayed from its wrist to lightly land on the roof of a high-rise building in Queens. How is it? Did you take the picture? Gwen took off his hood, excitedly took off his spider mask, and asked Suung, who was holding the camera. I filmed it. Suung looked at her helplessly, turned on the playback function of the camera, and handed it to Gwen to admire her heroic figure. How cool! Gwen looked at her agile figure on the screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, what are you planning to do by filming this? Are you preparing for your debut? Suung asked curiously. Of course not. Gwen jumped onto the roof easily, swinging her legs. Looking at the brightly lit streets below, Gwen smiled and said, The world doesn't need Spider-Woman, and I don't want to cause trouble for my dad. I just wanted to take this photo as a souvenir for myself. Suung smiled and tapped her forehead. That sounds like something a retired hero who has experienced a lot of ups and downs would say. You are quite good at talking. I have been working hard to put in good words for you in front of Mr. George and Ms. Helen these days. Gwen raised her chin proudly. Of course, after all, you have won the favor of Spider-Woman. Yes, 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 Suung said casually, shrinking his neck and feeling the chill of the night. Then Suung said to Gwen, Dear Miss Spider-Woman, can we go back now? Let's go, let's go. Gwen looked at Suung shivering in the cold wind, and stood up with a smile. The two walked towards the stairwell. Suung was busy packing up the camera, while Gwen took out her coat from her backpack and put it on. As they were about to leave, a gunshot suddenly echoed over the street. Gwen paused, turned around quickly, and looked towards the edge of the rooftop. Manager, someone is injured. Gwen threw her coat to Suung and put on her spider mask and hood. I'll go after the murderer. You'll be responsible for calling the police and ambulance for the injured. Hey, Gwen! Before Suung could say anything, Gwen had already jumped down from the rooftop and quickly chased after the murderer with the help of spider silk. You bastard! Suung muttered helplessly. Although he felt helpless about Gwen's impulse, he still called the emergency number according to her instructions. When Suung came downstairs carrying 2 backpacks, the victim's scene was already surrounded by people. Oh my God, what happened? I heard there was a carjacking and this old man was shot. Have you called the police? Where's the ambulance? We've called them and they're on the way. The crowd was talking. Suung walked through the crowd and saw an old man lying on the ground. The old man was wearing a gray-brown jacket, with a bullet wound in the right chest. Blood was constantly pouring out of the wound, his face was pale, and he was dying. Are there any doctors or nurses? Suung asked loudly to the crowd, but the only response was silence and shaking of heads. Seeing that the old man's condition was becoming more and more critical, Suung sighed, put down his backpack, half knelt on the ground and began to treat his wounds. Suung took out unopened gauze and cotton balls from his backpack. He had prepared them to prevent Gwen from falling. Unexpectedly, they came in handy here. Grandpa, I'm not a professional doctor. The most I can do is stop the bleeding. Whether you can hold on until the ambulance arrives depends on your luck. Suung was busy comforting the old man. At the same time, he quietly took out a card from his backpack and gently put it on the old man. The seal is lifted, Suung whispered, and the card emitted a faint light that only he could detect. As the light disappeared, the old man felt his eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, and he gradually fell into a deep sleep. This is better than nothing. Suung breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the old man's breathing become steady. Using sleeping cards to put the seriously injured into a deep sleep to reduce their body functions is a special first aid method. But Suung has no idea whether he can hold out until the ambulance arrives. While Suung was treating his wound, a police car finally arrived. 2 police officers quickly set up a cordon and began to inquire about the surrounding situation. Are you a relative of this old man? A police officer asked Suung. No, I'm just passing by, Suung replied, while standing on tiptoe and looking at the street, waiting for the ambulance to appear. At this moment, a desperate cry came from the crowd. Oh no, Uncle Ben! Suung turned around and saw Peter Parker kneeling in front of the old man. He recognized Peter and was startled. What on earth happened? Peter held the old man's cold hand and looked around blankly. Son, I'm so sorry. The police officer patted Peter on the shoulder. This is a robbery and shooting case. Our police officers are chasing the murderer. Don't worry, he can't get far. Before he finished speaking, a message came from the police intercom. Zizi, this is Bob, the attacker has been caught. Despite the news, there was no joy in Bob's voice, but rather a hint of annoyance. Damn it, it's that masked man again who is doing something heroic. This makes our police look incompetent, the police officer said angrily. Chapter 8. It must be said that Sheriff Stacy's reputation is indeed quite useful. When Suung handed Sheriff Stacy's phone number to the police officer beside him, the police officer did not embarrass him, but simply took notes and let him go. Peter followed Ben Parker, who was in a deep sleep, to the hospital in the belated ambulance. After a preliminary diagnosis, the doctor on the ambulance believed that Ben Parker fell into a deep sleep because his body activated a self-rescue mechanism in response to the crisis. It was this self-rescue measure that bought doctors time to save the poor old man. Sir! Peter called Suung in the ambulance, his face full of gratitude. Thank you very much for helping Uncle Ben. It just happened. Suung waved his hand, then disappeared into the crowd in a carefree manner. Although Suung had left, the police's work was not over yet. They needed to complete the handover with the medical staff on the ambulance, evacuate the crowd, and send the arrested murderer back to the police station. Tonight in New York was destined to be another busy night. Suung left and walked into a dark alley beside the street. He casually threw Gwen's backpack upwards. Puff! Gwen, who had originally planned to play a prank on him, quickly caught her backpack above Suung's head. Can't you be a little gentler, manager? Gwen complained angrily, holding her backpack and hanging upside down in the alley. Hurry home. Suung yawned. It's so late now. If you don't go back, I'm afraid Ms. Helen will think that I took you to some place you shouldn't go. Okay. Having just experienced a hearty chivalrous act, Gwen was in a good mood and had no intention of continuing to argue with Suung. Then I'll go back first. She put on her backpack, waved her hand, and prepared to leave with the help of spider silk. Stop! Suung saw Gwen's actions and quickly called her. Can you walk back like a normal person? I'm not. Gwen snorted proudly, and the spider silk in her hand shot out, quickly swinging towards the roof and disappearing from Suung's sight. Tisk! Suung scratched his head and sighed helplessly. It seems that puberty has arrived, and he is becoming more and more disobedient. Morning report from the Daily Bugle. At 9:08 last night, a shooting and robbery occurred in Queens. The attacker wounded an elderly man with a pistol before robbing his car and fleeing. Fortunately, the police arrested the perpetrator in less than 15 minutes. According to eyewitness accounts, the reason the police were able to catch the criminal so quickly was because a masked woman wearing a black and white bodysuit appeared above the street. She used a white thread similar to spider silk to jump onto the assailant's car, broke the windshield with just one punch, and knocked the assailant unconscious. After confirming that the murderer had lost the ability to resist, she quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. From the looks of it now, this Spider Girl might be a kind-hearted citizen just like the Dark Knight mage that appeared some time ago. However, it also makes us think, why is this superhero-like existence, which used to only appear in Hell's Kitchen, now appearing frequently on the streets of New York? Is this the result of increased criminal activity, or a manifestation of inefficiency of the NYPD? As taxpayers, this is a question we need to think seriously about. The morning news report echoed in the assistant office of Stark Industries. Pepper Potts listened to the report while eating a dessert cake bought by a friend from Midtown Middle School. Good. With the sound coming from the office locker and the faint smell of alcohol, Pepper seemed to understand something. She put down the spoon and walked to the locker behind her that was as tall as a person. Click! Pepper opened the locker, and two naked bodies appeared in front of her. Hey, Pepper! The man lying on the ground greeted Pepper drunkenly. I knew you wouldn't be so kind as to put such a big locker in my office. Pepper looked coldly at the man who was greeting her on the ground, ignoring the delicate woman next to him. Darling, who is this fierce guy? The woman curled up in the man's arms and asked with an innocent look. Pepper turned around and picked up the coat on the chair and threw it at the woman. Ma'am, there are clothes in the next room. Please put on your clothes and leave Stark Industries. You told me to leave, so I'll leave? Who do you think you are? The woman gave Pepper a disdainful look. Or do you not know who the man in front of you is? Of course I know who this is, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this. Pepper said coldly. Playboy Tony Stark's reputation is known throughout America. If you continue to pester me, I can only ask security to throw you out. You! The woman glanced at Tony Stark and found him lying on the ground, watching her and Pepper arguing with a smile. Honey, listen to Pepper or I can't help you. Tony waved his hand mercilessly for her to leave. Damn it! The woman gritted her teeth, holding the clothes given by Pepper, and ran to the next room. And you, Tony? Pepper said to Tony with a cold face. Next time you want to play something exciting, please don't show up in front of me. After all, it's really a bit hurtful to the eyes. Got it. Tony stood up with a yawn and stuffed the cake that Pepper hadn't finished eating into his mouth. Wow, I don't know if it's an illusion, but this little cake is really good. Tony raised an eyebrow at Pepper, but was met with her glare. After all, there's an old saying in ancient Eastern countries, snatching food from the tiger's mouth is the most deadly. Chapter 9. Tony Stark complained about Pepper's excessive behavior towards him while sitting in the passenger seat of his Lamborghini, listening to the loud music in the car. Happy, as always with a sense of humor, teased, Boss, you always say you're going to deduct Pepper's salary, but I've never seen a decrease in the number on her pay slip. That's because I forgot, Tony said stubbornly. But tomorrow, I will definitely deduct her salary, heavily. Happy smiled, stepped on the brakes, and stopped the car steadily at the red light. He turned around and asked Tony, So are we still going to Midtown Middle School to buy dessert now? Of course. Tony lazily laid back in his seat. But this time you go to the queue and I'll wait in the car. When they arrived at Midtown Middle School, it was the crazy Thursday at Lucky Dessert House. The $9.90 dessert promotion attracted a large number of students, and Happy's car was stuck in the nearby streets. Tony glanced at the crowded crowd and muttered, Do students nowadays have so much pocket money? Didn't Pepper's friends say that the desserts in this shop are very expensive? Happy squeezed into the crowd, but found that the desserts were sold out. Just as he was about to go back to report, Tony appeared behind him. Didn't you say you couldn't come? Happy asked in confusion. I'll come over to take a look when the crowd disperses. Tony calmly pushed open the door of the dessert shop and asked Gwen if the pastry chef was there. Gwen lazily looked up at Tony, then turned and shouted, Manager, someone's looking for you. Suung walked out of the bakery and saw Tony and Happy in front of the counter. He asked in confusion, Who are you? Happy handed over his business card and introduced himself. I'm Happy Hogan from Stark Industries, and this is my boss, Tony Stark. Tony generously said he would buy all the cakes in the cupboard. Although Gwen complained about the decision, Suung quickly packed the cake and handed it to Happy with a smile. Just as Tony was about to leave, Peter Parker walked into the store, greeted Suung, and thanked him gratefully. It turned out that Suung had saved Peter's uncle, Ben Parker, yesterday. Peter whispered his confusion. What should I do if I have great power but cannot take care of all the responsibilities? Suung smiled and asked him if he had considered his family's wishes and if he knew what his family wanted to see. Peter fell into deep thought, and finally seemed to have found the answer. He clenched his fists firmly, thanked Suung again, and said goodbye and left the dessert shop. Suung looked at Peter's departing back and smiled. When Suung turned around and saw Gwen looking thoughtful, he couldn't help but teased. It seems that today's dessert story is quite educational, isn't it? Gwen curled her lips. Manager, you are so nosy. Suung shrugged, continued to organize the items in the store, and smiled. Sometimes, minding other people's business is also a responsibility, isn't it? Gwen smiled helplessly and didn't refute. Chapter 10. Since Peter Parker became Spider-Man, he can often be seen shuttling between tall buildings on the streets of New York. Whether it is robbery, carjacking, firefighting, or rescuing people, Peter appears in time to help citizens overcome difficulties. Because of his heroic performance, people affectionately call him Spider-Man. However, this glorious image also makes the lively Gwen feel itchy. Gwen tried to join Spider-Man many times, but was stopped by Suung every time. Suung always appeared in a precise way before Gwen was ready to act and persuaded her to go back. Miss Spider-Woman, New York doesn't need so many superheroes right now. Suung always said this, which made Gwen hate him so much that she even began to wonder if Suung had installed some kind of positioning device on her. But tonight something was different. Welcome to the Daily Bugle's emergency news broadcast. A hurried report came from the radio. It is now 8:20 p.m. According to eyewitness reports, vehicles on the Manhattan Bridge are floating in the air for unknown reasons and cannot land. Spider-Man, who just arrived at the scene, was also caught in it and can only rely on spider silk to fix the vehicle to prevent an accidental collision. Gwen, who was about to rest, jumped up from the bed immediately. She opened the window of the room with a puzzled look on her face and looked around, fearing that Suung would suddenly appear and stop her. But this is a problem that Spider-Peter can't solve, so it's only natural that it's my turn to take action, right? Gwen whispered to herself, her heart full of anticipation. Gwen quietly opened the closet, took out the black and white spider suit from the deepest part, quickly changed into it, jumped out of the window lightly, and disappeared into the night. On the Manhattan Bridge, Peter the Spider created a giant web out of silk, which held floating vehicles in place. However, the length of the bridge and the number of cars floating on it made Peter exhausted, and the rescue was slow. On one side of the bridge, police have blocked the bridgehead. The leading sheriff was giving orders anxiously, but the rescue helicopter was slow to arrive, so he could only keep urging his superiors. At this moment, Gwen finally arrived. She saw Spider-Peter working hard to rescue on the bridge and couldn't help but smile in appreciation, but she also felt that this scene was a little beyond his ability. Looks like I have to help. Gwen was excited and acted quickly. Gwen flew directly to Spider-Peter and frowned when she saw him trying to talk down a driver who was clinging to the steering wheel and refusing to leave. Spider-Boy, sometimes you have to be more decisive. Gwen acted quickly, knocked the driver unconscious with a palm, and dragged him out of the car. Don't forget the safety of others because of one person. You are. Spider-Peter recognized Gwen's outfit and was stunned for a moment, but was immediately reminded by her. Now is not the time to chat, go save people. The two people cooperated well and the rescue speed was greatly improved. But just as they were busy, a strange figure appeared in the middle of the bridge. It was a small hot air balloon-like object floating in the air. As it appeared, the buoyancy of the entire bridge suddenly increased. Spider-Peter and Gwen watched as more cars broke free from the spider silk and began to float out of control. Damn it! Gwen felt the pressure suddenly increase and tried hard to control the situation, but her hand slipped and she almost lost it. At the critical moment, Gwen used spider silk to grab the steel cable again and stabilize the situation. Just then, a familiar sigh sounded in Gwen's ears. Suung transformed into a mysterious man in a black robe and appeared beside Gwen. The rapier in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air, accurately cutting off the spider silk under the rescue helicopter and resolving the crisis. The mysterious man then acted quickly, using a spider silk launcher to resecure the out-of-control car to the bridge, and then stabbed the small hot air balloon with a sword. With a crisp sound, the hot air balloon turned into a card and was put away by the mysterious man. All the strange phenomena disappeared instantly, and the vehicle slowly returned to the ground. Wait! Gwen wanted to ask something, but the mysterious man just nodded to her, turned into black mist, and disappeared into the night. Gwen stood there in a daze, puzzled. Meanwhile, Spider Peter breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at the mysterious man who was leaving. Tonight, the crisis on the Manhattan Bridge was finally resolved. Chapter 11: Doubt and Confession. The Daily Bugle reported this morning that the vehicle dangling incident on the Manhattan Bridge last night has been successfully resolved. This time, not only did the recent Spider-Man appear in front of New York citizens, but also another Spider-Woman with a costume and abilities similar to Spider-Man. In addition, when Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and the police helicopter were rescuing the people trapped on the Manhattan Bridge, the Dark Knight magician, who had not appeared in the public eye for a long time, also reappeared in this incident and once again resolved the suspenseful incident with miraculous means, ensuring the lives and property of the people on the bridge. In this regard, our reporter specially found one of the ordinary people who was rescued on the Manhattan Bridge at that time. Let us listen to his thoughts and opinions. Thank you, Dark Knight Magician. At Lucky Dessert House, Gwen was lying on the table in the guest area, watching the familiar middle-aged man on the phone screen speaking passionately into the microphone. If it weren't for the Dark Knight Magician, it would have been impossible for those two Spider Boys and Spider Girls who didn't respect citizens' property to resolve what happened last night. Especially here, I want to strongly accuse that Spider Girl. She actually knocked me out by force and dragged me out of my beloved car. This behavior is really too barbaric. Gwen looked at the middle-aged man on the screen, whose saliva was about to drown the microphone, and her eyes twitched. She muttered quietly, I should have let this guy and his car stay together and die on their own. Haha. Just as Gwen was poking the middle-aged man's head on the phone screen angrily, Suung yawned and walked out of the lounge in the dessert shop. Oh, what a rare guest! Suung rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Gwen lying on the table in the guest area in amazement. It's only 7 o'clock now. Don't you usually arrive at school at 8:50? Could it be that someone finally succeeded in being a superhero yesterday and was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night? I'm so sorry, I slept so well last night. Gwen put away her phone and frowned at Suung. Then why did you get up so early today? Suung opened the water dispenser and took a cup of warm water. While drinking, he asked Gwen, Would you like to help me prepare for the opening of the store? Humph, wishful thinking. Gwen tilted her head. So? Suung held the water cup, leaned his elbows on the counter, and tilted his head in confusion. Because I have something to ask you. Gwen stood up, walked in front of Suung, and stared at him with her blue eyes. That guy last night, was it you? Last night? Suung dodged Gwen's head, which was getting closer and closer, and continued to ask. Who did you meet last night? Don't quibble, Gwen said firmly. The spiderweb shooter last night has already exposed you. Only I can make that type of spiderweb shooter. And the store just happens to have the spare model I placed here earlier. And then? Suung stretched out his finger and flicked Gwen's head. So what if it is, so what if it isn't, does it matter? Of course it's important. Gwen slapped Suung's hand away, slammed both hands heavily on the counter, leaned forward, and shouted angrily. Because this is unfair. When I first gained my abilities in the dream, the first person I thought of was you. But you... Bite. Before Gwen could finish her words, the door of the dessert shop was hurriedly opened. Thank God your store is open. The person who walked into the store was Happy, a frequent customer of the store during this period, Tony Stark's bodyguard and driver. Looks like I came at a wrong time? After Happy saw the scene inside the store clearly, he touched his chin awkwardly. From his perspective at this moment, Gwen and Suung were standing on the inside and outside of the counter respectively. Gwen, who was standing on the outside of the counter, leaned forward, as if she was planning to do something to Suung inside the counter. Something is indeed not right. Suung reached out and pushed Gwen's head away, then raised his eyebrows at Happy. Of course, I mean the time. After all, it's not business hours yet, Mr. Happy. Humph. Gwen also knew that it would be difficult to interrogate Suung if there were outsiders around, but it was indeed a bit uncomfortable to have the words stuck in her throat. As a result, she could only walk aside with her arms folded across her chest, sulking angrily. I can't help it. Who made me have a capricious boss? Happy shrugged with a wry smile, walked to the counter and handed the order in his arms to Suung. Mr. Manager, please help me to expedite the production of these desserts. This morning at 10 o'clock, Tony will take a private plane to the Middle East to accompany the military to inspect Stark Industries' new weapons. Before that, he hopes to eat the desserts made by you, Mr. Manager. Is that so? Suung picked up the order, looked at the desserts on it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ever since Tony Stark came to the store to buy dessert last time, probably because he thought the desserts in the store tasted good, he arranged for Happy to come to the store almost every day to buy some desserts to take back. And if Suung was not surprised, the desserts on this order should be the ones that best suit Tony's taste. Mr. Happy, let me be clear. Suung waved the order in his hand towards Happy and reminded him. The expedited price must be different from the normal price. Of course I know that. Happy nodded anxiously. When has Stark Industries ever been short of money? Mr. Manager, you should hurry up. I still have time to rush back. Okay. Suung glanced at Gwen, who was hiding in the corner, and said, Gwen, since this is an expedited order, come in with me and help me. Gwen, who was still sulking, was stunned and looked at Suung with some suspicion. You should know that before this, Suung would never allow anyone to enter his beloved baking room. Don't be in a daze, come here. Suung waved at Gwen. I can explain the reason to you, by the way. Mr. Manager! Happy heard this and anxiously warned Suung. You two can have conflicts, but don't waste time. Don't worry, it won't happen. Suung took the white chef's uniform from the coat rack, shook it gently and put it on. As he put on his hat, he said to Gwen, who had walked into the counter, Your chef's uniform is in the closet in the cloakroom. Put it on before you go into the bakery. Got it. Gwen nodded, turned around and walked into the cloakroom behind the counter. By the time Gwen changed into her white chef's uniform and walked into the bakery, Suung was already busy inside. After washing your hands, help me put the whipped cream on the table over there into the piping bag. Suung, who was brushing egg liquid on the dough, tilted his head and pointed to the utensils on another table towards Gwen. Yeah. Gwen nodded, and started to help Suung as requested. In the process of being busy, Gwen discovered Suung's strange behavior when making desserts. No matter what kind of dessert it was, he didn't put any sugar in it. And no raw materials related to sugar can be found in this bakery. Isn't it a little confusing? Suung noticed Gwen's slightly confused look. Why are there no raw materials related to sugar in the bakery? Yes. Gwen nodded heavily, then shook her head. No. Who wants to know this? Didn't you say you would explain the reason to me in the bakery? Gwen looked at Suung and called out Suung's vest word by word. Dark. Night. Demon. Mage. Because these two things can actually be explained together. Suung looked at the quality of the bread in the oven and called softly towards a card placed at the window of the bakery. Sweet. Whoosh. The card emitted light, and gradually a little elf dressed in candy costume appeared. Remember to eat in moderation, Suung reminded Gonpai, who had already impatiently flown to the oven. Hoo-hoo! Gonpai's little head nodded repeatedly. With the waving of the magic wand in his hand, the sweet light seeped into the desserts in the oven. Gwen opened her mouth slightly in surprise as she watched Gon's magic wand flying around and waving at the desserts in the bakery. Let me introduce you to it. Suung picked up a finger biscuit and stuffed it into Gwen's mouth. He pointed to the busy Gon card and said to Gwen, This is Gon card, one of my magic cards. It has the magic to make food sweet or turn objects into sweets. Could it be? Listening to Suung's introduction, Gwen seemed to remember something. The Chocolate River incident half a year ago? Yes, that's what it did. Suung nodded. Half a year ago, the water of the Hudson River crossed New York State turned into the color and taste of chocolate for unknown reasons, and then returned to its original state overnight. This was also the first appearance of the Dark Knight Wizard, but he was unknown at that time. It was not until the Dark Knight Wizard's activeness and several subsequent supernatural events that some people on the internet linked him to this incident. And my name is the Dark Knight Magician. Suung paused, then continued. Dark Knight is because I always appear at night, and the title of Magician in addition to the fact that my methods of solving those incidents are mysterious, just like a magician, there is another important reason, that is. In Gwen's eyes, light and shadows of cards appeared around Suung. Suung gently tapped the card in front of him, and the card glowed and turned into the small hot air balloon last night. I am the controller of these magic cards. Or rather, I am the messenger who controls these magic cards called the cloud cards. So what does this have to do with you hiding your identity from me? Gwen was still a little unconvinced. Because it's dangerous. The small hot air balloon in Suung's hand returned to its card shape again. Suung looked at the angry Gwen and couldn't help but sigh. Don't you know your own character? Being kind-hearted and adventurous may not be a bad thing, but that's no reason for me to bring you into danger, even if you become the Spider-Woman that people call you. If I had no other means to get close to the floating card last night and had to rely on the spare spider silk launcher you left in the store, my identity as a Dark Knight magician would not have been exposed. Suung sighed with some regret. Hee hee, you deserve it, Gwen said with a groan. Who told you to use my father and mother to pressure me, so that I can't go out to enforce justice? Now we are even now. Gwen put her hands on her hips and looked forward to the future. From now on, I will be my Spider-Woman, and you will be your Dark Knight sorcerer. How about we help each other and protect the bright future of New York together? Don't dream. Suung looked at Gwen's shining eyes and poured cold water on her with a slanted look. After all, Peter Parker and the police officers of the New York Police Department are enough to solve the crimes in this city. If you join in, you won't be able to help at all. Gwen naturally knew that there was nothing wrong with what Suung said, because at the dinner party at Stacy's house a few days ago, a drunk George pulled Suung aside and started complaining. His words were full of dissatisfaction towards Spider-Man. After all, Spider-Man doesn't always appear to do small things like helping an old lady cross the street. Most of the time, Spider-Man always appears at the scene of some contraband transactions. Every time the New York Police Department's police car arrives after receiving the alarm, the criminals at the transaction scene have already been packed up tightly. Although it is a good thing that the criminals are caught, it is not friendly to the wallets of New York police officers. After all, if the merit is calculated, the police officers who respond to the call can only get the merit of escorting the criminals back. This also means that although the New York Police Department has been escorting, interrogating, and detaining prisoners during this period, the bonus commissions it receives from such repetitive work are not even as much as before Spider-Man appeared. Spider-Man alone is enough to make the New York Police Department's police officers hate him to death. If a Spider-Woman comes along to continue to do justice, I'm afraid the police officers will really go crazy. But even so, Gwen still wanted to fight for herself. What if, Peter Parker is too busy? Then it will be your turn as Spider-Woman. Suung wiped his hands with a wet towel and said this casually. But even Suung and Gwen didn't expect that Spider-Woman's chance to play again would come so soon. Chapter 12: Haste for Success. In the laboratory on the 15th floor of the Osborn building, Norman Osborn was sitting in an office chair, holding a report recording experimental data in his hand, listening to Professor Connor's reporting on the interim results of the project. After several clinical trials, genetic drugs have achieved significant success in animal experiments. Professor Connors pressed the remote control in his hand with a confident smile on his face. The display screen in front of Norman Osborn and Professor Connors lit up, showing several sets of videos. In each video, there was a well-conditioned mouse living in the incubator. However, there are different kinds of missing parts on the bodies of these mice, such as one eye, broken ears, broken tails, and broken limbs. I extracted lizard genes from the genetic medicine this time, hoping to use it to repair the damaged parts of these mice. As Professor Connors spoke, a green smoke began to emerge from the culture chamber in the video, gradually covering the mice in the chamber. Squeak, squeak, squeak! As the smoke covered the area, the little white mouse in the video began to scream in pain. Amidst the sharp screams, the green smoke was gradually absorbed into the bodies of the mice. At this moment, the damaged parts of the mice gradually extended into pillars of flesh. The flesh pillar turned into a callus in a very short time, and then broke apart, revealing the newly grown limb inside the callus. This is simply a miracle, Norman Osborn murmured in a low voice as he stared at the little white mice on the video that had recovered and were alive and kicking. No, this is not a miracle. Professor Connors shook his head. This is the result of hard research, and it is also our hope for the next experiment. How long will it take? Norman asked Professor Connors. It will take at least 3 years, Professor Connors said with a hint of apology in his eyes. Our current success is only in clinical trials on mammals, and we still lack observations on drug resistance. According to the experimental progress, we still need to debug on primates, repeat clinical trials, observe, and ensure that there are no errors before we can finally use it on humans. Norman took a deep breath. But Connors, I don't have so much time. Professor Connors was silent for a moment and sighed softly. Sorry, I will try to shorten the research process, but I am not sure how long it will take. Norman looked at Professor Connors, his eyes flashing dangerously. What if we skip the primate experiment and go straight to the human experiment? No! Professor Connors' face suddenly became serious. Norman, this is illegal. What if it's legal? Norman took out a document from his arms and handed it to Professor Connors. It just so happens that General Ross of the military is very interested in our research. Even the military can't put immature drugs into human experiments. Professor Connors stared at Norman. So what's going on? Norman? Who knows? Norman shrugged. New York has such a large population anyway, so if there are a few homeless people occasionally, no one will notice it, right? The most important thing is... Norman stood up and gently patted Professor Connors on the shoulder. At least the military is backing us up, so we don't have to worry so much. Professor Connors lowered his head and did not answer Norman. Norman didn't care. He took a look at the lively little white mice on the big screen and walked out the door. I can't do that. Just as Norman opened the door of the laboratory, Professor Connors' voice sounded behind Norman. Norman, who was facing away from Professor Connors, had a flash of displeasure on his face, but it disappeared without a trace after he turned around. Norman leaned against the door, looking at Professor Connors quietly. I'm sorry, Norman. Professor Connors put down the document in his hand. If you really want to be so radical, I can only choose to leave Osborn with the experimental data. Connors, do you know what you are saying? Norman frowned. Of course I know. Professor Connors touched his broken right arm, raised his head and looked at Norman. But I still cannot agree to conduct human experiments in advance. Even if the military backs it up, it doesn't mean there's no risk. If something goes wrong with the experiment, it could cost lives. Norman looked at Professor Connors, who was speaking high principles, and the anger in his eyes could not be suppressed. So I'm sorry, Norman. Professor Connors shook his head at Norman and placed the ID card hanging on his chest on the table. Okay. Norman closed his eyes, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, I promise you. But you have to compress the time as soon as possible. Norman opened his eyes again and stared at Professor Connors. If your experimental results are not out by the day I receive the critical illness notice, you must not stop me at that time. This is my last bottom line. No problem. Professor Connors finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Norman's promise, but then he tensed up again. After all, for Professor Connors, Norman's concession was based on the premise that he could shorten the experimental time. If he didn't hurry up, no one would be able to resist the madness of a dying man. I hope you won't let me down. Norman looked at Professor Connors deeply, turned around and left the laboratory. In the descending elevator, Norman, who was alone, made a phone call with a sullen face. After get off work tonight, find a way to copy the experimental data from Connors' laboratory and the formula for the genetic drug. Since he is unwilling, then we will find someone who is willing to take over his experiment. Obviously, Norman's last promise to Professor Connors in the laboratory just now was just a lie made up to stabilize him. After all, no one would joke about his own life. Since he could take a shortcut in advance, how could Norman foolishly wait for Professor Connors' illusory experimental time? Bite. The elevator door slowly opened, and Norman hung up the phone. Chairman. Outside the elevator door, the Osborn Group employees who were waiting for the elevator saw Norman in the elevator and greeted him respectfully. Yeah. Norman looked at the employees outside the elevator, and his originally cold face turned into a gentle smile like a spring breeze again. He walked out of the elevator, gently patted the employee on the shoulder, and said in a comforting voice, Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. The employees were excited to have such an approachable boss, and they even felt motivated to work overtime tonight. Chapter 13 Visit. High in the sky, the howling cold wind blew the clouds in the sky, covering the already hazy moonlight. The streets of New York were already quiet late at night, and even the Osborn building, which should have been brightly lit, had only sporadic lights left. The employee who was patted on the shoulder by Norman in the afternoon stretched, looked at the documents that were finally sorted out, stood up and walked out of the office. The employee looked at the laboratory at the end of the corridor, which was still dimly lit, and walked over quietly, only to find that the laboratory was empty. "What?" the employee murmured in a low voice. "I thought Professor Connors was working overtime as late as me. Did he forget to turn off the lights?" Perhaps out of kindness, the employee turned off the lights in the laboratory while talking to himself. "Get off work." The employee, who thought he had saved his company a night's electricity bill, rubbed his sore neck and walked towards the elevator to punch out. But the employee didn't know that it was his so-called kind act that led to the tragedy that followed. Shortly after the employee left, another figure quietly appeared in the office building. He walked slowly into the laboratory where the lights had been turned off, following the dim light in the corridor. In order to prevent the loss of experimental data, the computers in each laboratory in the Osborn building have passwords set by the project leader of the laboratory. The laboratory in charge of Professor Connors is naturally no exception. But in order to prevent accidents and protect the intellectual property rights of the Osborn Group's experimental projects, in addition to the project leader of the laboratory, Norman, as the president of the Osborn Group, naturally also has the password backup of these laboratory computers. The mysterious man who was hired by Norman to steal Professor Connors' laboratory data naturally got the password of the laboratory computer from Norman. But just as this mysterious man inserted the SSD into the computer and began to copy the contents of the computer. "Who are you?" Professor Connors' slightly angry voice rang out at the door of the laboratory. "Damn it!" The mysterious man didn't expect that Professor Connors did not leave Osborn building. Professor Connors never imagined that when he just went to the gene bank to adjust the reagent time, a thief would run into his laboratory to steal his experimental data. He placed the box of reagents in his hand on the table and shouted at the mysterious man, "Stop what you are doing and get out of my laboratory! Otherwise, I will call security!" The mysterious man looked at the computer and saw that 80% of the data had been copied, and sighed helplessly. "I knew it wouldn't be so easy to get the money." After saying that, the mysterious man took out an electric baton from his arms and rushed towards Professor Connors. Although Professor Connors had served in the army when he was young, that was only when he was young after all. In addition, he only had one arm left, which made it inevitable that he was somewhat stretched when facing the attack of the mysterious man with the electric baton. During the fight between the two, the reagent that Professor Connors had previously placed on the table accidentally fell to the ground, which distracted Professor Connors, who was already struggling, and made him look over. "Good opportunity!" The mysterious man seized the opportunity when Professor Connors was distracted and stabbed Professor Connors with the crackling electric baton. After a convulsion, Professor Connors collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The mysterious man held an electric baton in his hand and looked back at the mobile hard drive that had been copied 100% during the fight between the two men, intending to take the mobile hard drive down. However, the mysterious man who was about to take action felt resistance at his feet and he looked down. Professor Connors lay on the ground, his only remaining hand tightly grasping the mysterious man's trouser leg, gasping weakly. "Don't even think about it. Professor Connors, it's really difficult for me to deal with you." The mysterious man spoke with helplessness, but the electric baton in his hand had already been raised high. Plop! Professor Connors felt the severe pain and dizziness coming from his head, and weakly let go of the hand that was holding the mysterious man's trouser leg. Tisk! The mysterious man shook off the blood on the electric baton, bent down and touched Professor Connors' neck. Fortunately, although the blow was a bit heavy, at least it was not fatal. "Let's report to the boss." The mysterious man reluctantly put the bloody electric baton back into his arms, took out the solid-state drive, and started making a phone call. "Boss, we've got the stuff, but there was a small accident at the scene." The mysterious man glanced at Professor Connors, who was lying on the ground. "Your Professor Connors didn't go home, and he happened to be facing me. I had no choice but to knock him down." Do you want to call an ambulance in case something happens to Professor Connors? As the mysterious man's voice grew farther and farther away, Professor Connors's consciousness became increasingly blurred. At this time, the blood on his head flowed down his scalp to the floor of the laboratory and mixed with the previously broken reagent solution. The next day at noon. What a rare guest. Suung looked in surprise at Sheriff Stacy, who walked into the dessert shop, and Gwen, who followed him reluctantly. It's rare to see you come to my place. Suung smiled and asked Sheriff Stacy, so, did Gwen commit a crime at school? After all, Sheriff Stacy is usually busy with official duties and doesn't have much time to pick up Gwen from school in the afternoon, let alone the busiest time period at noon. You think too badly of me. Gwen, who was already depressed, waved her fist at Suung in annoyance. Gwen! Sheriff Stacy gently scolded Gwen, and then said to Suung, Sue, do you have any desserts suitable for hospitalized patients? Desserts for patients? Suung was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, It depends on what the disease is. After all, for patients with diabetes or high blood sugar and high blood lipids, I really can't find any desserts suitable for them. Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. Sheriff Stacy patted her forehead and explained to Suung. It was an injured professor. Professor? Suung fixed his eyes on Gwen and asked in shock. You actually dared to send your school's professor to the hospital? Hey! I told you it wasn't me. Gwen angrily slapped the bar. It was Professor Connors from before. He's in the hospital, and my dad is going to go see him. Chapter 14 Lizard Professor. As for why Sheriff Stacy brought Gwen to visit the hospital, the reason was actually related to the fact that Professor Connors had high hopes for Gwen and wanted Gwen to be an intern in his experimental project. Although under Suung's persuasion and Gwen's strong rejection, Sheriff Stacy had no choice but to reject Professor Connors' proposal. Although Professor Connors didn't say anything after knowing this, Sheriff Stacy always felt that she owed Professor Connors something. This morning, the New York Police Department received a report from the Osborn group stating that Professor Connors was attacked last night and was admitted to the hospital. After hearing the news, Sheriff Stacy, who had finally gotten a day off, decided to take Gwen to visit Professor Connors, who was in the hospital at noon. What happened next was what Suung knew. So it's this Professor Connors? Suung suddenly realized after listening to Gwen's explanation of the whole story. Since you are just injured, these desserts are good choices. Suung walked out of the counter and introduced several desserts in the cupboard to Sheriff Stacy. Well, take these too. Sheriff Stacy pointed at two of the desserts and took out her wallet from her pocket. How much? What are you saying? Suung waved his hand quickly. How can I accept your money? Public is public, private is private, one thing is another. Sheriff Stacy frowned and took out more than 10 $10 bills from her wallet and handed them to Suung. It's not easy for you to open a store alone in a foreign country. Take the money. Well, okay. Suung looked at Sheriff Stacy, who was acting tough, and knew that he could not refuse Sheriff Stacy's kindness. He took out 5 bills from the bills and returned the rest to Sheriff Stacy. But Mr. George, $50 will be enough for these 2 desserts. Yes. Sheriff Stacy took back the remaining money and said, Then I'll trouble you to help pack the bag. Okay. Suung responded, but before he turned back to the counter, Gwen had already handed him the takeaway box. Mr. Stacy, you really shouldn't have given him money. Gwen took Sheriff Stacy's arm and complained to Suung, who was packing desserts. After all, I work part-time here after school every day, and this guy didn't give me a penny. How can this be the same? Sheriff Stacy gently rubbed her daughter's head. It was your mother and I who agreed to let you work here. After all, we don't want you to become a fat girl who is lazy and eats a lot. How am I fat? Gwen complained, unconvinced. Okay, of course you're not fat anymore, Sheriff Stacy said with a smile. But it's always right to study harder. Humph. Gwen tilted her head and snorted softly. It's packed, Mr. George. While the father and daughter were talking, Suung had already packed the 2 desserts. Thanks, Sue. Sheriff Stacy took the package. Manager, why don't you go to the hospital with us? Gwen's head popped out from behind Sheriff Stacy, and she suggested to Suung on a whim. Me? Forget it. Suung smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, it's not closing time yet. If a customer wants to buy dessert when I leave, that would be a bit bad. Well, Sue is right. Sheriff Stacy nodded with a smile on her face. But when you close at night, you should be free. Gwen and I will pick you up at our house for dinner. Sheriff Stacy patted Suung on the shoulder. I've already told Helen that she will cook lemon sea base tonight. Really? Suung showed a pleasantly surprised smile. Then I won't be polite tonight. After Suung watched Sheriff Stacy and Gwen leave the dessert shop, he was in a good mood and picked up the rag to start the daily cleaning of the store. Lemon sea base, lemon sea base. While Suung was fantasizing about tonight's dinner and cleaning the table, which was not dirty to begin with, the radio in the store started to sound on time. According to a midday report from the Daily Bugle, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, lost contact in the Middle East on Tuesday the 13th of last week, and no news has been received since then. Oh! Suung, who was wiping the table, stopped and smacked his lips with some regret. What a pity! Without Tony Stark as an old customer, the sales of desserts in the store will probably be sluggish for a while. I hope Mr. Iron Man will remember to eat some dessert when he comes back. Sizzle! At this moment, the radio, which was supposed to end the report, suddenly made a buzzing sound. Here is an urgent report. A lizard man attacked the crowd at the hospital for special surgery in New York. Fortunately, Spider-Woman appeared in time and repelled the lizard man in time, so there were no heavy casualties. But in this incident, 1 person still died, 5 were seriously injured, and 13 were slightly injured. Lizard man? Professor Connors? Suung patted his head. Damn it, how could I forget about this? Suung quickly took out his cell phone and called Sheriff Stacy, but the busy tone on the phone gave Suung a bad feeling. He called Gwen instead, and luckily, this time Gwen answered his call. Manager! Before Suung could say anything, Gwen's sobbing voice came from the receiver. My father was attacked by that damn lizard man. 1 person died, 5 were seriously injured, and 13 were slightly injured. Exclamation point. Suung's heart tightened, and he remembered the number of injured people mentioned on the radio just now, and hurriedly asked Gwen. So is Mr. George's injury serious? The doctor said that the coma was caused by serious injuries. Okay. After hearing Gwen say this, Suung finally felt relieved. At least the result was not the worst. I'll be there right away. You wait for me in the hospital. Remember to call me if you have any problem. Suung comforted Gwen on the other end of the phone twice, and then hung up. He then went back to the cloakroom, took off his dessert shop work clothes, picked up the backpack hanging by the door, and ran out. Excuse me, New York Special Surgery Hospital. Suung sat in a taxi and told the driver the name of the hospital he wanted to go to. Suung looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Professor Connors. Chapter 15 Memories and Reality. Half a year ago, on the streets of New York, the lights in the old town were still dim at night. With nothing to do, Sheriff Stacy parked the police car under the street light, planning to take a break and eat the dinner that his wife Helen brought him in the evening as a midnight snack. But before he could open the lid of the lunchbox, he found an Asian youth who looked a little distraught, holding a strange book, walking out from the alley at the corner. Sheriff Stacy looked at the little guy who was about the same age as her daughter and sighed silently in her heart. In all the years he had been a policeman, he had seen a lot of little guys like this. Some of them had a quarrel with their family and ran away from home. Some had a major accident at home that caused them to have a mental breakdown and could not accept it, or some of them took some pills at night and became unconscious. Sheriff Stacy has always been good at judging people. He could tell that the little guy in front of him was definitely not in the last situation. If it was in the uptown area with good security conditions, Sheriff Stacy would not care about this little guy, but this is the old town area where thieves, robbers, drug dealers, and even gangsters are mixed. Hey kid! Sheriff Stacy reminded the young man. It's not a good habit to stay outside so late. The young man embraced the thick and strange book with both hands, his immature face full of confusion and helplessness. Sheriff Stacy noticed the expression on the young man's face. He raised his lunchbox and gestured to the young man. Would you like something to eat? No. The young man shook his head. He wanted to refuse Sheriff Stacy's kindness, but his stomach suddenly rumbled, making him feel a little embarrassed. Don't worry, kid. I'm a police officer. Sheriff Stacy opened the lunchbox and placed the rich dishes inside on the hood of the police car. She called out to Suung again. Come here quickly. Finally, the young man couldn't resist his hunger and walked to the police car to share the midnight snack, which was supposed to be dinner, with Sheriff Stacy. How is it? It's delicious, right? Sheriff Stacy drank the thick soup and couldn't help laughing at the young man who was eating with relish. Yeah. The young man nodded repeatedly, swallowed the fish in his mouth, and asked Sheriff Stacy curiously. Sir, what is the name of this dish? Lemon sea base. This is my wife's specialty. Sheriff Stacy was also very happy that someone could appreciate the dishes made by his wife. After all, this was not the first time Helen brought dinner to Sheriff Stacy, but Sheriff Stacy's colleagues were not very used to the dish of lemon sea base. Of course, this is also partly because Americans don't like eating fish very much. After finishing the midnight snack, Sheriff Stacy leaned against the car door, looking at the young man who was holding the strange book again, with the confusion in his eyes still there. Here, kid. Sheriff Stacy took out a few bills from her wallet and handed them to the young man. Although I don't know what happened to you, being confused won't solve the problem. Although this money is not much, it can allow you to find a hotel to have a good rest and readjust your mood. The young man looked at the money handed to him by Sheriff Stacy and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. What are you hesitating about? Take it. Sheriff Stacy looked at the young man's indecisive look and directly and forcefully stuffed the money in his hand into the young man's hand. The young man held the money in his hand, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I will definitely return this money to you, sir. The young man bowed to Sheriff Stacy and looked at him firmly. My name is Suung, please don't forget me. The memories gradually faded away, and Suung's eyes gradually regained clarity as he sat in the taxi. Half a year ago, when Suung had just traveled through time, the Clow Cards did not recognize Suung as the new Clow Card magician. So they all ran away from home and scattered from the Clow magic book in Suung's hand. Poor Suung was walking alone and helpless on the streets of New York with the empty crawler Grimoire in his arms. If he hadn't met the enthusiastic Sheriff Stacy that night, had the not-so-hot lemon sea base, and received the small amount of money she gave to Suung would not have been able to cheer up so quickly, recover the Clow Cards from scratch alone, and open a reputable dessert shop outside Midtown Middle School. Sir, we've arrived at the hospital for special surgery in New York. The taxi slowly stopped by the road, and the driver turned to Suung and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Suung glanced at the price on the meter, took out 2 bills from his pocket, and handed them to the driver. No need for change. Amid the driver's compliments, Suung opened the car door and walked towards the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Suung found Gwen, who was squatting against the wall with her knees hugged, looking depressed. Gwen. Suung touched Gwen's head. Manager. Gwen hugged Suung sadly, and the tears that had stopped flowing again. I failed to protect Dad. If I didn't have so many concerns at that time, Dad, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. All right. Suung patted Gwen on the back and whispered in her ear. At least the situation hasn't gotten to the worst, right? Calm down first, and then tell me what happened, okay? Amid Gwen's sobs, Suung gradually understood the reason behind the incident. I can only say that as a New York police officer, Sheriff Stacy has a strong sense of justice. When he and Gwen just drove to the hospital, Professor Connors, who had transformed into a lizard man, jumped down from the hospital's inpatient department, screaming madly at the passers-by, shouting, Norman! Norman! Sheriff Stacy, who was on vacation today, was immediately prompted to stop Professor Connors and instruct Gwen to evacuate the crowd. But how could Professor Connors, who had already fallen into a state of madness, be stopped by Sheriff Stacy? He simply swung his thick tail behind him and knocked Sheriff Stacy away. Gwen, who was unable to step forward to stop the incident due to hesitation, saw this and hurried over to check on Sheriff Stacy's injuries. Before Sheriff Stacy fell into coma, she was still shouting at Gwen to leave quickly. It was also because of this sentence that Gwen's mentality almost collapsed. She took off her coat, revealing the spider suit underneath, and started fighting with Professor Connors. Gwen's crazy attack made Professor Connors somewhat overwhelmed, and he quickly fled the hospital, but still shouting, Norman, name. Norman? Suung noticed the name that Professor Connors, as Gwen mentioned, called out, and Professor Connors was originally an employee of the Osborn group. If that's the case, Suung said to Gwen, whose mood had almost recovered, I roughly know the next goal of the Lizard Man. Chapter 16, Being a Guest. Dark and deep, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, as an underground sewer that runs through the entire New York, the eerie, damp and stench accumulated over the decades are the unchanging characteristics of this area. This is a paradise for rats and bedbugs, and also their natural shelter. But today, it has also become a shelter for uninvited guests. Huff huff! Professor Connors, who had turned into a lizard man, held his head tightly with his claws, his eyes tightly closed, and his large nostrils continuously exhaled thick columns of air with his breathing. At this moment, the scene of the robber making a phone call after he was attacked kept ringing in his mind. Boss, we've got the stuff, but there was a small accident at the scene. Your Professor Connors didn't go home, and he happened to be facing me. I had no choice but to knock him down. Do you want to call an ambulance in case something happens to Professor Connors? Got it, just leave the rest to me. During the last call, Professor Connors, who was lying on the ground, finally heard the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. Norman! After the memory ended, Professor Connors opened his eyelids and let out a violent roar in the sewer. A car slowly drove into the Osborne family's manor. As the car stopped on the road next to a circular fountain in the manor, Harry and Peter got out of the car at the same time. It's so big. Peter looked around at the scenery and opened his mouth in surprise. Although Peter had known that Harry's family was rich, when he looked at the manor in front of him, he realized that he had underestimated how rich his good brother was. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Harry put his arm around Peter's shoulders and said with a smile, I didn't bring you to my house just to let you sit outside in the cold wind. Yeah. Peter nodded and followed Harry towards the villa in front of them, which looked very luxurious. Before the two of them got closer, the door of the villa slowly opened, and Norman walked out in his bathrobe. Are you Peter? He fixed his eyes on Peter, who was standing next to Harry, and stretched out his hand with a smile. Welcome to our home. Hello, Mr. Norman. Peter quickly shook Norman's hand and said respectfully, Thank you very much for your invitation. After all, you are Harry's friend. Norman nodded to Harry and walked in with Peter, saying, Inviting friends to your home is what friends should do. By the way, I heard that your uncle was in the hospital. Norman asked Peter with concern. Is he feeling better? Thank you for your concern. Peter nodded. Uncle Ben is much better now, but he can't get out of bed yet, so Aunt May is taking care of him in the hospital. Oh, Norman raised his eyebrows and nodded in understanding. I know some good hospitals and nurses here. If you need them, I will ask Harry to give you their business cards later. Ah, thank you very much, Mr. Norman. Peter nodded with a wry smile. The hospital and caregivers that Mr. Norman thinks are good must be very good, but they are definitely not within Peter's consideration. You don't have to think about it to know that this kind of thing is definitely expensive. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Norman and Peter were chatting, the phone in the hall suddenly rang. Okay, I won't disturb you two kids from chatting. Norman patted Peter's shoulder and instructed Harry, who was following behind them. Harry, remember to take good care of Peter. If there is anything, just tell Warren directly. I understand, Father. Harry nodded, walked to Peter's side and said to Peter, Come on, Peter, I'll show you around my room. Yeah. Peter glanced at Mr. Norman, who was walking towards the phone, and went up the stairs under Harry's guidance. Hello, this is Norman. Norman answered the phone. Mr. Norman, something bad has happened. A somewhat panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Just tell me what you want to say. Norman frowned and scolded the person on the other end of the phone. Yes, yes. The person on the other end of the phone swallowed twice and said to Norman tremblingly, The company's Gene Bank has been stolen. Gene Bank? Yes, when we heard the alarm, the door of the Gene Bank had been violently opened, and the Gene drugs stored inside had disappeared, including the lizard gene drug that Professor Connors had previously stored here, and the mice that had been injected with the lizard gene drug. They were all gone. Only genetic medicine. Norman gradually felt relieved. Fortunately, he arranged for someone to back up all the information in Professor Connors' laboratory last night. After Norman analyzed and studied the information at home today, he naturally found the formula for the genetic medicine in it. Yes, so I want to ask you, what should we do next? What else can we do? Norman answered nonchalantly. Since it's a theft, as legal taxpayers, we should of course hand it over to the police. As for today, I have something else to do, so I won't go to the company for now. If the police have any results, please call me and tell me. Norman looked up at the room where Harry was. Yes. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. After giving instructions for the things at hand, Norman put down the phone, turned and walked into the kitchen. Outside the balcony of Harry's room, Peter and Harry sat in chairs, enjoying the hard-earned warm sunshine in the afternoon. Harry, congratulations. Peter suddenly turned around and looked at Harry, who had been in much better spirits recently, and smiled faintly. It seems that your relationship with Mr. Norman has eased a lot. Ah. Harry nodded, his words full of emotion. I can only say that I was lucky. If I hadn't packed up a portion of the unfinished cake from the dessert shop that day, the relationship between him and I might not have been able to ease up so quickly. After all, you have been lacking communication before, right? Peter shrugged. I can't help it. My father sent me to boarding school when I was little. Harry's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. That was not a very good memory. But I still envy you. After all, you have a father like Mr. Norman, Peter said in a low voice. Chapter 17 Attack. You can't possibly envy my father for being able to make money, right? Harry joked at Peter with a smile. Of course, Harry knew that Peter was not such a person. After all, if Peter was really such a person, Harry would not be able to play with Peter. Of course not, Peter said a little stiffly. Because Mr. Norman is very talented. He is a big entrepreneur and can also do scientific research. I dare not even think about this kind of thing. Children. Just as Peter was sighing at Mr. Norman's achievements, Norman knocked on Harry's open door with a fruit plate. Would you like some fruit? Ha, father, you're here just in time. Harry glanced at Peter teasingly and said to Norman, Peter is praising you? Oh? Norman walked up to the two little guys, placed the fruit plate on the small table in front of them, and said with a smile, Then I have to listen carefully. Peter touched his head awkwardly and whispered, I read your research report on nanoscience on the paper website. It really inspired me a lot. Norman raised his eyebrows and looked at Peter in surprise. I heard Harry say before that you are a very smart kid. I didn't expect that your knowledge already covers this aspect. Father, Peter's grades are among the best in the school, Harry said to Norman. Ha ha ha, I've already seen through this. Norman laughed heartily. Just when the three of them were having a great time, a chill suddenly flashed through Peter's mind. His brain was frantically reminding him that a great danger was about to come here. Danger! Feeling this way, Peter put his hands on Norman and Harry's shoulders and jumped off the balcony with them. Peter! Harry and Norman felt a huge force coming from their shoulders. Before they could get angry, they saw a huge monster jumping down from the roof in midair. Its huge body stomped heavily on the balcony where they had been standing when they were chatting. Boom! There was a deafening roar accompanied by scattered smoke and dust. With the help of Peter, Harry and Norman landed steadily on the ground, but the balcony in front of them collapsed at the same time. What on earth happened? Harry looked at the sudden changes in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. Hurry up and leave. Norman was an adult after all. Although he was also surprised by what was happening in front of him, the most important thing at the moment was to take the two children and leave quickly. Norman! But before Norman could move, the roar coming from the smoke and dust made Norman feel cold in his heart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, several lizards that looked like mice crawled out from the smoke and dust and surrounded Peter and the other two. Peter stood in front of Norman and Harry, watching the scene in front of him vigilantly. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Professor Connors appeared in everyone's sight. Norman! As Professor Connors roared again, Norman finally recognized Professor Connors from the rough voice and the somewhat ambiguous face of the lizard man in front of him. Connors? Norman looked at Professor Connors in shock. How did you become like this? This is just a scientific choice. Professor Connors pinched his right paw, with a ferocious smile on his face. And if it weren't for you, how could I experience the power that this body brings to me now? Lizard gene medicine, it's you. Norman looked at Professor Connors and the mouse-like lizards surrounding them, and he finally understood who stole the gene medicine from the company's gene bank. Of course, these are my achievements. Professor Connors took a deep breath and said, It is only natural for me to take them away. Come to think of it, while chatting with you, I almost forgot why I came here. Professor Connors pressed his head in pain, and his face began to twitch constantly. So why did you send people to steal my information? Professor Connors suppressed his low voice. Connors, what are you talking about? Norman's face showed innocence. How could I send someone to steal your information? Did you hear something from someone? You still don't admit it? Professor Connors stared at Norman with his bloodshot green eyes. I heard it last night. The person who spoke on the other end of the phone was you. Damn it. Norman looked at Professor Connors' somewhat crazy eyes, and couldn't help but curse in his heart that the guy who did the job last night was such a loser, and he actually let Connors hear his voice. Listen to me, Connors, there's probably some misunderstanding here. Norman wanted to make a few more excuses. But at this moment, Professor Connors could no longer suppress the animalistic whispers in his mind that were madly attacking his sanity. No need to explain. Professor Connors put down his hand that was pressing on his head. In his bloodshot eyeballs, the pupils had turned into tiny vertical pupils. I now feel that only your death can calm my inner anger. Professor Connors exhaled 2 deep breaths from his nostrils, and his standing body began to slowly bend down. His claws were originally attached to the ground, and the whole person was like a large lizard. Mr. Norman, you and Harry should leave quickly. Peter sensed a warning in his heart, and quickly pushed Norman and Harry. The spider silk in his hands sprayed out, and stuck the lizard rat that was about to pounce on them to the ground. Roar! Professor Connors let out a roar and rushed towards Norman at the same time. Peter spurted out spider silk from his hand, and a spider web blinded Professor Connors' eyes. 2 spider silks stuck to Professor Connors' body, trying to take this opportunity to stop his actions. Roar! Professor Connors, who was blindfolded, was not at all panicked. His tongue flickered in and out, and his strong forelimbs directly grabbed the 2 spider silks on his body and pulled them towards himself. Peter didn't expect Professor Connors to be so strong, and he was pulled in front of him by Professor Connors without paying attention. Before Peter could let go of the spider silk, Professor Connors' claws had already pinched Peter's neck, and then swung towards the villa and slammed hard on the wall of the villa. Peter! Harry, who was evacuating with Norman, screamed in shock when he saw the scene in front of him. Professor Connors wiped the spider silk off his face with his claws and moved his limbs to chase after Norman and Harry. Even though Norman and Harry had evacuated in advance, they were no match for Professor Connors in terms of speed. In just a few breaths, Professor Connors caught up with Norman and Harry. Die! Professor Connors looked at the 2 people who were close to him, waving his claws, with a hint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. In his mind, he had already imagined Norman and his son being torn into pieces by him, covered in blood. But when Professor Connors' claws passed over the Norman father and son, he did not feel any real feeling. Professor Connors looked closely and saw that the Norman father and son had turned into 2 shadows under his claws, and at this time he heard a voice of relief in his ears. Phew, luckily I made it in time. Chapter 18 Self-Doubt and Choice. Just when Professor Connors was puzzled, a spider silk stuck to Professor Connors' body from the darkness, and along with the spider silk came a flying kick from Spider Gwen. Professor Connors was kicked on the head by Spider Gwen and staggered back several steps. In the end, he was able to keep his balance with the help of the thick tail behind him. It's you! Professor Connors shook his dizzy head and recognized Spider Gwen at a glance as the Spider Girl who had fought with him in the hospital before. This is a private matter between Norman and me. Professor Connors' tail slammed to the ground, his eyes full of brutality, and he rushed towards Gwen on all 4s. Whoever stops me must die. It just so happens that I'm looking for you for a personal matter. Gwen stared fiercely at Professor Connors, who was rushing towards her, the spider silk shooter in her hand already ready to go. At the front door of the original villa, as ripples appeared in the air, Norman and his son, as well as Suung in a black cloak, appeared out of thin air. Hey, Peter Parker! Suung shouted towards the place where Peter flew out just now. If he is not dead, take this father and son away from here quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Peter got up from the ground covered in dust, looked at the Dark Knight wizard beside Harry and Mr. Norman, whom he had met once, and hurried to their side. Sir, is that lady okay? Peter looked at Spider-Gwen and Professor Connors, who were fighting fiercely not far away, and asked Suung with some concern. Don't worry, that girl is very angry now. Suung pulled his hood and looked at Norman. You should find a safe place to hide first. After all, Professor Connors is coming from Mr. Norman. If he stays here, that guy may not let it go. Norman took a deep look at Suung, then nodded to Harry and Peter. Come with me, there is a safe secret room in the house. What about you, sir? Peter looked at Suung. Me? Suung chuckled and pointed at the tense battlefield. Of course I am responsible for holding the line. As for whether it will be safe or not, I believe Mr. Norman should know, right? Suung said to Norman meaningfully. Of course. Norman narrowed his eyes and whispered to Suung. I hope I can believe you, sir. Goodbye, I'm only here to accompany the little girl to relax. It's better for Mr. Norman not to believe me. Suung shrugged. After all, there is no interest involved between us, so there is no question of whether to believe or not. After hearing what Suung said, Norman, who was originally on guard, felt relieved. In that case, I'll leave this place to you, Mr. Dark Knight Magician. Harry and Peter looked at the two people who were accusing each other in their words, their faces full of confusion and puzzlement. Peter, Harry, let's go in first. Norman called Peter and Harry to walk into the villa together, leaving Suung alone outside the villa watching Gwen, who was wantonly venting her hatred. Damn it! Professor Connors looked at Spider-Gwen, who was dodging his attacks nimbly, and slammed his tail heavily on the ground, trying to vent his increasingly depressed feelings. It's time! Spider-Gwen seized the flaw revealed by Professor Connors when he was in a bad mood. She opened her 10 fingers and slightly outlined them. Strands of spider silk as thin as hair appeared around Professor Connors. This is the spider silk that Spider-Gwen laid when she was fighting Professor Connors. As Spider-Gwen's fingertips moved, the spider silk wrapped around Professor Connors. What is this? Professor Connors looked at the spider silk that had entangled him in an instant, and shouted unwillingly to the surroundings. Norman! Norman! Huh! Spider-Gwen put her hands on her hips, looked at the spider silk wrapping Professor Connors tightly, and let out a deep breath. After venting like this, the anger in Gwen's heart had long disappeared. She turned around and excitedly made a, yeah, gesture to Suung. But before Gwen could say anything, she heard a strong wind. Gwen quickly turned her head to avoid it, and found that the lizard mouse that appeared in front of her was the one that Peter had just tied to the ground with a spider web. Oh no! She looked at the spider silk remaining on the corner of the lizard mouse's mouth, feeling something was wrong, and quickly looked back. Sure enough, most of the spider silk used to bind Professor Connors had been destroyed by the gnawing of the remaining lizards and mice. Ha! The remaining spider webs were directly stretched apart by Professor Connors' shout. Professor Connors looked at the villa behind Suung. He could tell from his sense of smell that Norman was inside. But the difficult Spider-Girl and the mysterious hooded man standing in front of the villa made Professor Connors feel apprehensive. Norman! Norman! Professor Connors roared to the sky twice in unwillingness, turned around and lay on the ground, then left the manor with heavy steps. Oh no! It's going to run away! Spider-Gwen stamped her feet anxiously. Isn't this just right? Suung looked at the camera outside the villa that was staring at him and Gwen. He nodded slightly and walked to Gwen's side. He whispered to her, Isn't it just right to follow it and find its nest? Makes sense. Gwen suddenly realized, and hurriedly pulled Suung to chase after Professor Connors. The camera outside the villa kept turning its lens following Gwen and Suung's gaze until the two of them disappeared from the camera's monitoring range. Norman, who was staying in the secret room of the villa, watched Suung and Gwen disappear from the surveillance screen, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Oh my God! I didn't expect that, Peter. You are the Spider-Man who has become famous in New York recently. At this time, Harry's surprised voice came from behind Norman. So why did you become Spider-Man, and what is the principle of your silk spinning? Harry excitedly grabbed Peter's wrist and carefully studied the place on Peter's wrist where the spider silk was spinning. Harry, this question. Peter looked at Harry embarrassedly. Okay, Harry. Norman patted Harry's shoulder. Everyone has their own privacy. Peter has already exposed his identity as Spider-Man in front of us today under unavoidable circumstances. Don't ask any more questions about the rest. Mr. Norman! Peter looked at Norman with gratitude. Norman smiled and winked at Peter, but then he thought with a heavy heart of Professor Connors's crazy expression and inhuman body. Could it be that Connors was right before? Could it be that the genetic reagents were not mature enough? Norman's heart was filled with self-doubt at this moment. But he looked at Harry, who was chatting excitedly with Peter. If possible, at least let Harry. Chapter 19: Professor Connor's Plan. Ripples gradually appeared in the underground sewer, and with a splash, Professor Connors emerged from the surface of the water. At this time, Professor Connors did not choose to clean up the mud on his body, but walked from the waterway into the inspection port of the underground sewer. As soon as Professor Connors walked into it, dozens of scarlet eyes stared at him. But Professor Connors, who was being stared at by dozens of scarlet eyes, did not feel the slightest fear. Instead, he walked forward with joy, squatted down, and touched the products of the combination of sewer rat and lizard gene drugs. Good kids! Professor Connors felt the sewer rat lizard's strong muscles and its violent eyes. This is a creature that is more powerful than the laboratory mouse lizard. If it was you guys who were there just now, Professor Connors murmured in a low voice, perhaps that spider girl wouldn't have defeated me so easily. What do you think? Professor Connors looked around. But around Professor Connors, apart from the sound of flowing underground water, there was only the rustling sound of rats and lizards in the underground tunnels. You humans, do you like to deceive yourselves so much? Professor Connors sneered. For some reason, he seemed to be certain that there must be other people around. Your whereabouts are indeed well hidden. There is no sound and no trace, Professor Connors murmured in a low voice. But your flaws are also very obvious. After all, how could I smell the aroma of dessert in the sewer? Perhaps you want to use this sweet scent to cover up your whereabouts. I really can't find your traces in this chaotic fragrance, but if you just keep hiding like this and don't come out to stop me, what's the point? And I can tell you directly what my next plan is. Professor Connors took out a tube of lizard gene potion from the dark and shook it around. Have you seen this bottle of potion? As long as one tube of the potion is absorbed by the human body in the form of vapor, the person who absorbs the potion will become a lizard like me. Moreover, the more potions you absorb, the stronger your lizardman's fighting power will be. My plan is very simple. The smile on Professor Connor's lizard face became more and more rampant. It directly inserted the tube of lizard gene potion in its hand into its arm. As the potion gradually entered Professor Connor's body, it tilted its head back and closed its eyes, enjoying the power and pleasure brought by the gene potion, and continued to murmur in a low voice. I just need to concentrate a large amount of medicine into a capsule machine that can be converted into vapor or atomization, then find the tallest building in New York, release the capsule machine, and then wait for the wind to attack. In this way, the whole of New York will become the territory of our lizard clan, and I am the only creator of the existing lizard clan. The only king. Professor Connors raised his hands high. The expression on his face looked particularly sacred and majestic, as if he had become the uncrowned king of New York. Tis, you're so arrogant. Suung withdrew the illusion card that concealed his figure, the quiet card that isolated the sound, and the gone card that caused chaos, and appeared in the cave with Gwen. Suung held the gone card in his hand and muttered helplessly. If it weren't for your keen sense of smell, I wouldn't use the gone card in this place. Now the little guy will complain about me for a long time. You've finally made up your mind to show up? Professor Connors looked at the hooded man and Spider-Girl who appeared in front of him, a triumphant smile on his face. The sewer rat lizards that had previously secretly scattered around rushed towards Suung and Gwen with red eyes and the lizard gene potion in their mouths. Professor Connor's purpose is very clear. He wants to use the lizard gene potion to transform Gwen and Suung into what he calls the lizard clan. Professor Connors was already showing excitement when he saw the sewer rats collectively throwing the lizard gene potion in their mouths towards Suung and Gwen. He believed that after these two people were transformed into lizard men, they would understand his painstaking efforts, and then he would have two more capable assistants to accomplish great things with him. However, when the medicine contained in the glass test tube was thrown to Suung and Gwen, it did not obey the law of gravity and shatter on the ground around Suung and Gwen. Instead, It floated beside the two of them as if it had lost gravity. Suung picked up a tube of lizard gene medicine and blinked at Gwen, who looked reluctant. Now that we have the experimental materials, the task of researching the antidote will be left to you. I know. Gwen nodded reluctantly. She now regretted more and more that she had told Suung about what happened in her dream. This happened before Gwen and Suung entered the underground sewer. You said at the beginning that in your dream Peter turned into a lizard man because of the potion he developed himself. Dream Gwen, as Dream Peter's good friend, must have studied the potion after Dream Peter's death, right? Gwen, who originally wanted to deny it, looked at Suung's half-smile under the hood, and finally nodded depressedly. After all, the me in the dream had actually studied the lizard potion of Peter in the dream. Then after you subdue Professor Connors, I'll trouble you to prepare the serum for that potion. In just a few words, Suung had decided on Gwen's next job. Time goes back to the present. Call. While Suung and Gwen were talking, Professor Connors, who found that the situation was beyond his expectations, had crushed the stones around him and kept throwing them in the direction of the reagents. As long as these stones can smash the reagents floating in the air, allowing the lizard gene potion on the reagents to be contaminated on these two people, making them infected by the potion, then he will be invincible. But Gwen would not just sit there and watch these stones approach her. With her dynamic vision that was beyond Professor Connors' imagination, she fired the spider silk launcher in her hand continuously, and streams of spider silk spurted out, knocking away the stones that were about to approach her. What are you still doing? Gwen looked at Suung with a reproachful look. I know. A rapier appeared in Suung's right hand, and as he danced a sword flower, a card appeared in his other hand. The seal is lifted. Sleep. As Suung placed the rapier across the card, in the dim light, a little elf with closed eyes and holding a moon magic wand appeared from the card. Exclamation point. Professor Connors felt something was wrong, but before he could resist, the elf had already spread its light and surrounded the entire cave. Whether it was the sewer rat lizard or Professor Connors, the moment they were enveloped by this star-like light, a feeling of drowsiness spread from the brain to every part of the body. Professor Connors only felt his eyelids becoming heavier. Finally, with a thump, Professor Connors, who was originally on guard and wanted to take action, finally fell to the ground due to sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 20: The Bad FBI Agent. Turning his attention back to Osborn Manor, Norman, Harry and Peter were standing on the lawn of the manor, watching the servants cleaning up the mess left behind by the battle between Gwen and the lizard man. I'm sorry, Peter. Norman looked at Peter with a little apology on his face. I originally invited you to my house to let you and Harry have a good rest and relax, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It's okay, Mr. Norman. Peter looked at Norman's apologetic look and waved his hands in embarrassment. Harry and I are friends. I certainly won't stand idly by when something like this happens. Harry is lucky to have a friend like you. Norman patted Peter on the shoulder, looked at the villa which was only partially damaged due to Professor Connor's attack, and turned to look at Harry beside Peter. Harry, it looks like you can only rest in the guest room these days. Harry smacked his lips and said with some regret, There's nothing we can do. It's just our bad luck that we have to deal with this. I wanted Peter to stay at home tonight, but now it seems that's impossible. It's okay, Harry. I had planned to take over from Aunt May and go to the hospital to take care of Uncle Ben tonight. Peter whispered to Harry. Sir? Just as Norman was watching the two little guys whispering, Butler Warren walked quickly in front of him and whispered to Norman, pointing to a figure standing not far away. The FBI is here. FBI? Norman frowned. Why are they here? It was a few servants who were waiting in the manor just now. They saw the lizard man, so they called the police. Butler Warren said helplessly. Then why are the people coming from the FBI? Norman said dissatisfiedly. Since we have called the police, the people who should come should be from the police station. You know that the FBI guys are as hungry as mice that smell cheese at times. Butler Warren shrugged and asked Norman. Do you need me to get rid of that guy? Forget it, I'll go by myself. Norman shrugged the collar of his pajamas in annoyance, and followed Butler Warren to the FBI agent. When Norman approached the FBI agent, the female agent was taking pictures of the interior of the manor with her mobile phone for evidence. Ms. Agent, you filmed in a private estate without my consent. Isn't this an invasion of my privacy? Norman frowned and scolded the female agent who didn't know the rules. Just based on this, I can take you FBI to court and ask the Ministry of Finance to reduce the subsidy it gave to your department this year. I'm sorry, sir. The female agent took back the phone in her hand with some embarrassment, and apologized to Norman a little stiffly. I have just been transferred to the FBI not long ago, and I don't know the rules very well yet. Hearing what the female agent said, Norman signaled Butler Warren with his eyes. Butler Warren nodded slightly, walked to the side of the female agent with a smile, and stretched out his hand to her. Well, ma'am, please give me the phone you used to take the photo just now. I need to ensure that our gentleman's privacy is not violated. Oh, okay. The female agent hurriedly took out the mobile phone she had just put in her pocket and handed it to Butler Warren. So, ma'am, please explain why you are here. While Butler Warren was checking the female agent's cell phone, Norman asked her first. The female agent opened her mouth and stammered. But shouldn't I be the one asking the questions first? Is there any problem? Norman looked down at her. Okay. The female agent shrank her head and whispered. I was called here by the commander. He said something happened on your side and asked me to come and investigate. Is that so? Norman looked at the female agent's face, which looked like she had been bullied, and nodded in understanding. After his observation, he almost understood the situation of this young agent in front of him. The rookie agent who just arrived at the FBI should have a very bad relationship with his leader, and is always assigned to do some unimportant errands. What happened today should just be a coincidence. When Norman thought of this, he finally felt relieved. With this rookie agent, he probably wouldn't be able to find out anything. Sir? After checking the female agent's cell phone, Butler Warren nodded to Norman, then returned the phone to the female agent. My photos. The female agent who got her phone back looked at the album that had been completely deleted and let out a cry of grief. Don't get excited, ma'am. Norman took the checkbook and pen handed to him by Butler Warren, wrote an amount of $1,000 on it, tore off the check, and handed it to the female agent. This is your money. When you go back, just report it to your boss and say that nothing happened here. This. The female agent held the check in her hand in a panic. It was obvious that this was the first time she received this so-called money. Don't worry, ma'am. Butler Warren comforted the female agent. As long as you don't say anything, nothing will happen, and your leader won't blame you, so just take the money. Okay then. With Butler Warren's comfort, the female agent could only put the check into her arms with trembling hands. Warren, please send this female agent out. Norman nodded to Butler Warren, then walked back to where Peter and Harry were. After Butler Warren sent the female agent to the gate of the manor, he stopped. Then, ma'am, I'll take you here first. Butler Warren politely took out a business card. This is my business card. If your leader gives you trouble because of this matter later, you can call me and we can work together to help you solve this problem. Thank you very much, sir. The female agent nodded excitedly to Butler Warren, turned around and walked towards the car parked outside the gate. Yes, ma'am. Just as the female agent was about to open the door of the car, Butler Warren stopped her. Would you mind telling me your name? Butler Warren said to the female agent, who turned around with a smile. I can't keep calling you madam when we meet again. That's a bit too rude. Hill. The female agent smiled at Warren. Maria Hill. Chapter 21, Shield's Watch. Agent Maria Hill waved goodbye to Butler Warren in the car and drove away from Osborn Manor. In the rearview mirror, Agent Hill watched Butler Warren turn around and walk back to the manor, and the immature expression on his face turned serious. Agent Hill, or rather Agent Hill of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, did not drive the car too far, but stayed in a hidden path near Osborn Manor. She took out the phone from which Butler Warren had deleted all the photos, and entered a completely different unlocking password on the unlocking interface. What appeared in front of Agent Hill was a brand new phone interface, and after opening the album, there were all kinds of photos. Agent Hill opened the passenger seat, took out the laptop hidden under the driver's seat, and placed the phone in a groove of the laptop. The computer screen automatically lit up, and all the photos in the phone's album were completely transferred to the computer at this moment. She categorized the images into a folder called Class C and opened 2 videos. One of the videos was captured from the internet. In the video, Spider-Gwen was fighting with Professor Connors at the hospital for special surgery in New York. The fight ended with Spider-Gwen's victory and Professor Connors' escape. The other clip was obtained from the surveillance video inside the hospital for special surgery in New York. In this video, Gwen kneeled in the corner and talked to the seriously injured Sheriff Stacy, then took off her coat to reveal her spider suit, and rushed up to fight with Professor Connors. Then, another window appeared on the computer, displaying Gwen's current information. Gwen Stacy, a student in Class A, Grade 2, Midtown Middle School. His father, George Stacy, is currently the chief of police in the New York Police Department. Mother Helen Stacy, housewife. In addition, the window also lists the details of various awards Gwen has won since she was a child, as well as her interpersonal relationships. Among them, in the recent interpersonal relationships column, Suung's name was marked in green. After Agent Hill sorted out his thoughts, he began the mission reporting procedure. According to surveillance footage, Gwen Stacy was confirmed to be the superhero codenamed Spider-Woman, who has been active on the streets of New York recently. According to the information reported to the police by the gardener of Osborn Manor, shortly after the Lizard Man appeared in the manor, Spider-Woman also appeared and fought with the Lizard Man again. But at the same time, also appearing in Osborn Manor at the same time as Spider-Woman was the Dark Knight Magician whose file in their bureau had already been set as A-level. In the report, Agent Hill specifically marked the words, Dark Knight Magician, as an important clue. After editing these contents, Agent Hill's fingers kept tapping back and forth on the keyboard, as if he was thinking about something. She moved the mouse to the column of Gwen's interpersonal relationships and clicked on Suung's name, which was marked in green. A new window will appear. Suung, a Chinese national, settled in New York 9 months ago. He successfully passed the American Pastry Chef assessment the following month and obtained the title of American Grand Pastry Chef. He is now the manager of Lucky Dessert House outside Midtown Middle School. Dark Knight Magician. Agent Hill looked at Suung's name and fell into deep thought. The Dark Mage is a superhero who has been active in the night sky of New York to solve various supernatural incidents since half a year ago, or to be more precise, since the past 8 months. The reason why this Night Magician was marked as an A-level file by the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau was not because of his destructive power or his antisocial personality. Instead, after repeated analyses by the Bureau, it was discovered that after the Dark Knight Magician solved a supernatural incident, he could use the power of the previously solved supernatural incident in subsequent supernatural incidents. Every time you solve a supernatural incident, you will gain the corresponding ability. What if you solve hundreds of them? Even if his personality is under control now, who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Under the idea of Director Nick Fry that he should be prepared for danger in times of peace, the Land Bureau decided to classify the files of the Night Magicians as Class A, and set the investigation of the true identity of the Night Magicians as a long-term task in the Bureau's task bar. As for the investigation, the agents of the Land Bureau each have their own methods, and Agent Hill uses the time screening method. We can work backwards from the time when the Dark Knight Magician appeared, and select the new residents who came to New York to settle that month, and then select the month before that, and the month before that, and so on. Among them, Suung, as a new resident in New York who was the embodiment of the Dark Knight Magician, was naturally included as one of the observation targets. But after a period of observation, Suung was in a state of seclusion, so he did not attract too much attention from Agent Hill. After all, in Agent Hill's files, there were too many ordinary people like Suung. But according to today's intelligence, if there is a certain connection between Spider-Woman and Darkseid, then Gwen, as Spider-Woman, must also know Darkseid. And in the column of Gwen's interpersonal relationships, Suung happens to be the person who has had the most contact with Gwen in the past 6 months. Unfortunately, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that Suung is the Dark Knight Magician. But the mere suspicion was enough for Agent Hill to remark Suung's name from green to yellow. At least in the next period of time, Agent Hill's investigation into Suung will definitely be more intense than before. As long as Agent Hill confirms that Suung is the Dark Knight Magician, what awaits him will be a conversation with director Nick Fury. At that time, whether Suung would be recruited, imprisoned, or have other options, this would not be a problem that Agent Hill needed to worry about. Suung naturally didn't know that because Gwen's identity was exposed, he was also suspected by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, under the effect of the magic card, he and Gwen have brought Professor Connors to the backyard of his dessert shop without anyone noticing. Are you sure you want to put Professor Connors on your side? Gwen questioned Suung. You know, there are always people coming and going here. What if Professor Connors suddenly wakes up and the noise he makes attracts the attention of people around him? What should we do? Don't worry, the only thing that won't happen is making any sound. Suung blinked at Gwen. But the professor is so big. Gwen compared Professor Connors' body, which was more than 2 meters long. Where are you going to put him? Well, Suung touched his chin and brought Gwen to the door of a utility room that looked extremely narrow. He said to her mysteriously, This is it. Chapter 22 Dreams and Reality. Amid Gwen's puzzled expression, Suung opened the door of the utility room, but from Gwen's point of view, this utility room was no different from an ordinary utility room. Are you serious? Gwen gestured at the depth of the utility room and said speechlessly, If Professor Connors is really put in here, he won't even be able to turn over. Come in with me and you'll know. Suung used the floating card to make Professor Connors float in the air, then he pulled its tail and walked into the utility room. Gwen followed Suung with a suspicious look on her face, totally unaware of what this guy was up to. But the moment Gwen stepped into the utility room, the space that originally seemed very narrow suddenly expanded in all directions, and walls rose above the ground, dividing the suddenly empty space into countless small rooms with different layouts. If you observe from a bird's eye view, you will find that the utility room has turned into a maze that looks extremely complicated. Although Gwen didn't know what kind of drastic changes had taken place in this space, the changes that appeared before her eyes alone were enough to make her jaw drop with astonishment. How amazing! Gwen raised her head, touched the wall that suddenly appeared beside her, and asked Suung, Is this also part of your ability? That's about right. Suung put Dr. Connors down and walked in front of Gwen. So starting tomorrow, Professor Connors' treatment will be handed over to you. Just tell me if you need anything. I will try to buy it if I can. Gwen's face turned bitter, and she stepped back repeatedly, as if she was trying to make a final struggle. Well, it's getting late. If I don't go back, my mother will be worried about me. Have you forgotten that Helen is in the hospital accompanying Mr. George? Suung smiled and pressed Gwen's shoulders, shaking his phone at her. She just sent me a message saying that she doesn't have time to go home and take care of you, so she asked me to take over for a while. So you should just do your job honestly, Miss Gwen Stacy. No. Gwen looked at Suung, who was shaking his cell phone and whose figure seemed to be a devil behind him under the light, and uttered a cry weakly. Manager. On the streets of New York, Gwen, wearing a white dress, came close to Suung with a smile on her face. She gently stroked Suung's face with her right hand. She stood on tiptoes and gently kissed Suung on the lips. Exclamation point. When Suung was in a trance, Gwen gently pushed Suung with a smile, and at the same time, pushing him away from her side, her figure gradually turned into dust. Sorry, but bye. Gwen! Suung suddenly woke up from his dream in a room on the second floor of the dessert shop. Huff, huff, huff! Suung sat up, breathing heavily. Looking at the familiar layout around the room, he breathed a sigh of relief and murmured in a low voice. What? It turned out to be a dream. Although he said this, Suung was still a little worried, so he stood up and walked towards the next room. Boom, boom, boom. Suung knocked gently on the door of the next room. Gwen, are you asleep? Suung asked into the room. Gwen's dazed reply came from the room. What are you doing? I just fell asleep. Ahem, nothing. Suung coughed lightly and said awkwardly. I just want to ask if you slept. Manager, are you sick? Gwen muttered in a daze. If you weren't sleeping, I would have gotten up and beaten you up. As Gwen's voice became quieter and quieter, Suung walked back to his room with peace of mind. But due to the nightmare just now, Suung is now completely unable to sleep. That may not be a nightmare. Suung's expression tightened, as if he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes searched the room. If Suung remembered correctly, there was a card in the cloud cards that could make people dream about things that might happen in the future. But just when Suung was feeling a little regretful that he didn't find any traces of butterflies flying in the room, the corners of a card under the pillow made him stunned. This is. Suung picked up the card, looked at the image of the female priest on it, and muttered to himself. Dream card? But why is the dream card here? Suung was puzzled. And it looks like it's sealed. It can't be possible that I sealed the dream card unconsciously in my dream. Suung sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the dream card in front of him, his thoughts becoming more and more confused. And if it really is a dream card, then could the scene in the dream just now be real? Suung rubbed his head. He didn't know if it was because of the dream card, but the scene of Gwen turning into ashes and disappearing in front of him seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. Just when Suung was holding his head and getting mad, on a high building not far from the dessert shop, a mysterious cloaked man gently caught a butterfly flying in the air with his fingers. Since I've given you my dream card, I'll take the dream card of this world just in case. The cloaked man took a look at Suung's brightly lit room, and the butterfly on his fingertips slowly turned back into the same dream card as the one in Suung's hand at the moment. A time traveler? Just as the cloaked man put away the cards, a golden circle suddenly lit up behind him, and a bald man in an orange-yellow robe walked out of the circle. Ah, I've been discovered after all. The cloaked man didn't show any surprise. He turned around and bowed slightly respectfully to the bald man. Supreme Mage. Do you know me? The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One looked at the cloaked man's overly relaxed posture and asked him curiously. Ah, that's about right. The cloaked man scratched his face awkwardly. After all, if we go by seniority, I probably have to call you teacher. Wow. At this time, Master Ancient One realized that the cloak on the cloaked man looked familiar. Levitation cloak? If I remember correctly, only the Supreme Sorcerer is qualified to wear this cloak, right? Master Ancient One narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered some unexpected surprise. Ahem, what an unexpected surprise! The cloaked man waved his hands and denied. I'm not the Sorcerer Supreme. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't said anything yet, have I? A smile appeared on the face of Master Ancient One. So, am I dead in that time dimension? The cloaked man's face froze under the cloak. Looking at the increasingly interested look in Ancient One's eyes, he said in a shocked voice. Of course not. You are still alive and well. Oh. It seems that I am finally free. Master Ancient One nodded and continued to ask the cloaked man. So who killed me? Caecilius? Or Mordo? Or Dormammu? Master Ancient One looked at the cloaked man's increasingly stiff movements, and his expression became more and more surprised. So is it you? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The cloaked man sighed. Yes, it's me. So why don't you admit that you took over my position? Master Ancient One stretched out his hand and tried to lift the hood of the cloaked man. Come on, you! The cloaked man raised his head to avoid the attack of the Ancient One, and pulled his hood down even more, saying unhappily, I was already defeated by you in that dimension, so please let me go in this dimension. If I let you go, who will let me go? Master Ancient One continued to reach out his hand towards the hood of the cloaked man with great interest, as if he wanted to see the true face of this guy. Can't you sympathize with me as an old man and let me retire early? I don't have time to chat with you. The cloaked man's body turned into a shadow, and moved away from Master Ancient One like flowing water before gathering into a human form again. At the same time, two shadows appeared beside the cloaked man. One shadow was an old man in a yellow robe holding an hourglass, and the other was a woman in a long robe holding a clock. After seeing the two phantoms, Master Ancient One stopped chasing them and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the power that brought you to this time dimension? That's right. The cloaked man nodded, his figure gradually becoming illusory under the blessing of the two phantoms. Although I am a little sorry for you, I will never be coerced and induced by you to become the damned Supreme Sorcerer like I was before. Ha! Master Ancient One chuckled. If you are so sure, then why don't you let me see your true face? Ahem. The cloaked man coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Don't you just want a successor? Besides me, there are other candidates I can give you. Stephen Strange is a good choice. You should know that in the original timeline, he was the one you chose to be the next Sorcerer Supreme. The cloaked man felt his body becoming increasingly ethereal, and knew that he had little time left in this time dimension. He strongly recommended to the Ancient One, "I am just an accident. In more time dimensions, Mr. Strange is much more competent than a crappy guy like me. If you don't believe me, you might as well wait and see for a while. When that guy comes to you, you will know whether what I said is true or not." Master Ancient One stayed quietly where he was, watching the cloaked man gradually disappear in front of him. "Of course I know Stephen Strange." After the cloaked man had completely disappeared, Master Ancient One came to the edge of the rooftop and fixed his sights on Suung in the room on the second floor of the dessert shop. He had a faint smile on his face. "But whether he can become the Sorcerer Supreme in the end depends on whether you will come to compete for this position, right?" The next morning. "Ha!" Gwen stretched lazily and walked into the back door of the dessert shop from the backyard stairs with sleepy eyes. When passing by the bakery, Gwen found that there was no busy guy in the bakery as usual. Gwen curiously poked her head out from the employee passage and found that Suung, who was supposed to be busy in the bakery, was now sitting at the counter, staring at a few cards in his hand. "Manager, what are you doing?" Gwen walked over puzzledly and asked Suung. "Nothing." Suung put the cards on the table. When he turned around and looked at Gwen, the heavy dark circles under his eyes scared her. "Didn't you sleep all night?" Gwen stared at Suung's sleepy appearance with wide eyes. "That's about right." Suung yawned and lay weakly on the counter. "I had a nightmare last night." "So, were you planning to wake me up last night, and keep me company with you in a daze until dawn?" Gwen slammed her hands on the counter and asked Suung with a stern look on her face. Obviously, Gwen had no interest in caring about what kind of nightmare Suung had last night. She came here to ask for an explanation. "Didn't you wake up last night?" Suung raised his head and looked at Gwen, who was in high spirits, and continued to lie on the counter pretending to be dead. "But my sweet dream was disturbed because of you," Gwen said indignantly. "I'm still a student. What if I don't sleep well and don't have the energy to attend class today?" "So you're in good spirits, aren't you?" Suung forced himself to stand up, and walked into the bakery under Gwen's complaining eyes. "Hey, I haven't finished yet." Gwen followed Suung angrily. Okay, I know I was wrong." Suung opened the oven, took out a sandwich with his gloves and stuffed it into Gwen's mouth. "Then this breakfast will be my compensation to you, Miss Gwen. How about it?" "What a treat, hot!" Gwen felt the scorching temperature of the sandwich in her mouth, and hurriedly caught the bite she had taken. "Hurry up and go to class." Suung tapped Gwen's forehead. "You live close to school these 2 days, but that doesn't mean you can sleep in for long." I know. Gwen chewed her sandwich and frowned at Suung in annoyance. However, it was really late now, so Gwen could only eat the sandwich in 2 or 3 bites and quickly ran out the door. Suung walked out of the bakery and looked at Gwen's hurried appearance. He couldn't help but shook his head and continued to sit at the counter, looking at the cards on the table. Illusion, sweetness, tranquility, sleep, fighting, sword, floating, plus the puzzle cards used in the backyard utility room, and the dream card that inexplicably appeared at the bedside last night. Suung held his head and shouted weakly. "I can't beat him at all. The Infinity Gauntlet is too much." Chapter 23 To Suung and to Gwen. Call. It is now 11 o'clock on Wednesday night. Suung, who has been busy since the store closed in the afternoon, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tomorrow is the weekly Crazy Thursday at Lucky Dessert House, and it is also the 50th anniversary celebration of Midtown Middle School. As early as last month, the school leaders of Zhongqing Middle School found Suung, hoping that he could bring the desserts from the dessert house that are popular among students to sell at the school on the school anniversary day. Little known fact, this school leader owns all the shops on the entire street outside the gate of Zhongqing Middle School. In layman's terms, he is the landlord of Suung's dessert shop. So when faced with the landlord's request, Suung naturally had no reason to refuse. In addition to Suung's dessert shop, the wealthy school also invited many well-known New York shops, restaurants, and even circuses to allow students to relax on the day of the school anniversary. The opening ceremony of the school anniversary was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning, but shop owners like Suung had to enter the school before 8 o'clock, set up their stalls on the playground, and wait for the students to arrive. In the past, Suung would get up at 6 or 7 in the morning to prepare the desserts to be sold that day. On Crazy Thursdays, he would start preparing an hour earlier. But according to the entry time stipulated by the school anniversary celebration, and tomorrow happens to be Thursday, if Suung does not start preparing the night before, he will probably be too busy tomorrow. Suung rubbed his sore arms and looked at the refrigerator in front of him filled with desserts, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Let's go check on Gwen. Suung closed the refrigerator, turned around and walked towards the backyard. Ha! When Suung arrived at the backyard, Gwen just came out of the utility room yawning. How's the progress? Suung asked Gwen. The formula for the potion has been reversed. Gwen rubbed her eyes and said in a tired voice. Although it is different from the lizard potion in the dream, the difference is not too big. Using control experiments to reverse the formula, we found that there are similarities in many aspects. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to make the serum to treat Professor Connors next week. Wow. Suung raised his eyebrows and rubbed Gwen's head. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Humph, is there any need to say that? Gwen Jiao snorted, knocked off the rebellious claw on her head, and said unhappily. Tomorrow is the school celebration. I have to go to bed early tonight. Oh, right. Hearing Gwen's words, Suung's eyes suddenly lit up. It just so happens that I'm short of manpower tomorrow. How about? Don't even think about it. Gwen immediately guessed what Suung was thinking and refused verbally. Why should other students enjoy the celebration tomorrow while I have to work for you for nothing? How can you work for nothing? Suung put his arm around Gwen's shoulders and said to her with a smile. This time, there will be commissions. How about $1 for each dessert? $5. You're dreaming. I'm already losing money selling it at 9.9. If I give you $5, I can't even get back my costs. At most $1.5. $3. No. Then I quit. Gwen rolled her eyes at Suung, turned around and walked towards the stairs. $2. Suung gritted his teeth, thinking that he would be too busy if he was alone tomorrow, so he could only shout to Gwen with a distressed face. I will discuss with your school leaders tomorrow and give you some extra credits for social practice. How about that? Gwen, who was facing away from Suung, had a triumphant smile on her face. She had never expected that there would be such an unexpected surprise as credits. Cough, cough. Gwen coughed twice, turned around seriously, walked to Suung, grabbed his hand, stood it up, and patted it. Make a deal! While Suung was still in a daze, Gwen dropped Suung's hand and ran upstairs briskly, moving like a little mouse that had stolen rice. This guy. Suung looked at Gwen's back, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He is becoming more and more cunning. But luckily, at least with Gwen's help, tomorrow shouldn't be too busy. With a feeling of forced relief, Suung also went up the stairs, intending to have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's fierce battle. But just as the night was quiet and Suung and Gwen were both fast asleep, two little guys gradually emerged from the street of Central City Middle School. They had the same appearance, and even the same demeanor except for their different bangs and hair color. They were wearing the same circus costumes, jumping on tiptoe as they walked, looking around with their bright eyes full of curiosity. They let out ethereal moans and skipped to the outside of Suung's dessert shop. They sniffed in front of the door as if they were confirming something. The two little guys nodded to each other and put their hands on the door of the dessert shop. A glimmer of light appeared, and the dessert shop seemed to have a double image at this moment. The double image began to separate more and more, and the ground extended outward for a distance, until two identical dessert shops appeared on the street. The two little guys looked at the masterpiece in front of them, laughed, raised their hands and high-fived each other to celebrate. After the celebration, they began to hold hands and skip towards the outside of the street. Every time they came to a shop, the shop would emit a faint light and then become two identical shops. The faint light spread far away until it stopped outside the gate of Chongqing Middle School. The two little guys tilted their heads left and right, looking at the closed school gate, curious looks appearing on their faces again. Then the two of them seemed to have made some decision, and they jumped into the school gate. Suung, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something and sat up from the bed in a daze. Why do I feel weird? Suung muttered and looked at the time. He found that it was still early, so he lay back on the bed and continued to rest. I slept until 6 o'clock in the morning. After Suung finished washing up, he woke up Gwen, placed boxes of pre-cooled desserts on a cart, opened the door of the dessert shop, and walked out with the cart. It was already around 7 o'clock. Gwen, you better move faster. ×2. Two identical urging voices rang out simultaneously on the quiet and deserted street. ×2. Suung looked towards the direction of the same voice in confusion. Here it comes! ×2. At the same time, at the door of the same dessert shop, Gwen rushed out rashly and looked at Suung, who was suddenly standing at the door in silence, with confusion. What are you daydreaming about, manager? ×2. Gwen followed Suung's gaze, and when she heard her own voice, she also saw two identical figures opposite her, as if looking at herself in a mirror. Ah! Chapter 24 Double Happiness and Trouble. While Gwen was still wondering how such a clean mirror appeared on the street, Suung had already reacted. Your side or mine? ×2. The same voice came out of Suung's mouth. ×2. The two of them fell silent at the same time, but they also knew that now was not a good time to continue staying on the street. The two Suungs each grabbed Gwen beside them, pushed the cart back to the store, and locked the door. Manager, what happened? Gwen has not yet recovered from what happened just now. I'll explain it to you later. Follow me first. Suung pulled Gwen towards the back door of the store. At the backyard wall of the dessert shop, Suung slashed the wall with the sword in his hand, revealing a hole as wide as a person. At the entrance of the cave, another Suung was also pulling Gwen, but unlike Suung, who was holding a rapier, he did not make any movements. He just stood there and spread his hands. It seems that you don't have any claw cards in your hand? Suung looked at the other side of himself, and the rapier in his hand gradually turned back into the shape of a card. Ah. The other Suung nodded. That is to say, I should be another self-copy by the double card. Double cards? ×2. The two Gwens looked at themselves curiously and tugged at Suung's sleeve at the same time. Manager, what are you talking about? Well, the clone Suung looked at Suung's original body. Let you explain it. Okay. Suung did not refuse and walked back to the store with Gwen, while the clone Suung pulled the clone Gwen and followed behind Suung. So what's going on? ×2. After arriving at the store, the two Gwens asked questions to Suung beside them at the same time. Don't be impatient, listen to me. Suung paused, then explained the double cards in the cloud deck to Gwen. The two Gwens frowned and asked Suung. Manager, do you mean that this is magic that can double a person or object? That's right. Suung had a little worry in his eyes. If we don't find the double cards quickly, it will be troublesome if there is a big mess. What's the trouble? The two Gwens pinched each other's cheeks with surprise, feeling the warmth and softness in their hands, and said to Suung with a smile. Isn't this good? If there are two of us, one can go to school and the other can continue to sleep at home, right? Ha! Suung had known that Gwen would say such a thing. The two Suungs chuckled at the same time, crossed their arms, and asked Gwen jokingly. So, who of you two is going to class? Who is going to rest at home? Of course it's her. ×2. The two people who were originally as close as sisters pointed at each other at the same time. They each looked at the other's fingers pointing at themselves, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in their eyes. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? ×2. The two spoke to each other again in unison. The manager just said that you are the one who was copied. The original Gwen looked at the copy Gwen viciously. The manager just said that there is no difference between the clone and the original. Why should I go to class? The clone Gwen also looked at the original Gwen viciously. All right. The two Suungs simultaneously held down Gwen, who was already starting to get angry. So this is the big trouble that double cards can cause, Suung explained to Gwen. As for us, it's because our double cards don't have the ability to copy the cards that we can barely separate the main body and the copy. But it's different for others. If Schwanpai copies everyone in Queens or even the entire New York City, it will be a huge mess. What about today's school anniversary? Gwen looked at the layers of dessert stacked on the cart and said with some regret. This is the dessert that you, the store manager, worked hard to make all night last night. Desserts. Suung touched his chin and looked at the copy of Suung opposite him. Then let's go to the school celebration and sell the desserts first. If I remember correctly, Schwanpai seems to like being in the crowd. Maybe he's hiding in the school. Then what should we do? The clone Gwen pointed at himself, and the clone Suung beside him. It's impossible for us to go in with you and tell our classmates and teachers that we are your twins, right? Wait. The clone Gwen's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can lie down in the store and rest? Don't dream. The clone Suung tapped the clone Gwen's forehead. Of course we should help together. Let's sell the desserts as soon as possible, so that we can look for the trace of Schwanpai in the school as soon as possible. But we all look exactly the same. The clone Gwen covered his forehead and muttered softly. You don't have to worry about that. Suung threw a card towards the clone Suung. The clone Suung took it, and as the light appeared, the appearance of the clone Suung changed instantly, turning into that of a stranger. Sure enough, even a clone can use the Clow cards. The clone Suung looked at his current stranger self in the mirror in the guest area and nodded with satisfaction. Tisk. The clone Gwen curled his lips unwillingly, and the lazy plan was completely declared a failure. With the use of magic cards, the clone Suung and the clone Gwen each changed their appearance, followed the original body and walked out of the dessert shop door together again. By the way, manager. ×2. Although their appearances were changed, the two Gwen's voices were still exactly the same. They pointed to another dessert shop and asked Suung, what about the copied shop and those desserts? I can only leave it there. Suung shrugged. After all, once we have conquered the two cards, the copied items will disappear. Selling fake goods will ruin your reputation. Oh. The two Gwens nodded in realization, looked at each other, and then began to talk and laugh in whispers. It was hard to tell that these two guys almost got into a fight just now over who was lazy and who was absent from class. The four of them walked along the street all the way to the gate of Chongqing Middle School. They witnessed with their own eyes that all the shops along the way were neatly doubled. In order to prevent others from living in the shops like him and being affected by the double cards, thus causing riots, Suung specially used the sleeping cards to wander around these shops, trying to nip in the bud any possible crisis in his drowsy sleep. The chaos of Schwanpai continued all the way to the gate of Chongqing Middle School. The two Suungs looked up at the two identical clock towers and other identical duplicate buildings in Chongqing Middle School and nodded to each other. I hope Schwanpai is still in the school. Suung sighed and murmured helplessly. Chapter 25, Students' Madness. At 8:30 in the morning, students from Chongqing Middle School and their parents arrived at the school gate one after another. Wow, is this a surprise for the school anniversary? Everyone stood outside the school gate that had not yet opened, looking at all the buildings in the school that had become double, and began to discuss it in whispers. Come to think of it, why hasn't the school gate been opened yet so late today? Could it be that the school is really preparing some surprise for us? But how are these buildings in the school made? Holographic projection? Or light fog refraction? Or hired someone to build the outer shell? In the noisy crowd, Agent Hill adjusted the large sunglasses on his nose, avoiding his gaze at Norman Osborn in the crowd. Damn, this entrepreneur is so free that he can actually accompany his children to attend the school anniversary celebration. Agent Hill cursed inwardly. Originally, Agent Hill planned to investigate after a few days whether Suung was the rumored Dark Knight magician. But this morning, Agent Hill received a tip from his subordinates that the buildings at Midtown Middle School and on the street outside the school had inexplicably become double. This made Agent Hill realize that if Suung was really the Dark Knight magician, he would definitely not ignore such a change. This is also why Agent Hill is here. But what surprised her was that Norman Osborn, whom she had met once a few days ago, actually took some time off to accompany the children to attend the Midtown Middle School anniversary celebration. Boss. Just as Agent Hill was hiding her body, she heard the voice of her subordinates in her headset. The stock of eavesdropping devices is not enough. ? Agent Hill was stunned for a moment, then he raised his collar to cover his mouth and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Can you guys bring less bugs? Because the suspect's dessert shop has become two. The subordinate replied somewhat helplessly. When we were stockpiling, we carried 20% more as usual, but this was not enough to plant in two dessert shops. Huh. Agent Hill exhaled and checked the time. Then let the people from the branch deliver it first. Anyway, there are too many people outside the school right now, so it's inconvenient for you to do anything. You can make plans after the things are delivered. Agent Hill's plan today is divided into two parts. One part is for Agent Hill to monitor the scenes in Central City Middle School to investigate whether Suung is a Dark Knight magician. On the other hand, in order to prevent himself from making mistakes and failing to investigate Suung's identity, Agent Hill made a second-hand preparation. He asked his subordinates to install eavesdropping devices in the dessert shop and install high-definition surveillance cameras in every corner outside the dessert shop to monitor Suung's movements. It's open! It's open! It's finally open! Not long after Agent Hill arranged his subordinates' tasks, the school gates slowly opened and students and their parents began to enter in an orderly manner. At the same time, the school's radio was also broadcasting in the campus. Dear parents and dear students, welcome to the 50th anniversary celebration of Central City Middle School. Due to strange changes in most buildings in the college, in order to identify risks, the entrances to the buildings that have changed have been blocked. Students and parents are requested not to enter these buildings. In order to make it up to you all, the school has decided to completely cancel the opening ceremony originally scheduled for 9 o'clock. Please feel free to enjoy yourself on campus. As soon as the broadcast came out, the students and parents who were walking into the campus began to discuss it again. What? Isn't this a surprise from the school? If you think about it, you should know that it is impossible for a school to do such a big thing. That's right, and it won't do any good to the school if we do this. Could it be some new type of performance art? At the same time, every student received a text message containing the broadcast content on their mobile phone. In addition, a link was attached to the text message through which one could see the locations of the shops and amusement parks invited by the school. Oh! This is it! Some students found the highlight after clicking on the link, and quickly pulled their parents to a place inside the school. Strange, what are they running for? The other students who had not noticed anything were still slowly clicking on the link. On the map on their mobile phones, the words, "Lucky Dessert House Temporary Sales Point," appeared in the corner of the map. It's bad! Those students who realized the situation later slapped their thighs in frustration. They didn't even care about their parents, and quickly followed those people and ran towards the location shown on the map. Peter, what happened to them? Ben Parker and Aunt May, who had just recovered from their serious injuries, accompanied Peter to attend the school's celebration. Unexpectedly, they saw such a crazy scene among the students around them. Well, I think it's because of this dessert shop. Peter smiled bitterly and showed Ben Parker and Aunt May the location of the Lucky Dessert House Temporary Sales Point on the mobile phone map and continued to explain to them. This is the name of the dessert shop that Harry and I ate at the beginning. Oh, that dessert shop? Ben Parker and Aunt May nodded and whispered with some emotion. The desserts in that shop are really not cheap. No, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. Peter shook his head at Ben Parker and Aunt May. This store has a promotion on Thursdays. You can have a good dessert for $9.90. It's just that Harry and I went too late that day, so we didn't get the promotional dessert. If that's the case. Ben Parker looked at Peter's eyes that were filled with desire, smiled and nodded. You can't miss it. Peter, go ahead. But Uncle Ben, you... Peter looked at Ben Parker with some concern. Don't worry, I'm here. Aunt May also smiled at Peter. Besides, this is in your school, is there any danger? Under the persuasion of Aunt May and Ben Parker, Peter still couldn't resist the temptation in his heart. He nodded to them and said, Aunt May, Uncle Ben, you guys walk around the school first. I'll come to you after I buy the desserts. Go ahead. Ben Parker and Aunt May waved at Peter with a smile, signaling him to go early and come back early. Are you Peter's parents? Just as Ben Parker and Aunt May were watching Peter running farther and farther away, a figure in a suit and tie appeared behind them. Who are you? Ben Parker and Aunt May turned around and looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man in front of them, with a hint of confusion on their faces. Let me introduce myself. I'm Norman Osborn. Norman smiled and nodded to Ben Parker and Aunt May. I'm Peter's classmate and Harry Osborn's father. Are you Mr. Osborn? Ben Parker suddenly realized and quickly shook Norman's hand. I heard Peter mention you before. Thank you for taking care of Peter a few days ago. No, I should thank you both for teaching such an excellent child like Peter. You know, he has helped me a lot. Chapter 26, Secret Observation. Just as Harry and Peter's parents were meeting, Peter, who was running towards the Lucky Dessert House temporary sales point, met Harry on his way to the sales point. "Hey, Harry," Peter said to Harry. "Are you here to buy dessert from the dessert shop too?" "Yeah." Harry nodded helplessly, looking at the road ahead that was already jammed with people, and said distressfully, "But I don't know if we can still buy it when it's our turn." "But now that we're here, it wouldn't be a good idea to go back empty-handed," Peter said hesitantly. "Yeah." The two looked at each other, and a slightly ridiculous idea flashed through their minds at the same time. "How about we?" Peter hesitated. "Go ahead," Harry finally asserted, expressing the same idea that both of them had. Peter and Harry nodded heavily. Facing the crowded road in front of them, they protected their heads and frantically dived into the crowd. "I want a piece of cake." "I want one too." "Me too, damn it." "Who is this?" "Damn it, stop crowding." The crowd that was already coming one after another became even more noisy and crowded after Peter and Harry got into the two loach-like figures. What's more, they seemed to have seen a turning point at this moment, and they followed suit and squeezed in the direction of the temporary sales point. The hard work paid off, and finally Peter and Harry reached the window of the temporary sales point where Suung and others were. The two men, covered in dust and dirt, lay at the window and shouted loudly to the two Gwens who were in charge of packing inside. "I want 3 cakes." "I want 2. "Sorry, sir," Gwen said to the two people with a formulaic smile that was almost frozen on her face, in a tone that she had repeated countless times. "In order to allow more customers to taste our desserts, we are limiting the purchase today. Each person can only buy 1 dessert." "Gwen!" Harry felt the shove from the people behind him and cried out to Gwen for help. "For the sake of being classmates, please sell the dessert to me and Peter." "Oh, it's you." Gwen only then noticed who was standing by the window. She turned around and shouted to the two Suungs who were packing the desserts. "Manager, 5 servings of dessert." The two Suungs nodded respectively, packed the last 5 desserts on the shelf into cartons, then walked to the window, put the cartons of desserts in their hands into bags, and handed them to Peter and Harry. "You two are lucky. If you were later, these last few copies might have been sold out." "Wow. Thank you, Mr. Manager." Harry quickly handed the bag to Peter, handed Gwen a $50 bill, and said hurriedly, "Then we'll leave first." Harry pulled Peter's sleeve, carefully protected the cake in the bag, and went out of the crowd. "Boss, I want 1." "And me." The people in the queue behind watched Harry and Peter leave, and quickly squeezed to the window and shouted loudly to Suung inside the window. "Sorry, today's desserts are sold out. Thank you for your support." Suung waved to everyone embarrassedly and pressed a button in front of the windowsill. On the plaque of the temporary sales point, the words, "Sold out," appeared in large letters, causing the students who learned of the bad news to wail. "Something's wrong!" Several students who had just watched Peter and Harry leave suddenly remembered something. "The 2 guys who just left had bags bulging with stuff, so they definitely had more than 2 desserts." "Boss, didn't you say that each person is limited to 1 purchase?" The students in front hurriedly questioned Suung. "Because they are old customers, and there are only a few left, so I sold it to them directly." Suung winked at the students in front of him. "It's because I don't know you all very well. If I were familiar with you, maybe I would have kept a few for you." "Damn it!" Those students beat their chests and stamped their feet, expressing deep regret. "Damn those 2 guys! If they hadn't cut in line, how could I not be able to buy it?" These students knew the situation well and shifted the target of their hatred to Peter and Harry, as if they wanted to vent their resentment for queuing for so long but to no avail on these 2 people. Peter and Harry naturally didn't know that their actions had caused dissatisfaction among several classmates. They had just emerged from the crowd and were looking at the 5 intact desserts in the packaging bags with great joy. Fortunately, it wasn't squeezed to pieces. Harry showed a satisfied smile on his face. "And we are really lucky. The last 5 are all here." Peter looked at a big tree not far away in a daze. "What's wrong, Peter?" Harry noticed Peter's absent-mindedness and waved his hand in front of him. "Nothing." Peter came back to his senses and shook his head gently. "I just felt that someone was watching us when we were at the window just now." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Harry laughed and bumped Peter's shoulder. There were so many people behind us staring at us covetously, especially the ones closest to us. They almost wanted to eat us. No. Peter hesitated and looked at the big tree not far away again. Let's go, let's go. I just received a message from my father saying that he is now with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Harry put his arm around Peter's shoulder, smiling as he took him towards the meeting place his father had sent out. And under the big tree that Peter had been staring at just now, Agent Hill, who was disguised as a newspaper, quietly watched Peter and Harry leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. That kid, why does he keep looking at me? Agent Hill couldn't help but mutter a few words. Although Agent Hill only saw Peter and Harry from a distance in Osborn Manor, when Peter looked at him just now, Agent Hill reacted immediately and quickly took out a newspaper to cover his face, fearing that the two little guys would recognize him. But now that these two little guys have left, my next actions will be much easier. Agent Hill put down the newspaper in his hand and squinted at Suung and Gwen, who were talking and laughing after closing the temporary sales point, and the two strangers beside them. Chapter 27: Chaos in the Circus. Hey, manager, I heard that the empty space at the football field is being temporarily lent to a circus for performances today. Do you want to go and take a look? Okay. Agent Hill followed behind Suung and Gwen, listening to their talking and laughing, and the expression on his face became more hesitant. Just now, after these two guys finished selling desserts at the temporary stall, they have been wandering around the various stalls at the school's celebration, without searching for the reason for the strange phenomenon in this school. If that guy named Suung is really the night magician who solved the strange phenomenon, then we should definitely launch an investigation. But Agent Hill followed the two men all the way, and apart from shopping and eating, they did not show any other suspicious signs. Could it be that I really guessed wrong? Agent Hill began to doubt himself, but looking at Suung and Gwen, who were almost close to the point of holding hands, he didn't know why he always felt a little bit of disobedience in his heart. Just as Agent Hill was thinking about where this sense of disharmony came from, Gwen and Suung were almost out of her sight. Following his inner instinct, Agent Hill decided to follow. It's so annoying! That person seems to be following us. On the forest path of the academy, Gwen rubbed her face and muttered in frustration. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't want to go to the school celebration with myself wearing the face of the store manager. What do you think I want? Gwen number 2, who looked like Suung, was also very depressed. If it wasn't so hard to do it at school, I would have wanted to catch that girl and torture her to find out what she wanted to do. As early as when the temporary sales point just opened, the two Gwens felt Agent Hill spying from afar and told Suung about it. Suung didn't know who Agent Hill was or what he wanted to do, but Suung knew that if this guy kept staring at him and Gwen, it would be very detrimental to their subsequent journey to find the double cards. So after the business was over, Suung used the magic card to transform Gwen number 2 into his appearance, and let the two Gwens wander around the school by themselves. He followed Suung number 2 and transformed into the appearance of ordinary people who had just helped in the store, leaving Agent Hill's sight, and began to search for traces of the two cards in the school. Gwen and Gwen number 2 noticed that Agent Hill had caught up with them again, and quickly changed the subject. They pointed to the huge tent on the football field and said loudly, "Is that the circus that the school invited? Let's go in and take a look." Okay. Gwen number 2 nodded, and they walked into the circus together. Agent Hill followed behind them, already comforting himself in his heart. Forget it, just treat it as a vacation. After Agent Hill's self-comfort, he seemed to have let himself go. Apart from occasionally looking at Gwen and the others, he spent more time enjoying the celebration. The three of them walked into the circus at the football field one after another, bought tickets and snacks, and followed others into the venue in an orderly manner. According to the circus's program, it can be roughly divided into clown acrobatics, extreme sports, magic shows, and animal performances. Among them, animal performances are the most popular among the audience. Agent Hill sat in the audience, watching the magician's superb magic performance, and applauded without any emotion. After all, although the circus magician's performance was very exciting, from Agent Hill's professional quality, it was full of loopholes. But as a leisure activity, it's still pretty good. Agent Hill licked the ice cream in his hand and slightly turned his gaze to Gwen and the others in the front row again. At this moment, they were just like other audiences, applauding the magician with excitement on their faces, as if they were appreciating the magician's performance. Very good, there are still no loopholes. Agent Hill once again shifted his gaze to the stage. At this time, the magician had already made a grand exit amid the cheers of the crowd, and the clown who had performed the funny moves earlier appeared in front of everyone. The clown twisted his body onto the stage in a very funny manner, and announced the show to the people in the audience in a sharp voice. Thank you very much for your support. The clown bowed like a gentleman, raised his head and adjusted his hat in a funny way. Next, it's time for the performance that the audience is most interested in, the animal show. Following the clown's voice, in the aisle below the audience seats, several staff members pushed a large iron cage covered with a curtain to the center of the stage. Let me introduce the name of this actress to you all. The clown grabbed the curtain beside the big iron cage, and when he pulled it open, he shouted in a sharp voice, "It's Miss Daisy!" Roar times 2. 2 roars echoed throughout the circus. Oh my God! This is... Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The clown, who should have been complacent, also noticed something wrong. He turned his head to look at the scene in the iron cage and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. God! At this moment, there were 2 tigers that looked exactly the same in the iron cage. But what made the audience and the clown exclaim in surprise was not the 2 identical tigers, but the 2 little boys in circus costumes sitting on the heads of the 2 tigers. Your circus is too much. You actually let 2 young children sit on the tiger's head. Soon, some audience members stood up in indignation and scolded the clown. Although we are here to watch the show, we are unwilling to accept such a dangerous performance. That's right. Facing the loud shouts and curses from the audience, the clown's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. The audience didn't know, but the clown himself knew it. There were no children that young in their circus, let alone 2 tigers named Daisy. Hey Daisy, is that you? At this moment, the clown didn't care about the chaos in the audience. He used gestures to calm the 2 tigers in the cage, and his other hand was frantically feeling for the keys on his body. The little boy sitting on the tiger's head noticed the clown's anxiety. The 2 little guys jumped off the tiger's head with a smile, and at the same time twisted their bodies and kicked towards the door of the iron cage. With a clang, the door of the iron cage was kicked open by the 2 little boys. Roar! The 2 tigers looked at the scene in front of them, slowly stood up, and walked out of the increasingly narrow iron cage in front of them. Ah! The clown looked at the scene in front of him, screamed in fear, and collapsed to the ground, trembling. No! The 2 Gwens looked at each other and found something wrong on the field. 2 little boys who looked exactly the same, and 2 tigers who looked exactly the same, reminded Gwen of what Suung had said before. Possesses the ability to split a person or object into 2. Just as Gwen was about to take action, bursts of light dust began to fall around the audience seats. At this moment, a mysterious man in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere on the stage. Exclamation point. Agent Hill, who was still waiting for the performance, noticed the mysterious man. When he was about to stand up, he felt a strong sense of sleepiness under the influence of the light dust. This is... Agent Hill tried hard to open his eyes and focused his gaze on the front row and the stage. In Agent Hill's sight, the Dark Knight magician was standing on the stage, while Suung, who she listed as a suspect, was sitting in the audience. Did I guess wrong? With this thought in mind, Agent Hill fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 28. Boss, we've been caught. The light dust gradually spread throughout the entire circus. The 2 Gwens looked at the people and animals covered by the light dust falling into a deep sleep, and jumped to Suung's side. Why are you the only one here? Times 2 Gwens asked Suung at the same time. Suung number 2 slowly descended from the sky, retracted the illusion on Gwen number 2, glanced at Agent Hill who was sleeping in the audience, and said lightly, Of course it's to conceal our tracks. The 2 Gwens followed Suung number 2's gaze and looked at Agent Hill, and understood what Suung meant. Gwen number 2 pouted and complained. But this girl seems to be really problematic. She has been following us since we left the temporary sales point. Don't worry about her for now. Suung nodded and turned his attention back to Xuanpai. After all, our most important goal now is to subdue these 2 little guys. Do you need help? Gwen and the others looked at Suung with interest, the spider silk launchers in their hands ready to go. Not needed for now. The two Suungs flicked the forehead of Gwen behind them at the same time, and walked towards the double brand on the tiger's head who was sitting back next to the cage. Are you having fun? The two Suungs squatted in front of Schwampai and asked them with a smile. Ing! The two double cards swung their legs with a smile and raised their hands high, as if they were expressing their happiness today. Can you come back? Suung stretched out his hand towards Schwampai. I think you guys must be very tired now after making such a big noise, right? The two cards looked at each other and the scene around them, their faces showing some reluctance to leave. Well, I promise you. Suung naturally guessed Schwampai's thoughts. He gently touched Schwampai's head and said, If there is a chance later, I will let you out to play. How about it? Schwampai's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard Suung's promise, and he nodded quickly. Very good, this is a good child. Suung touched Schwampai's head, stood up and took 2 steps back, and the rapier in his hand began to emerge. Suung number 2, who did not have a staff, retreated back to the 2 Gwens and watched the scene in front of him quietly. Return to your original form, Clow card. Suung lightly tapped the middle of the 2 double cards with his sword. Amidst the ripples, the shape of a card slowly emerged at the tip of the sword. The 2 cards didn't make any struggle and were obediently sucked into the cards by the ripples. As Suung took back the cards, Suung number 2 who had originally returned to Gwen, Gwen number 2 who was beside Gwen, the 2 tigers not far away, and even Central City Middle School and the street outside Central City Middle School, all the humans, animals, or buildings that were affected by the double cards, returned to their original state at this moment. Is this the end? Gwen felt the disappearance of the other self beside her, and shook her own hand somewhat unconfidently. Well, it's over. Suung looked at the 2 little guys with their eyes closed and smiling on the cards in his hand, and nodded gently. Is it so easy? Gwen walked to Suung with a look of regret. I thought you were going to fight. Well, Suung smiled. If they were full of energy, they might have a chance to fight. But from last night to today, these 2 little guys have copied so many things. I guess their magic power consumption has been exhausted. Magic power consumption? Gwen looked at Suung in confusion. It is the power that supports their actions, Suung explained to Gwen. Except for a few special cards, most cards will consume magic power when they stay in the outside world. Once the magic power is exhausted, it will become a useless card, or directly disappear in this world. It sounds like it's very serious. Gwen touched her head as if she understood. That's why I want to collect the scattered cards. Suung sighed helplessly. It's because I'm worried that these guys will mess around too much outside, causing the society to be in a mess, and also consuming all my magic power. That would be a headache for me. But if that's the case, those card elves should not leave you. After all, they should know that they will lose their own magic power in the outside world. Gwen analyzed with a frown. I know it, but I know it. Suung smiled bitterly and shook his head. But these guys are very arrogant. If I don't get their approval, I think they would rather disappear in the outside world than be subdued by a guy who doesn't get their approval. TSK. Gwen smacked her lips and stood on tiptoe to pat Suung's shoulder to comfort him. So, what should we do now? Gwen pointed to the sleeping audience and actors around her. I will remove the effect of the sleeping card and wake them up later. Suung took off his cloak and put it back into the backpack behind him. Anyway, there are enough messes in New York. I believe in their psychological endurance. What about us? Gwen blinked. Of course I lay back down. Suung once again focused his attention on Agent Hill. Although I don't know why this girl is spying on us, the best way now is to wait and see, so that she doesn't know that we have discovered that she is spying on us, and then find out what she wants to do. Gwen pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay. As Suung and Gwen sat back in Gwen's previous position, the effect of the sleeping card was also lifted by Suung. Everyone slowly woke up from their dream, with a bit of confusion on their faces. What happened? Why am I sleeping here? Why do I remember there were 2 tigers on the stage just now? Yes, and I seem to see the night magician at the end. Amidst the whispers, Agent Hill suddenly woke up from his dream. Exclamation point. Agent Hill looked towards the stage. There was no trace of the Dark Knight Wizard on the stage. Instead, the clown and the tiger named Daisy had just woken up and were shaking their heads in confusion, not quite understanding what had just happened. Have you left already? Agent Hill looked at Suung and Gwen in the front row with some regret. They both looked like they had just woken up and didn't quite understand what was happening around them. So, did I really guess wrong? Just when Agent Hill was in doubt, the frustrated voice of his subordinate suddenly came through the headset. Boss, we've been caught. Chapter 29, Never Underestimate the Police. When Agent Hill arrived at the lucky dessert house outside the school, which had been restored to its original state, and pushed open the door of the dessert house, several police officers in uniform sitting in the guest area all looked at Agent Hill. Tied at their feet were several subordinates who had been arranged by Agent Hill to plant eavesdropping devices in the dessert shop. It looks like you are their leader? In the middle of the group of policemen, a middle-aged man in plain clothes and with a pale face sat in a wheelchair and looked deeply at Agent Hill, who walked into the house. Agent Hill recognized at a glance that the middle-aged man was Gwen Stacy's father, George Stacy. But shouldn't this old guy be in the hospital? Why is he here? Hello, Mr. Stacy. Although Agent Hill was puzzled, he decided to take the initiative. He walked forward and reached into his pocket to take out some kind of ID. I am. Well, if you want to say you're from the FBI, or the CIA, or the NSA, then there's no need for that. Sheriff Stacy tapped on a pile of documents on the table in front of him. Damn it! Agent Hill froze in place for a moment, his eyes fixed on his subordinates. Those subordinates also knew that they had made a big mistake and lowered their heads in shame. Although these certificates are indeed very authentic, I have never seen a person who can work in these three institutions at the same time. Sheriff Stacy picked up a certificate and stroked the convex pattern on it. She said with interest, It just so happens that some of my old friends are doing idle jobs in these three institutions. I think they are also interested in this kind of thing. After all, I've heard them complain many times over the dinner table, saying that someone was pretending to be from their organization and doing things outside, which resulted in them receiving many letters of complaint on their desks. Agent Hill couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard what Sheriff Stacy said. Although Agent Hill and his family are definitely not the only ones using fake identity documents, the FBI, CIA, and NSA have always done this, and they will definitely throw the blame on Agent Hill and his Department of Land and Resources. If this situation really happened, Agent Hill had already imagined his director's bald head turning darker due to anger. Wait! Mr. Stacy! Agent Hill quickly stopped Sheriff Stacy and said to him seriously, Can we talk alone? About your daughter Gwen Stacy. Sheriff Stacy stopped what she was doing and looked deeply at Agent Hill's serious face. Okay. Agent Hill followed behind Sheriff Stacy, watching him push his own wheelchair and walk towards the employee passage to the backyard of the dessert shop with ease. Mr. Stacy seems to be very familiar with the structure of this store. In order to avoid embarrassment, Agent Hill decided to find some topics to talk about. It's okay. Sheriff Stacy glanced at the big hole in the wall leisurely and said nonchalantly, After all, this little guy Sue invited me to visit this store before it opened. So, what did you want to talk about, Gwen, just now? Sheriff Stacy didn't chat too much with Agent Hill and changed the subject very abruptly. That's what I mean. Agent Hill took out his cell phone, opened a video stored in it, and handed it to Sheriff Stacy. What is shown in the video is the video of Gwen's identity being exposed due to her angry fight with Professor Connors in the hospital. The video has been destroyed. I can pretend that I didn't see what happened today. There was no surprise on Sheriff Stacy's face. He directly returned the phone to Agent Hill. Agent Hill didn't expect Sheriff Stacy's reaction to be so calm, and the decision he made was so swift that it was unbelievable. The videos I'm talking about are all the videos, including the originals, Sheriff Stacy said calmly. I believe the originals are definitely in your hands. But you have to understand one thing. I am not giving in to you, Sheriff Stacy warned Agent Hill. After all, a masked girl doing good deeds is more popular with New York citizens than guys like you who are dressed in suits and break into people's homes. Of course I know that. Agent Hill nodded repeatedly. Please rest assured, as long as you let my subordinates go, these videos will never be circulated on the internet. Okay, I hope you keep your word. Sheriff Stacy glanced at Agent Hill and pushed the wheelchair back into the dessert shop. In the dessert shop, Sheriff Stacy's colleagues were chatting in low voices. Have you reached an agreement so quickly? One of the sheriffs raised his eyebrows but didn't say much. He gently used the knife he had just seized to cut the ropes behind the agents. Now that George has spoken, then get out of here. The sheriff touched the knife in his hand lovingly and waved at the agents. Boss. The agents stood up with bruised faces and noses, rubbed their chests, and walked to Agent Hill, looking at the tools in the hands of the policeman with hesitation. Those were all seized from them just now. Let's go. Agent Hill looked at the teasing look in the eyes of the middle-aged policeman and knew that these guys were probably doing it on purpose. After all, anyone who has been a policeman in New York for so many years is definitely not someone who can be easily messed with. Agent Hill can only keep his distance from this kind of veteran and report him to the Bureau for processing when the time comes. Just as Agent Hill opened the door with his subordinates and was about to leave the dessert shop, he happened to meet Gwen and Suung, who had returned. Huh! Gwen looked at the group of guys coming out of the gate in confusion and asked Suung in a low voice. I remember I seemed to have locked the door. Agent Hill didn't say anything, but silently led his subordinates to bypass Suung and Gwen. This also allowed Gwen to see Sheriff Stacy and his colleague sitting in the dessert shop. Dad! Gwen walked towards the dessert house in surprise. Why are you here? Haha, isn't today your school's anniversary? Plus, the doctor at the hospital said I can be discharged, so I came over to see you, Sheriff Stacy said to Gwen with a smile. What about these uncles? Gwen blinked and looked at Sheriff Stacy's old colleagues. Sheriff Stacy's colleagues quickly put the weapons they were playing with into their pockets, and said with a smile, We just happen to have nothing to do today, so we will accompany George to watch your school's anniversary celebration. Chapter 30 Mr. Stacy's Request. At night, Suung brought Gwen back to Stacy's house. Sheriff Stacy and Miss Helen had been waiting at home for a long time. Wow! As Gwen opened the door, she was overwhelmed by the warmth. She excitedly hugged Miss Helen, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, and snuggled in her mother's arms like a pitiful child. All right. Miss Helen patted Gwen's back gently. You are old enough, Sue is still watching you. I'm just missing my mother. Gwen hugged Miss Helen with a smile and made a face at Suung behind Miss Helen. Sue, now that you're here, don't be so reserved. Mr. Stacy, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, nodded at Suung, signaling him to relax. Okay, Mr. Stacy. Suung placed the dessert on the table and said hello to Miss Helen. Miss Helen, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more beautiful now. You kid, you are still so sweet. Miss Helen gently pushed Gwen away and nodded at Suung with a smile. Tisk. Gwen looked at her mother's overly familiar attitude towards Suung, and suddenly felt like she was the outsider in the family. She smacked her lips unwillingly, and shifted her gaze to Sheriff Stacy. By the way, Dad, where are the uncles? Gwen asked Sheriff Stacy. Didn't they come back with you? They? Of course they went back to work. Sheriff Stacy shook the newspaper in her hand, and the hint of blame in her eyes left Gwen confused. Well, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. Although Gwen didn't know what was going on, her intuition told her that nothing good would happen if she stayed here any longer, so she quickly found an excuse to slip upstairs. Oh. Sheriff Stacy sighed in distress as she watched Gwen rush up the stairs. Mr. Stacy. At this time, Suung had finished greeting Miss Helen. He walked to Sheriff Stacy's side, looked at him sighing, and asked with a smile. Did Gwen make you angry again? No. Sheriff Stacy put down the newspaper in her hand and sighed softly. It's just that I feel more and more that this girl Gwen can't get married. Ha, isn't it still early? Gwen hasn't even finished high school yet. Suung sat next to Sheriff Stacy and asked him with concern. By the way, Mr. Stacy, are you feeling better? Much better. Sheriff Stacy picked up the teacup and took a sip. The doctor said that I just need to rest for a while. But weren't you there in the afternoon? Suung raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, Sheriff Stacy was still sitting in a wheelchair in the afternoon, and was picked up and dropped off by his colleagues. Isn't this just an excuse to ask for leave? Sheriff Stacy spread her hands towards Suung. This is also the reason why I want to bring those old friends to Zhongqing Middle School to watch the school anniversary. At least with their publicity, I can still take sick leave for at least another half a month. You are really? Suung shook his head angrily. Sue. Sheriff Stacy suddenly looked at Suung with a serious expression. Huh! Suung raised his head and looked at Sheriff Stacy in confusion. I'll leave Gwen's matter to you, Sheriff Stacy said to Suung with a serious expression. Suung's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he always felt that Sheriff Stacy's words were not spoken to a junior, but were spoken to a familiar stranger in an equal manner. What you said? Suung smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Even if you didn't say that, I would still take good care of Gwen. I feel relieved when you say that. Sheriff Stacy nodded quietly, stood up and patted Suung on the shoulder. Let's go, Helen's place should be ready. Today we have your favorite lemon sea base. Oh, really? If that's the case, I'll have to eat more. After a satisfying meal, Sheriff Stacy and her family stood at the door and said goodbye to Suung. Sheriff Stacy looked at Suung's figure gradually disappearing in the darkness and gently touched Gwen's head. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gwen looked at Sheriff Stacy with a strange expression. Why do you seem strange today? Nothing. Sheriff Stacy shook her head and suddenly smiled at Gwen and said, I just think Sue is pretty good. I'm considering whether to let him become my son-in-law. Son-in-law? Gwen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and dodged Sheriff Stacy's big hand on her head, and shouted in a complaining voice. Dad, what are you talking about? Hee, actually I think what George said makes sense. Ms. Helen covered her mouth and smiled. After all, Sue is so sensible and considerate. If I were 20 years younger, I might also want to marry Sue. What? Even you, Mom? Gwen felt as if she had been betrayed. She looked at her smiling parents and ran to the room upstairs with a flushed face. Gwen hid in her room and touched her burning cheeks. Listening to the occasional laughter coming from downstairs, she gritted her teeth and muttered, You're done, manager! In Gwen's opinion, it must be that inhuman guy who had drugged her parents. Otherwise, her parents would never be so siding with this guy. Absolutely not. At a military testing site outside New York, all personnel have been evacuated and dense barbed wire has surrounded the area. In the underground monitoring room several dozen meters below the experimental site, Dr. Bruce Banner watched the scene coming from the high-altitude monitor, gently held the hand of his girlfriend Betty beside him, and said to her softly, It's time to start, Betty. Yeah. Betty looked at Dr. Banner with eyes full of love. Isn't it the same in Dr. Banner's eyes? Dr. Banner naturally knew that if Betty had not begged her father, General Ross, for more than half a month, how could General Ross have lent him the right to use this military testing site? The experimenter beside them couldn't bear to watch the two of them being so affectionate with each other. Ahem. He coughed lightly and reminded Dr. Banner. Doctor, the experiment can begin. Well, okay. Dr. Banner withdrew his gaze from Betty and returned his sight to the surveillance screen, while his hand pressed the start button beside him. Buzz. Along with a buzzing sound, a burst of light spread from the building in the center of the test site and began to vibrate in a very regular manner. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath and watched the scene in front of them quietly. But at this moment, a figure in prison uniform suddenly appeared in the corner of the surveillance screen. Wait! How come there is someone here? Dr. Banner discovered the figure and asked the experimenter around him anxiously. This? The experimenter was also a little bit unbelievable. The nearest prison is 50 kilometers away. How did this guy get here? This shouldn't affect the experiment, right? Another experimenter hesitated and said, He's outside the restricted area. This guy shouldn't be stupid enough to crawl into the wire mesh, right? But this restricted area is the scope of your military laboratory. The restricted area in my plan should be 10 kilometers longer, Dr. Banner said repeatedly. The experiment must be stopped, otherwise what should we do if something goes wrong? Dr. Banner! The experimenter frowned. The experiment is going well now. If we stop, we won't be in the mood to accompany you for a second time. Besides, General Ross's deadline is only tonight. Are you sure you want to stop the experiment for a prisoner who escaped from prison? Dr. Banner opened his mouth. The fact was just as the experimenter said, if the experiment was stopped, General Ross would never give him a second chance. But if you don't stop? Just as Dr. Banner hesitated, the light that was originally vibrating at a certain frequency began to become disordered. No, we have to stop! Dr. Banner, who discovered this scene, made a prompt decision, and slammed the pause button hard. But as Dr. Banner pressed the pause button, the light in the building did not disappear, but the frequency of the disorder began to increase. Why can't I stop? Dr. Banner pressed the pause button repeatedly, but it still didn't work. See? Finally, in Dr. Banner's surprised eyes, the light disappeared in the surveillance. Just when Dr. Banner thought that he had stopped the experiment, the light suddenly dissipated and spread out in an instant. Wherever the light passed, no grass grew, and even the barbed wire melted under the light. The surveillance screen flickered for a moment, and then went out instantly. But at this moment, the people in the underground laboratory didn't care about the surveillance screen at all. Because this underground monitoring room, which is said to be able to withstand even a nuclear bomb attack, has begun to crumble. People with sharp eyes could even see that the light that had just appeared on the surveillance screen had invaded the top of the monitoring room. Betty! At this critical moment, Dr. Banner hugged Betty and protected her in his arms. The light exploded, and everyone's eyes turned white in an instant, and they gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 31: Professor Connors's Departure. Thank you for your help, Miss Gwen. In the customer area of the dessert shop on the weekend, Professor Connors, who had returned to his human form, looked pale and looked at Gwen with emotion. If it weren't for your help, I might still be immersed in the desires of the beast and unable to extricate myself. It was indeed my loss that I failed to recruit you into my experimental project. Professor, please don't say that. Gwen touched her cheek awkwardly. It's just that I'm lucky. Good luck? Professor Connors shook his head with a wry smile. If this could be considered luck, then what on earth had he been busy with all these years? On the afternoon that Gwen returned home, she had already prepared the serum to treat Professor Connors in advance, and injected it into Professor Connors. Fortunately, the serum did not produce any side effects. After a few days of rest, Professor Connors finally sorted out what had happened during this period. So what are you going to do next, Professor? Gwen asked Professor Connors with some concern. Although others don't know that the lizard man is you, Mr. Norman must have known it. So I won't go back to Norman. Professor Connors sighed. And even if he doesn't know my identity, based on what he did, I won't be able to go back to work for the Osborn group. Next, I will probably go to my friend Dr. Otto's place to avoid the limelight. Professor Connors raised his eyebrows. I heard that guy is doing well in Hammer Industries. It shouldn't be a big problem for me to go and ask for his help. But I remember that Hammer Industries and Osborne Group have business dealings. Professor, aren't you afraid of being discovered by Mr. Norman? Gwen asked Professor Connors curiously. It doesn't matter if he found out. After all, although he knows that the lizard man is me, he has no evidence to prove it, right? And Professor Connors silently fixed his eyes on a newspaper on the table, with a trace of guilt flashing across his face. I still have reasons to stay in New York. Gwen followed Professor Connors's gaze and roughly understood what Professor Connors was talking about. It was a newspaper published by the Daily Bugle last week, and the headline of the newspaper read, Lizard Monster Appears. Heavy Casualties at New York's Hospital for Special Surgery. Although the content and headlines of the Daily Bugle have always been fond of exaggeration, it has never concealed the truth. In that incident, 1 person died, 5 people were seriously injured, and 13 people were slightly injured. Among the seriously injured, Sheriff Stacy should be considered the luckiest one. According to reports, the other 4 seriously injured innocent people are still lying in the intensive care unit for observation. Then thank you and the store manager for your care during this period. Professor Connors nodded to Gwen and Suung, stood up and said goodbye to them. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Then I'll see you off. Gwen quickly stood up and escorted Professor Connors out of the dessert shop. Oh. Gwen stood in front of the store, looking at Professor Connors's gradually receding back, and a feeling of loneliness instantly surged into her heart. Why are you sighing, young man? Suung, who was standing at the door, handed Gwen a cup of hot milk. I just feel so sorry for Professor Connors, Gwen said with some regret while holding the milk. He obviously didn't want to hurt those people. No way. Suung shrugged. After all, no one can tell which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Instead of sighing here, it's better to think about what to do today. Huh. Gwen looked at this high-sounding guy, drank the hot milk in her hand, and then frowned. So sweet! Ah, sweet? Suung touched his chin, took the cup from Gwen, and sniffed it gently. It seems that next time I have to ask Gonpai to put less magic into it. You actually used me as a test subject. Gwen raised her eyebrows and punched Suung. Suung narrowly avoided Gwen's fist. Seeing her fist hit the door and making a dent, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Girl, when did you become so violent? I'd love to. Gwen dusted off her hands and gave Suung a displeased look. Suung naturally didn't know that this was all because of the pranks that Stacy and his wife had played on their daughter on Thursday night, which caused Gwen to completely hate someone. Come to think of that. Gwen narrowed her eyes and looked at the deserted dessert shop with no customers at all. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Since the store is not busy today, why don't we go shopping? Gwen suggested to Suung with a smile. What do you want to do? Suung looked at Gwen's smiling eyes, and his keen intuition made him cover his wallet involuntarily. You couldn't have forgotten the commission we agreed on that day for helping out, right? Gwen asked Suung with her hands on her hips. How could that be? Suung laughed dryly twice. If Gwen hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten it. So, Gwen came closer to Suung and said, I plan to spend the money today. Do you have any objection? Then can't I just give it to you directly? Suung was about to take out his wallet. No! Gwen blew a breath on his fist, waved it in front of Suung, and said threateningly, Either you go with me, or I beat you up, and then you go with me, choose one. Okay, I'll go with you, okay? I'll go with you. Suung looked at Gwen, who was pressing him step by step, and raised his hands helplessly in a gesture of surrender. It would have been fine if you had agreed to it earlier. Gwen looked at Suung and raised her chin happily. She pushed Suung and said, Hurry up, the mall will be closed if we don't go now. Don't worry, I have to lock the door anyway, right? Just as Suung and Gwen were preparing to go to the mall. In a supermarket in New York's Times Square, a thin man wearing a mask and sunglasses that cover half of his face was checking out at the checkout counter. The cashier looked at the mysterious guy in front of him strangely, picked up the items in his shopping cart, and started scanning the codes. But suddenly, the appearance of several capable soldiers in military uniforms at the entrance of the mall made the mysterious man a little panicked. He looked at the cashier, who had not yet paid for most of the items, and quickly threw out a bank card and said to the cashier urgently, I don't want the other things, check out quickly. But there are still so many things. The cashier muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly. I said pay the bill quickly. The mysterious man suppressed his anger and slammed his hand heavily on the cash register. At this moment, a hint of green appeared on the back of his hand. Okay. This action obviously scared the cashier, who quickly took the bank card and checked out the items that had already been scanned. Sir, this is your bank card. The cashier handed the bank card to the mysterious man tremblingly. Huff. The mysterious man took 2 deep breaths, as if trying to calm himself. He snatched the bank card, took the things in the shopping bag, and quickly walked towards the exit. Bruce Banner! But soon, a soldier who was searching around discovered this mysterious man with a suspicious appearance and shouted at him. Dr. Banner's body stiffened, and he quickly continued running towards the exit. It's him, chase him! This action also proved that the soldier's judgment was correct. He shouted to his companions around him and chased after Dr. Banner. Chapter 32 Hulk Attack. On the outskirts of New York, General Ross sat on the ruins of a former military testing base, looking calmly at the report in his hand. The report shows the unusual phenomena that occurred at the test base on Thursday night, as well as a confirmation report on the human information of the bodies left in the underground monitoring room. In this personnel information report, except for several researchers who originally belonged to the laboratory, Bruce Banner, who was temporarily borrowing the laboratory, and General Ross's beloved daughter Miss Betty did not appear in this information report. General Ross's subordinates hurriedly got off the jeep not far away and reported to General Ross in a low voice. We found Bruce Banner's whereabouts. According to the report from his subordinates, he has escaped from a supermarket near Times Square in New York. What about Betty? General Ross put down the report in his hand and asked his subordinates. Did you see Betty beside him? No. The subordinate shook his head somewhat ashamedly. He looked at General Ross's disappointed eyes and continued quickly. But please don't worry. Our people have followed Bruce Banner. I think we will soon be able to find Miss Betty's whereabouts by following his trail. I hope everything goes as smoothly as you say. General Ross stood up and walked towards the jeep, but his eyes were filled with worry that his subordinates could not see. What happened that night? Why did Bruce Banner take Betty away? If Betty was still safe, why didn't she send him a reply after so long? Thinking of this, General Ross couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. At this moment, he had already made the worst plan in his mind. Bruce Banner. I hope Betty is still safe, otherwise. Bang! The car door was slammed shut by General Ross. General, where are we going now? The subordinate sat in the driver's seat and asked General Ross, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Times Square in New York, General Ross said in a deep voice. I want to see Betty found with my own eyes. Yes. The jeep started slowly and drove towards New York's Times Square. At the same time, on the street of Times Square in New York, Dr. Banner stumbled out of the street. Around him, there were dozens of soldiers in military uniforms chasing and blocking him. Bruce, I don't want my father to see me like this. Dr. Banner recalled Betty's face covered and she cried in front of him. Looking at the soldiers who were gradually surrounding him, he took a deep breath, suppressed his growing anger, and continued to get out of the crowd. At least find a place with fewer people. With this mentality, Dr. Banner shuttled through the crowd, hoping to find a sparsely populated place. That guy is about to run away. Catch him! But with an order from one of the soldiers around Dr. Banner rushed towards him. Dr. Banner was grabbed by one of the fastest soldiers and pressed to the ground. You still want to run away? A trace of contempt flashed across the soldier's face, as if he looked down on the scientist with 7 doctoral degrees shown in the information. Dr. Banner did not care about the soldier's ridicule after being caught, but instead turned his attention to the things he had bought in the supermarket. Those were the supplies he needed in preparation for going into anonymity with Betty for a while. But the supplies, which Dr. Banner regarded as of utmost importance, were wantonly trampled upon by these soldiers. Dr. Banner's eyes began to become dazed, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. You! Dr. Banner's last bit of sanity finally broke out, and a dull voice burst out from his chest along with anger. Damn it! The soldier who was originally suppressing Dr. Banner only saw a green figure, and then felt himself hit by a truck traveling at a speed of 150 yards. He lost consciousness without even being able to scream. The soldiers around only saw a cloud of dust suddenly rising from where Dr. Banner was, and the soldier who restrained Dr. Banner flew backwards in the dust. Roar! With a roar, a huge green humanoid creature appeared where Dr. Banner was. The dust that was just raised was the dust produced by the huge pit stepped on by this green humanoid creature. What is this? After seeing this monster, the soldiers couldn't help but retreat. Didn't the commander say before they left the camp that they only needed to capture a weak scientist in the neighborhood? For this reason, they even put all the weapons back into the barracks, not even taking a military dagger. Now let them fight such a monster with bare hands? Their eyes turned to the soldier who had just flown backwards. He was already lying limp dozens of meters away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Although they had no intention of attacking the monster, this monster was different. At this moment, the monster's mind was filled with endless anger, and the endless anger drove him to destroy everything in front of him. Hulk! The monster Hulk roared unknown words and punched the soldier beside him hard. The soldier quickly dodged behind him, but the blast from the green fist hitting the ground knocked him over. Retreat! Retreat! The other soldiers hurriedly retreated while shouting loudly. At this time, the crowd around Times Square was frightened by the noise and quickly moved away from the place. How could the crazy Hulk let go of these annoying-looking guys? He picked up a car nearby and smashed it on the heads of the soldiers. But at this time, around this group of soldiers, besides them, there were other innocent ordinary people fleeing. What Suung and Gwen, who had just arrived at New York's Times Square, saw was this scene. It looked as if the car was about to hit innocent people on the head. Just as Gwen took off her coat to reveal the spider suit underneath, the cards in Suung's hand began to glow. The car in the air seemed to be kicked away by something and flew back to Hulk with even greater force. Roar! Hulk caught the car that was flying towards him again and roared into the air. That's it! Suung noticed the pink figure that flashed in the air, and gently pressed down Gwen, who was putting on the spider mask and preparing to stop Hulk. Wait! In Gwen's puzzled eyes, Suung said softly. Things seem to have taken a turn for the better. Chapter 33 Lipai vs. Hulk. Among the fleeing crowd, except for Suung and Gwen, who were paying attention to the movements around Hulk, almost no one noticed that a pink and tender, even cute little girl appeared in the air. The little girl slowly landed on the ground. Facing the roaring Hulk, she always kept a well-behaved smile on her face, but the fighting spirit revealed in her eyes was particularly powerful. Roar! The angry Hulk doesn't care whether the person in front of him is a monster or a little girl. His mind now cannot accommodate anything else except destroying everything around him in anger. He tore the car in his hand into two halves, and threw them towards the little girl again, one on the left and one on the right. The car debris made a whistling sound in the air, and then in Gwen's surprised eyes, the huge car debris was caught steadily in the little girl's hands as if it were bubbles. But the dull sound made when the pair of pink hands caught the car debris was enough to prove its weight. This is the power card. Suung, who was hiding in a nearby building, whispered to Gwen. Just like the name, it possesses great power. Powerful strength. Gwen glanced at the pink and tender power card and complained to Suung in a low voice. Manager, your words are too general, right? To what extent can strength be called powerful? Well, Suung focused his eyes on the current battlefield, touched his chin and explained. In theory, as long as the magic power is unlimited, then the power of the force card is also unlimited. At this moment on the battlefield, Lipai had already dropped the two pieces of card debris in his hands, and pushed his hind legs slightly, creating a deep pit on the ground, and Lipai's figure came in front of Hulk. Seeing this, Hulk swung his fist and smashed the power card in front of him hard. Lipai raised his right hand and grabbed Hulk's wrist, then threw him to the ground, creating a deep pit. Hulk! Hulk was lying in a deep pit covered in dust, glaring at Lipai, who was standing on the edge of the pit and looking at him. He began to exert force with his tense legs and rushed towards Lipai with his arms open. And Lipai seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. The expression on her face became extremely excited. She also opened her hands and placed them between Hulk's hands. Bang! However, even though Hulk collided with the force of the impact, he did not move the force card at all. Not only that, Hulk could even feel that Lipai was constantly pushing him behind him. Hulk could never accept the humiliation of losing to a human who looked no bigger than a bean in terms of strength. Roar! Hulk roared to the sky, his muscles bulged more and more, and under his green skin, countless blue veins popped out like winding and twisted tree roots. After this change in shape, Hulk finally stopped moving backwards. Call! Two streams of hot air spurted out of Hulk's nostrils, and his muscles seemed to become more twisted. As the stalemate between the two sides continued, a strange force field had formed around Hulk and Lipai. Within the force field, everything around them was crushed to pieces by an invisible force. Even the space above the force field has begun to distort. Broken. But at this time, Suung outside the field discovered something was wrong. He looked at Lipai's body that was gradually becoming transparent, and quickly took out a cloak from his backpack. Lipai's magic power is almost exhausted. Huh! Gwen looked at Hulk and Lippy, who were still in a stalemate, and said puzzledly. But their strength doesn't seem to be declining. Because that guy is draining her original magic power. Suung put on the cloak, waved his hand, and the sword card turned into a rapier in his hand. I have to subdue her back, otherwise if the source of magic power is exhausted, this card of hers will be completely useless. Suung raised the rapier high, and the card pattern of the sleeping card appeared on the tip of the sword. Seal, release! Sleep! Along with Suung's low shout, the sleep card emerged from the cards and flew towards the location of the power card and Hulk. Bits of light dust fell on Hulk's head as the sleeping card fluttered. A feeling of sleepiness came from Hulk's mind. Unfortunately, the endless anger instantly dispelled the sudden feeling of sleepiness. Hulk shook his head and roared loudly. Hulk doesn't want to sleep yet! A trace of surprise flashed across the face of Mienpai, who was flying with squinting eyes. He began to circle around Hulk in disbelief. More light dust was thrown out from the magic wand in Mienpai's hand and fell on Hulk. Hulk! Hulk is still. Endless anger still couldn't defeat endless sleepiness. Hulk stared with his eyes while roaring, but ultimately couldn't defeat the tiredness. Plop! Li Pai put down Dr. Banner, who had turned back into human form, and looked at the Mienpai flying in the sky with some displeasure. Li Pai, come back! At this time, Suung and Gwen also came behind Li Pai. Li Pai glanced at Suung, tilted his head capriciously, and took a few steps, wanting to disappear in front of Suung and Gwen. The illusion card and the puzzle card in Suung's hand were already ready, but before he could lift the seal, another card appeared directly from Suung's body. A tall figure appeared in the air, spun around and kicked towards Li Pai's head. Bang! Li Pai was stunned by the sudden attack. He sat on the ground and looked up at the blue figure that suddenly appeared. Ah! Suung held the phantom card and the puzzle card in his hands, staring blankly at the card player on the street lamp, concentrating and calming his breath with his eyes slightly closed. No, what's wrong with you? Manager! Gwen poked Suung's back and reminded him. What are you daydreaming about? Oh. Seeing that Do Pai had no intention of explaining, Suung came to his senses and pointed the rapier in his hand in front of Li Pai, who was also confused. Return to your original form, Clow card! On the tip of the sword, a card slowly emerged with ripples, and before the Li card could come to his senses, it was put into the Clow cards. Suung held the newly acquired Li card and looked at the Do card on the street lamp, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. But before he could say anything, the fighting card turned back into a card and floated back into his hand. In the distance, the sound of sirens reminded Suung that it was not advisable to stay here for long. What should we do with this man? Gwen pointed at Dr. Banner, who was sleeping soundly on the ground. What else can we do? Let's take them together first. Suung put away the extra cards in his hand, carried Dr. Banner on his back, and left this troubled place with Gwen under the cover of the magic card. Chapter 34, Dr. Banner's Escape. In the utility room at the backyard of Lucky Dessert House, Dr. Banner opened his eyes weakly, looking at the space that had become extremely wide because of the puzzle cards and confusion. Where is this? This is the utility room in the backyard of a store on a midtown street in Queens. Gwen sat obediently next to Dr. Banner and handed him a glass of warm water. Do you still remember what happened just now? Gwen asked Dr. Banner curiously, with her hands on her knees. Dr. Banner rubbed his head, and vague memories kept flashing in his mind. It seems that I still can't suppress that guy, Dr. Banner murmured in a low voice. Exclamation point. But suddenly, Dr. Banner seemed to remember something and asked Gwen. What time is it now? Gwen looked at Dr. Banner, who suddenly became anxious, and checked her phone. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been 4 hours since you went crazy in Times Square. 4 hours. Dr. Banner's face became a little flustered at this time. Betty is still waiting for me. Ma'am, thank you very much for your help. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. He quickly stood up and thanked Gwen while walking towards the light not far away. But now I have to go. But just as Dr. Banner was about to reach where he thought the door was, the location of the light began to stretch infinitely in his sight, and towering walls directly blocked his sight and way. Dr. Banner looked at this sudden change, and his already anxious breathing caused him to shortness of breath, so he covered his chest. What is this? He turned and asked Gwen. Gwen looked at Dr. Banner's skin, which was beginning to turn green again, and raised her head and shouted. Manager! What are you doing? Sorry. Suung's voice rang out from the sky. As his voice sounded, the distance that had been infinitely expanding began to shorten, and the towering walls returned to the ground again. Suung fell from the sky, stroking a few cloud cards thoughtfully in his hand. You want to go out, right? Suung opened the door of the utility room that had returned to its original state, nodded to Dr. Banner, and sat aside to continue thinking about something. Let me take you out. Gwen looked at Suung with some resentment. He had been tinkering with something since he came back, and walked out of the utility room with Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner followed Gwen and entered the dessert shop from the backyard. He looked at the wide variety of desserts in the store and suddenly remembered that the supplies he had bought for Betty had been crushed by the soldiers. Ma'am. Dr. Banner called out to Gwen, who was opening the door of the dessert shop. He habitually searched his purse, but was embarrassed to find that the clothes on his body did not seem to belong to him. "What's the matter?" Gwen put the door lock aside and looked at Dr. Banner, who suddenly became reserved with confusion. "Ahem, that." Dr. Banner looked at Gwen a little stiffly. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he made up his mind when he thought of his girlfriend. "Can you give me a few loaves of bread on credit? I'll pay you back after I get a new bank card and phone." "Bread on credit?" Gwen scratched her head in annoyance. "I can't make the decision on this. How about I go ask the manager for you?" Gwen turned and walked towards the employee passage. "Just give a few to him." At this time, Suung just walked out from the backyard, met Gwen, and nodded at her. "Well, when did you become so generous?" Gwen looked at Suung with some suspicion. "Business isn't very good today anyway. Apart from the unsold desserts I asked you to take back, there should be a lot of leftovers that need to be discarded. It's no big deal to give him a few." Suung shrugged. "No, sir." Dr. Banner gritted his teeth and said, "This must be considered as a credit from you, because the amount I need might be very large." In the end, Suung still couldn't convince Dr. Banner, so he could only make him write an IOU in the store. Afterwards, in front of Gwen's extremely surprised eyes, Dr. Banner packed up half of the desserts in the room without hesitation, and borrowed $5,000 from Suung. Suung actually lent it to him without saying anything. Gwen couldn't believe this behavior. "Thank you very much." Finally, Dr. Banner held a bulging paper bag that was half a person's height, nodded solemnly to Suung and Gwen, and left the dessert shop. "Manager." Gwen stood at the door and watched Dr. Banner walk away. She gently poked Suung beside her and asked him, "Aren't you afraid that he won't pay you back?" "Of course I'm not afraid." Suung smiled and raised his eyebrows at Gwen, showing her the information on his phone. "This is the identity information that Dr. Banner showed me." Gwen looked at what was displayed on her phone. Bruce Banner, Ph.D. in nuclear physics from Caltech, radioactive physics from MIT. Gwen glanced at the official website information on the mobile phone page. This was a sub-page of the honorary professor column on the official website of California Institute of Technology. Dr. Banner is at the top of this page. "Is that strange uncle so powerful?" Gwen opened her mouth wide, unable to believe it. "Yeah." Suung smiled and didn't say anything more. After leaving the dessert shop, Dr. Banner took a taxi. The taxi drove towards the suburbs of New York. Dr. Banner, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at the bulging paper bag next to him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "With a generous donation from the store manager, we should have no problem getting enough food and clothing during this period. Then I can focus on studying how to solve the problem." Dr. Banner's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden brakes. He quickly held the paper bag that was about to fall, frowned and raised his head. "I'm sorry, sir." The taxi driver's apology sounded in Dr. Banner's ears very timely. "Something seems to have happened on the road ahead. The military soldiers are chasing people away." The driver pointed to the soldiers holding guns and shouting at the vehicles to turn around not far ahead, and shrugged at Dr. Banner. "So it seems that I can't take you there." Dr. Banner looked at the tanks and armored vehicles moving slowly on the closed road, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat, with a very ominous premonition. Betty. Chapter 35. Another giant? Go back in time a little bit. Outside a farm in the suburbs, General Ross got out of the car, walked up to the farmer in front of the fence and asked, "Did you report the case just now?" "Yes, it's me." The farmer holding a shotgun looked at General Ross and the dozen or so soldiers following him in confusion. "But I clearly called the police station. Why did you come?" "Don't worry about it. We are here to help you solve the problem." General Ross's entourage asked the farmer solemnly, "Are you sure you saw a giant humanoid monster on the farm?" "That's right." The farmer nodded and opened the photo album on his phone to show the contents of the picture to General Ross and others. "Although the color is slightly different, it is exactly the same size as the green giant we saw in the live news today. And when I saw it, that guy was eating my sheep." The farmer shuddered and gripped the shotgun tightly in his hand, as if he wanted to find a trace of security in the shotgun. "This is..." General Ross and others looked at the phone handed over by the farmer. In the mobile phone album, there are only a few pictures with red afterimages. But even so, By comparing the afterimage with the surrounding environment, it is enough to perceive how huge the size of this afterimage is. "General, what do you think?" the accompanying subordinate asked General Ross. General Ross pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Although there are some individual differences in color, it may be another form of Bruce Banner." "Where is that guy hiding now?" General Ross asked the farmer. "It's in the warehouse over there." The farmer pointed to a relatively deserted warehouse on the farm and explained in a low voice, "That's where I store my autumn harvest tools. I rarely go in there. Otherwise, I might have discovered the monster a long time ago." "Yes." General Ross nodded and said to his accompanying subordinates, "Since it has been confirmed, let the prepared armored forces move in." "Yes." The accompanying subordinate nodded, trotted to the side of the jeep, and started dialing the wireless communication. "Armored troops?" The farmer swallowed his saliva, looked at the serious General Ross, and said with a forced smile, "General, there is no need for such a big show, right? Can't you let the soldiers catch the giant?" "Sir, what nonsense are you talking about?" General Ross glanced at the farmer and said coldly, "Why should I waste the lives of my soldiers when there is a more direct and simple way? Besides, the enemy on the opposite side is an unforgivable villain. Your farm can be destroyed in this battle. You should feel extremely honored." General Ross patted the farmer's shoulder in a high-sounding manner, took out a cigar and smoked it while staring at the warehouse the farmer mentioned. For General Ross, he doesn't care whether the farmer's property will be devastated. For him, catching Bruce Banner is the most important thing. In addition, there is evidence that Hulk caused chaos in New York's Times Square, which makes General Ross's action justified. Even if the farmer sues him in a military court, there will naturally be members of Congress who will come forward to clear his wrongs. Following the wireless communications of General Ross's entourage, the armored forces that had been ready for battle were already slowly advancing towards the location of the farm. In order to avoid accidental injuries and to prevent Bruce Banner from escaping, General Ross also ordered the expulsion of the crowd around the farm and closed all roads. It was obvious that he had made all the necessary preparations for this trip and was determined to catch Bruce Banner. "Betty!" General Ross took a deep breath, recalling Bruce Banner's crazy appearance in New York's Times Square, and had already made the worst plan in his mind. But General Ross, who was filled with sadness, failed to notice that in the warehouse he listed as the target of the attack, a pair of red eyes looked at General Ross at the fence outside the farm with the same sadness. "Father Bruce!" It didn't take long for the armored troops to gather outside the farm. Dozens of armored vehicles were equipped with various anti-tank devices. Several tanks were even equipped with armor-piercing, armor-breaking, and white phosphorus bombs. "Attention Armored Team A! After the operation begins, you will first conduct fire strikes on the target point. If the enemy behaves crazy, Armored Team B and Armored Team C will cover it with fire at the same time. During this period, pay attention to dynamic interspersion. If the enemy is still unable to be eliminated, Armored ABC Team 3 will switch from attack to cover mode, and Tank Team D will load ammunition according to instructions to kill. Armored A Team received. Team B received." With a series of "received" sounds coming from the headset, General Ross waved his hand, and the three armored ABC teams drove at full speed to break through the farm fence and headed towards the warehouse. When they had traveled 1/3 and 1/2 the distance, Armored Teams B and C stopped there respectively, while Armored Team A continued to move forward to within the firing range of the target point. At this moment, more than 10 armored vehicles of Armored Team A simultaneously fired tear gas at the warehouse and began to fire machine guns. The bullets were like a rainstorm, washing over the dilapidated warehouse in front of them and raising clouds of dust. This lasted for about 10 minutes. Armored Team A stopped firing their gun barrels, which had become scorching hot, and looked at the warehouse in front of them, which was full of holes but still silent, waiting for the next instruction. General Ross, who was in the distance, was holding a thermal imaging telescope and looking at the red light curled up on the ground in the warehouse, with a hint of disdain on his face. "Armor B, Armor C, continue." General Ross gave the order lightly. Following General Ross's instructions, Armor Team B and Armor Team C, equipped with more powerful weapons, arrived at the firing position. Guns and cannons of different types were simultaneously aimed at the warehouse. Just as General Ross was about to give the order to open fire, "Hulk!" A huge green figure jumped in from outside the farm's encirclement, and with the force of its downward dive, it crushed a tank under its feet. What? General Ross turned around and looked at Hulk, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and raised the thermal imaging telescope again in disbelief. In the warehouse captured by the camera, a heat source that is almost the same as Hulk is still curled up inside. But the Hulk who was wreaking havoc on the surroundings in front of him was real in his sight. What is going on? General Ross was in doubt. Is there something wrong with the thermal imaging telescope? Or, there's another giant in the warehouse. Chapter 36 Fatherly Love on the Scales. General! Reality did not give General Ross much time to think. His accompanying subordinates threw General Ross to the ground, and he narrowly avoided the tank fragments whizzing past them. Tank Team D, evacuate freely to a safe area. Armored Teams A, B, and C provide fire cover. Be careful to dodge enemy attacks. General Ross, who had come to his senses, shouted into the headset. Following General Ross's command, the armored teams A, B, and C, which had originally pointed their guns at the warehouse, began to change positions and madly poured firepower from their armored vehicles towards the rampaging Hulk. Hulk felt the pain like a mosquito bite on his body, and he dropped the tank barrel in his hand and kicked the tank, which had turned into scrap metal under his feet, towards the location of the armored vehicles. The armored teams A, B, and C fully utilized the mobility of their armored vehicles, stepped on the accelerator, and avoided the tank debris that had been broken into parts. The firepower from the vehicles continued to spray towards Hulk without stopping. Hulk wiped the bullets stuck to his skin and looked towards the armored convoy, his expression becoming more and more ferocious. Hulk hates bugs! Hulk roared and rushed towards the armored convoy. This action also allowed the undamaged tanks to survive. General Ross also stood up with the help of his subordinates. He frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Dense bullets hit Hulk's body, but only caused a few ripples on his skin. The howitzers and other ordinary shells loaded on the armored vehicles of Teams B and C can only slow down Hulk's advance at most. Although General Ross was prepared, he was still shocked by this thick-skinned guy. Tank Team D, prepare to form a 2-3-3 formation. The front row prepares white phosphorus shells, the middle row prepares armor-piercing shells, and the back row prepares armor-piercing shells. Retreat immediately after firing. Armored teams A, B, and C continue to provide cover. They must hold this monster back and don't let it get close to the retreating tank team D. Following General Ross's repeated orders, the only 8 remaining tanks moved their gun barrels and aimed at Hulk, who was frantically attacking the armored vehicles. Bang! 2 white phosphorus bombs were fired first and hit Hulk. After the explosion, a pungent smell accompanied by blazing flames lingered on Hulk's body. Roar! Hulk let out a roar and began to slap the flames on his body in pain, but the flames burned even more vigorously. Bang! The sound of artillery fire rang out almost simultaneously, and 3 armor-piercing shells and 3 armor-piercing shells were fired simultaneously in the direction where Hulk was. Hulk looked at the shells so close to him, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his originally huge body expanded again at this moment. He grabbed 2 shells that were shooting in the air and threw them back in the direction of the tank. Boom! At the same time as the 2 tanks were destroyed, Hulk was also hit by 4 other shells. The body still stood upright under the firelight. Hulk spat out a mouthful of blood foam and looked at the remaining 4 tanks with disdain. Tank Team D, there's no need to run away. General Ross felt Hulk's disdainful gaze, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He commanded fiercely. Continue to attack! Fire all the shells before that monster comes over! Hulk felt the intimidation coming from the gun barrels of the remaining 4 tanks. He bent his body and opened his arms, as if he was about to pounce forward in the next moment. Bruce! But at this moment, a voice that Hulk felt was familiar came from the dilapidated warehouse. Stop fighting, let's go! The cry in the voice made Hulk, who was originally filled with anger, calm down. Hulk turned around and looked inside the warehouse, his figure beginning to shrink. But General Ross had no idea what had happened to Hulk. He looked at Hulk, whose body began to shrink after he became dazed, and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he decisively gave the final order. Emission! The remaining tanks roared one after another. No! But just as the shell was about to hit the area around Dr. Banner, who had transformed from Hulk, a red figure jumped out from the dilapidated warehouse. This is another red giant different from Hulk. Although he is still huge, his figure appears to be slimmer and not as bloated as Hulk. She was seen holding Dr. Banner in her arms, using her back to withstand the successive bombardments. Wait! Cease fire! Cease fire! Although it was just a glimpse, General Ross still recognized the true identity of the slender red giant. He quickly commanded the tank team to cease fire. After the tank team received the order to cease fire, General Ross kept walking forward, trembling, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the distance, and couldn't help asking questions in his heart. Is that you, Betty? General, it's dangerous. The accompanying subordinates blocked General Ross's way and looked at the suddenly appeared red giant vigilantly. The degree of danger of the newly appeared giant is unknown. Please do not act rashly. Get out of here! General Ross pushed away his subordinates and continued walking towards the direction of the red giant. But the red giant did not stay there. She looked at General Ross with sadness, gently picked up the unconscious Dr. Banner, bent her legs slightly, and with one step, she leaped dozens of meters and left the farm. General, should we continue chasing? The accompanying subordinates looked at General Ross, who had been standing there since the red giant left. All our equipment has been taken away. What can we use to chase them? General Ross said hoarsely, waving his hand at his accompanying subordinates. Order your men to clean up the battlefield. Yes. Late at night, Osborn Manor welcomed an unexpected visitor. Norman hurriedly put on a bathrobe and came to the manor to greet General Ross, who came suddenly. General, what brings you here? Norman smiled and opened his arms to General Ross, and they hugged each other. Norman, I'll make it short. General Ross looked serious and handed Norman a wallet directly. I hope you can analyze the contents in the shortest possible time. Norman raised his eyebrows and opened the briefcase at General Ross's signal. Inside the briefcase were 2 tubes of reagents, one red and one green. What is this? Norman took out a tube of reagent and shook it gently, muttering in surprise. It's a bit like blood, but it seems to be more active and less viscous. This is the blood of the monster who went crazy in Times Square in New York today, General Ross said lightly. I hope that after you analyze it, you can use it in our super soldier program. That monster? Norman had naturally heard of it. He put the test tube back into the wallet and asked General Ross curiously. It seems like the general knows something about it. Yeah. But General Ross did not intend to discuss the matter in depth. He nodded slightly and changed the subject. Also, this is my personal request. General Ross turned aside, looked up at the moon not too far away in the sky, and said in a low voice. Under the premise of not affecting the Super Soldier Project, if possible, can you make a serum to cure this condition? Chapter 37 They Are Never Dead. The Daily Bugle reported at night that in the afternoon, the military discovered the Green Giant again on a farm outside New York and engaged in a battle with it. Only after paying a heavy price did they manage to repel the Green Giant. Suung sat on the floor, listening to the night report from the radio in the utility room, and the Crawler Magic Book in his hand slowly emerged. He opened the Crawler Magic Book in his hand, took out the cards inside one by one, and placed them in front of him. Sword cards, fantasy cards, gone cards, confusing cards, quiet cards, sleeping cards, fighting cards, floating cards, dream cards, double cards, and power cards. This is the Cloud card that Suung currently owns. So even if you are subdued by me, you can still move around freely? Suung knocked on the wooden floor and asked the Cloud cards in front of him. Wow! As Suung asked the question, the Cloud cards in front of him glowed slightly, giving Suung some response. Hey, since you can come out, why don't you come out and talk? Suung muttered with some dissatisfaction. The Cloud cards were silent for a moment. Under Suung's expectant eyes, the Jing card was the first to float up from the ground, then flew back into the Cloud spell book and closed the opened spell book. Ah, this. Suung looked at Jingpai's actions and touched his cheek awkwardly. But after the quiet card returned to the spell book of Cloud, the originally quiet Cloud card suddenly became active. The distance between the utility rooms began to extend and expand, and countless walls emerged from the ground like after a spring rain, spreading out to form an extremely complex maze. Do Pai jumped up and stood towards the wall. Li Pai followed closely behind and smashed the wall in front of him with a punch. He looked angrily at Do Pai, who had already leaped onto another wall. The dream card turns into a butterfly and dances with the sleep card that flies in the sky with its eyes closed, and the floating card that turns back into a hot air balloon. Gon and Suung were busy going in and out, carrying desserts with lethal amounts of sugar from the bakery and distributing them attentively to the cloud cards present. A thin sword lay quietly beside Suung, and the chain on the hilt gently wrapped around Su Heng's wrist. Beside him, Gwen, who was made up of phantom cards, was looking at Su Heng tenderly. "Change your appearance." Su Heng raised his eyebrows and said to the illusion card, "Without my permission, you are not allowed to change into someone else's appearance." The phantom Gwen blinked, and his figure changed again, becoming the appearance of Su Heng, but was cut into two halves by the sword card next to Su Heng. "I'm now doubting whether you guys have sneaked out and caused trouble for me outside after I fell asleep." The phantom card that condensed into the illusion of Su Heng shook its head and turned into a cloud of mist before the sword card struck again. From the mist emerged the movements of many cloud cards after Su Heng fell asleep every day. Through the scenes revealed by the illusion card, Su Heng discovered that this group of guys seemed to have used the utility room as their base of activity. Every time after he rested, they would quietly come to the utility room to carry out activities. "So why don't you ask me?" Su Heng looked at Huanpai in confusion. "As long as you want, I won't stop you from doing anything. You know Ganpai, isn't that guy also moving around outside?" Ganpai, who was distributing desserts, heard Su Heng's voice, flew in front of him, stuffed a puff full of sugar into his mouth, and made a face at Su Heng. "So sweet!" Su Heng's face turned bitter because of the sweetness. He looked at the Gon brand flying in front of him, looking very dissatisfied. "You mean I'm controlling you too much?" Su Heng looked at Gon Pai's dissatisfied face and the sweetness in his mouth that had not yet melted, and roughly understood what Gon Pai meant. "So is this what you think?" Su Heng looked at the cloud cards that had already come around him. The cloud cards nodded, then shook their heads. Finally, at the signal of many cloud cards, the sleep card and the dream card flew in front of Su Heng. The sleep card sprinkled golden dust, causing Su Heng to fall into a deep sleep. The dream card, which turned into a butterfly, landed on Su Heng's shoulder, and conveyed the thoughts of the cloud cards to Su Heng through dreams. "Don't worry about it. We just want a little leisure time. You are the one we have chosen, please rest assured. The night is short, but the dream is long." In a cave on the outskirts of New York, the huge Betty is frantically eating the desserts that Dr. Banner hid before he transformed into the Hulk. "I'm sorry, Bruce." Betty stopped eating, tears streaming down her red cheeks. "If I wasn't a burden to you, you should be able to live well in the city by yourself." "No, dear." Dr. Banner looked a little pale. He gently wiped the tears from Betty's face. "It was my mistake that caused the two of us to be like this. I should take responsibility for you. Besides, if you're not by my side, there's no one to calm me down after I lose control of my emotions." After the experiment went out of control that night, only Dr. Banner and Betty survived in the underground monitoring room. At the same time, their bodies underwent tremendous changes at that moment. When Dr. Banner loses control of his emotions, he will lose his sanity and turn into a green giant with a manic and angry personality. Betty lost her human form and turned into a red giant, but she did not lose her sanity. As for why Betty did not contact her father, General Ross, for help after discovering that the two had turned into this form. That's because Betty knew General Ross. Although General Ross loves Betty, he will definitely be more inclined to the army where he has worked hard all his life. Betty's current condition is obviously very suitable for General Ross's current, super soldier, project. Betty didn't dare to bet on how much weight General Ross's fatherly love would play in this. Besides, General Ross hates Dr. Banner very much. Even if Betty herself could live under the protection of General Ross, the same could not be said for Dr. Banner. After all, it is a time bomb that no one knows when will explode, and General Ross will definitely be happy to destroy it in advance. "Bruce." Betty looked at Dr. Banner and whispered to him. "Now, what should we do?" "Now?" Dr. Banner touched the money he borrowed from Su Heng today and said softly. "Right now, we need to leave New York and find a quiet place to conduct research. At the very least, we need to restore you to your original appearance." Chapter 38, the money transporter robbery. Woo woo woo. On the streets of New York, the sirens are still busy. Just now, the police received a call reporting that a cash transport truck was hijacked by robbers in Brooklyn. After the police station learned the news, they immediately dispatched the police car closest to Brooklyn to provide support. After a fierce chase, the armored car hijacked by the robbers was surrounded and blocked by several police cars and gradually drove to the junction of Brooklyn and Queens. Damn it! The masked robber driver in the vehicle looked at the police cars that blocked him and became furious. He drove the armored car and rammed the police car next to him. Under the impact of the armored car, Sheriff Stacy in the police car had already felt the vehicle was out of control. She grabbed the shifting steering wheel tightly and stopped the police car from losing control. But because of this, the police car driven by Sheriff Stacy unfortunately withdrew from the encirclement of the armored car. Forget it. Sheriff Stacy looked at the money transport truck that was still surrounded by many police cars on the road and drove along the established route, and sighed softly. At least it didn't affect the overall arrangement. The masked gangster driver who was driving the armored car also noticed the spikes and roadblocks set up on the ground by those stinky policemen not far away. He slammed on the brakes, but the speeding armored car still crashed into the roadblocks due to inertia. The armored car lost its balance and rolled on the ground, eventually crashing into a wall on the side of the road. "Third brother, are you okay?" Inside the armored car, a sturdy man shook his dizzy head and shouted loudly towards the driver's seat. But there was no sound from the driver's seat. Through the bulletproof glass near the driver's seat, which had some cracks on it, the sturdy man could clearly see the masked driver's head pressed against the steering wheel, motionless. Only the slight movement of his body proved that he was not dead. "Boss, the cops are coming." Inside the car, another thin guy looked at the figures approaching carefully outside the window, and hurriedly reported to the burly man. "Looks like we have no choice but to fight hard." The sturdy man gritted his teeth, pulled out the pistol stuck in his waist, and said to his skinny younger brother and another childhood friend Marco, "Second brother Marco, I'll cover you later, you take the money and the third brother away." "What about you?" The younger brother looked at the strong man's fearless expression and said anxiously, "Boss, it is impossible for us to abandon you." "That's right, James, if you want to go, let's go together." Marco nodded heavily and looked at the burly man seriously. "What nonsense are you talking about?" the strong man James yelled. "Whether it's us or Marco, aren't our families in urgent need of money that made us take the risk and do this? If we are all arrested, what will happen to our families? Go quickly, I will cover your retreat." James kicked open the rear door of the car, and with the cover of the door, began shooting at the approaching policeman. The younger brother picked up the 2 sacks of money with a sad face, and with the help of James, he came to the driver's seat from the other side of the car. "Marco, what are you still doing?" The younger brother pulled the third brother in the driver's seat, but found that he couldn't move him at all with the money. He also looked at Marco, who was temporarily recruited to form a team, and was still sitting in the car without any movement. Instantly, anger erupted from his heart. "Come and help!" the younger brother shouted loudly to Marco. "Don't be impatient." Flint Marco covered his face and began to talk to himself in a low voice amidst the puzzled looks from his younger brother. "I know you saved me once. Although I'm a little sorry, I still hope you can help me again and give me back my power. After all, my daughter is in urgent need of money, and I can't just sit there and wait for death." "Marco!" James also noticed that something was wrong with Marco. He looked at the policemen who were getting closer and closer, and shouted at Marco, "What are you still daydreaming about? Have you forgotten Pung?" But before James could finish his words, a spider silk came from above him and took the pistol from his hand. "Hey, gentlemen, it looks like you might need some help." On top of the carriage, appearing in front of many policemen and James, was one of the good citizens of New York, Miss Spider-Woman. "Oh my God!" Sheriff Stacy, who had finally driven the police car to the scene, looked at Spider-Woman, who was waving at everyone in a lively manner on the armored car, and rubbed her head with a headache. Spider-Woman Miss Gwen also noticed her father's presence, but at this time she was a superhero in New York, not the obedient high school student at Midtown Middle School, so she naturally could not greet Sheriff Stacy. Ahem. She coughed softly and asked quietly into her in-ear Bluetooth headset, "Manager, did you take a picture of me entering the store just now?" "Don't worry, it's being filmed." On a high-rise building more than 100 meters away from the crime scene, Suung, carrying a high-powered camera, answered Gwen's question with a helpless look on his face. A few days ago, Suung saw that Gwen was so hard-working in the store and her performance in school was also good. So as the manager of the store, Suung decided to meet some of Gwen's small requests. Gwen's request was very simple. She just wanted to record the scenes of herself as Spider-Woman doing justice in New York. As a result, the current situation emerged. After making sure that she was in the camera, Gwen nodded with great satisfaction, and lay on the roof of the armored car with her head facing James below. "Gentlemen." Before Gwen could finish her words, James swung the money bag at her. Gwen slightly tilted her head back and dodged the attack filled with the scent of money. He thrust his body backwards and spun around in the air while hanging upside down, shooting out the spider silk launcher in his hand at the same time. At the same time that Gwen landed perfectly, James was also stuck to the car door by the spider silk. "Can't you wait for me to finish what I'm saying?" Gwen brushed off the dust on her hands and shot out the spider silk launcher again, sticking the younger brother who was dragging out the masked robber driver to the door of the car in front. Then, Gwen turned her attention to Marco, who was still covering his face and muttering to himself inside the car. "Sir?" Gwen asked Marco with concern. "Are you okay?" Marco paused when he heard Gwen's voice. At this moment, he also noticed the plight of his companions. "Me now?" Marco raised his head and a very strange smile appeared on his face. "Very well!" As Marco spoke, a stream of yellow sand gushed out from the carriage, instantly knocking Gwen out. Suung, who was on the tall building, also raised his head at this moment. As the yellow sand knocked Gwen away, he seemed to sense a strange feeling. Chapter 39, Dividing the Loot. Yellow sand poured out from the armored car, and after repelling Gwen, it carried the robbers who had just been tied to the front and rear doors by Gwen with spider silk and drilled into the sewer not far away. The police officers present looked at the scene in shock, some of them not knowing what to do. Finally, it was Sheriff Stacy who reacted. He glanced at Spider-Woman who stood up from the ground covered in dust and took out his walkie-talkie and began reporting to the police command center. "This is George Stacy. The target has escaped. The situation at the scene is complicated. I will immediately transmit the video from the law enforcement recorder back to the command center. Over." Pooh! Gwen felt the dry taste of sand in her mouth, tilted her head and lifted half of the spider mask. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of sand, she pulled the mask down again. "Good, you pissed me off." Gwen looked at the manhole cover that had been lifted, and angrily chased towards the direction of the sewer. "This kid." Sheriff Stacy looked at Gwen's actions and sighed with a sad face. As the matter came to an end, the police officers began to clean up the follow-up work of the incident. As for the prisoners who have already escaped into the sewers, they are not Spider-Woman. It is not a wise choice to rashly chase into the complex sewer system that runs through the entire underground of New York without receiving orders from their superiors. "Call." "Huh!" The police officer who was clearing the car blocking spikes on the ground looked up in confusion. Just now, he seemed to feel something passing by him and then entering the sewer. After entering the sewer, Suung took back the phantom card he used to hide his body, half knelt down and touched the dry sand under his feet, then stood up and rushed forward along the traces left on the ground. Not long after walking, Suung saw Gwen, who looked unwilling, standing next to a wall that had turned into sand. "Didn't catch up?" Suung raised his eyebrows. "He caught up with me," Gwen said with a gloomy face. "But he turned this wall into sand and escaped." "Oh." Suung nodded, placed his hand on the sandy wall, and carefully sensed something. Gwen looked at Suung's serious expression, took off his spider mask, patted the sand on his face and mask, and whispered, "It seems that we need to speed up the research on the dust-proof properties of the mask." "Is that really the case?" Suung withdrew his hand, as if he had already made some conclusion in his mind. "So what did you find?" Gwen asked Suung curiously. "Let's go out first and tell you what we found." Suung felt the stench coming from the sewer and fanned his nose in disgust. "After all, this place is really not for human beings to stay." Bang! On a hidden alley in a slum area of Brooklyn, a manhole cover on the side of the road was pushed open by a huge force. The yellow sand carried the three robbers slowly from under the sewer to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. James coughed and spat out a mouthful of yellow sand. He lay on the ground panting, watching Marco, who was gradually formed into a human shape by the yellow sand in front of him. Man, I didn't expect you to have this ability. James stretched out his hand towards Marco. Marco was silent for a moment, then he held James' hand, pulled him up from the ground, and whispered, "It was just an accident." "Really? Judging from your appearance, the accident must not have been easy." James patted Marco's shoulder. "But at least you are still alive, right?" "Yeah." Marco nodded and continued to remain silent. James was very familiar with his childhood friend's personality, and didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he turned his attention to the bag of money that was brought up with them by the yellow sand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fortunately, there are still 5 bags of money left. Well, let's start dividing the money. James looked at the 2 brothers who were still unconscious beside him, and directly took 2 bags of money and placed them next to Marco. You take 2 bags, and the 3 of US brothers will each take 1 bag, is that okay? James asked Marco. 1 bag is enough. I don't need so much money. Marco shook his head. Take it, James said firmly. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't be able to escape. Besides, the money Penny needs for her medical treatment is not a small amount. If you take more, it will come in handy later. Marco thought of his daughter who was still ill in bed, and finally accepted the 2 bags of money. He held the bags and nodded heavily to James as a farewell. James, if you have any difficulties in the future, remember to call me. Need I say that? James smiled and waved at Marco. We are childhood friends. As James watched Marco leave, he finally let go of the worry in his heart. He kicked the skinny robber and said unhappily, Get up, you coward! Hee hee. The skinny robber stood up from the ground swiftly. Looking at the 3 bags of money in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but burst into golden light. This is considered a fortune. Getting rich is bullshit. James cursed. This money should be used to pay off the high-interest loans you and the 3rd brother owed at the casino. It will be good if you can have tens of thousands of dollars left by then. The skinny robber just remembered this. He smacked his lips unwillingly. Brother, when we were dividing the money just now, if you could give Marco 1 less bag of money, wouldn't we have 1 more bag of money? You'd better stop thinking about it, you idiot. James slapped the skinny robber on the head and said angrily, Didn't you see how Marco saved us just now? Do you think we can beat him now? You don't have the ability, but you still dare to have such an idea? No wonder you and the 3rd brother were tricked into owing so much money in the casino. Are you saying that the robber just now had a clout card on him? Gwen returned to the ground and put on her coat to cover the conspicuous spider suit. She listened to Suung's explanation and said in surprise, I thought only you could use that thing. The clout cards are not as simple as you think. Suung shrugged, and while taking Gwen to stroll around the streets and alleys, he continued to say to Gwen, Generally speaking, the clout cards have their own consciousness and thoughts. As for why they are attached to that guy, we have to investigate it carefully to find out. Having said that, Suung suddenly stopped Gwen beside him and stopped at the same time. Take your dirty money and get out of here! In an apartment not far from Suung and Gwen, a fierce quarrel broke out, and a man was pushed out of the door by a woman who looked very haggard. Bang! As the door closed, a bulging snakeskin bag was thrown out along with the man. The snakeskin bag, which was already bulging with money, was accidentally revealed after being pushed and shoved. Found it! Suung looked at the depressed man not far away and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Chapter 40 Sandman and Sand. I know you can't accept me, but at least take the money. Marco knocked on the locked door and begged in a low voice. You should know that Penny's illness can't be delayed any longer. I will find a way to cure Penny's illness myself. A woman's haggard voice came from inside the door. As for your money, Marco, since we were once husband and wife, please listen to my advice, return the money and turn yourself in. I believe this is what Penny would like to see as well. What can you do? Marco punched the wall. If you continue like this, you will only hurt Penny. Using your money would really harm Penny. The woman's voice became a little sharper. Get out of here now, or I'll call the police. Marco was silent for a moment, and his fist hitting the wall along with the wall began to gradually turn into sand. No! Under the astonished gaze of the woman in the room, the wall beside her turned into quicksand, revealing Marco's figure outside the wall. That's the only thing I can't agree to. Marco picked up the purse and walked towards a small room in the house. What are you doing? The woman quickly blocked Marco's way. I want to take Penny away. Marco pushed the woman away and continued walking towards the small room. You can't do this! The woman lying on the ground grabbed Marco's calf, trying to stop him. But Marco ignored the woman's actions. Marco's calves turned into quicksand, breaking away from the woman's control, and then continued to condense into calves, walking towards the small room with firm steps. Hey, sir! But at this moment, Gwen's voice came from behind Marco. Exclamation point. Marco's heart tightened and he turned around to look at Spider-Woman who appeared at the hole in the wall. Are you robbing a house? Gwen asked Marco, seemingly confused. You just robbed a money truck, and now you're robbing a house again. It seems like you're not a good person. Gwen, who had been watching downstairs for a long time, naturally knew what Marco was doing, but at this moment, the best option was to make a joke. Isn't she a good person? Marco glanced at the pale woman beside him and smiled self-deprecatingly, as if he had made up his mind. He gently opened the purse in his hand, and his whole body began to turn into quicksand, rushing towards Gwen. That's right! I'm not a good person! Marco roared and swung his huge fist made of sand towards Gwen. Gwen looked at Marco, who was suddenly emotional, but there was no surprise on her expression beneath the mask. She shot the spider silk launcher in her hand behind her, avoiding Marco's attack and flying out of the apartment. This action just fits Marco's idea. He turned into a Sandman and fell to the ground, staring at Gwen who had swung to another building on the spider silk. Marco did not rush to attack Gwen, but instead pressed his hands on the ground. When the fist transformed from quicksand touched the ground, the concrete was instantly assimilated into sand. As Marco pressed on the ground for longer and longer time, the ground around him was assimilated into sand. We can't go on like this. Gwen looked at Marco on the ground with some distress, tilted her head, and asked Suung through the Bluetooth headset. Manager, when will you take action? Of course now. Suung's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Above Marco, the sleeping card had been waiting for a long time. It circled around the head of Marco who knew nothing about it, and the light dust gradually fell on Marco's head. Marco, who was still transforming the terrain, suddenly felt a little sleepy. He took a deep breath and tried to force himself to wake up, but the sleepiness became more and more intense. Finally, Marco fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. It's so simple? Gwen jumped from a tall building to Marco's side, and was about to take a good look at this strange Sandman. Be careful! Suung's warning voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Around Gwen, the originally quiet yellow sand turned into waves and swept towards Gwen. Gwen had already reacted when Suung reminded her, and her body swung towards a big tree not far away along with the spider silk. However, the yellow sand that turned into waves did not choose to chase, but stayed where it was. As the quicksand continued to surge, a woman in Indian clothing gradually emerged beside Marco. This is exactly what Suung had mentioned before, the cloud cards that can control sand, the sand cards. The sand card frowned and looked at the sleeping card spinning above Marco's head. The quicksand turned into tentacles and flew towards the sleeping card. Mian Pai narrowed his eyes and lightly tapped the magic wand in his hand on the tentacles that were approaching him. The tentacles that were originally coming with great force instantly lost their power and turned back into the state of quicksand, floating back to the ground. Sand Card's expression darkened, and as he raised his hand, more tentacles transformed from quicksand continued to fly towards Mian Card. At first, Mian Pai could still cope with it, but as the number of quicksand tentacles increased, Mian Pai was overwhelmed. Come back! Just as dozens of quicksand tentacles attacked Mian Pai again, Suung's voice sounded beside Mian Pai. The sleeping card turned into a card as if relieved and flew back to Suung's hand. After seeing Suung, Sha Pai showed a hint of disgust on his face, and controlled the quicksand to continue attacking Suung. But soon she found that there was very little quicksand left that she could control. She looked around and found that the original streets had turned into a twisted maze without her knowing, and the quicksand she could control was blocking every corner of the maze. Although the sand card can sense the existence of these quicksands, it is completely unable to be summoned back due to the barrier of the ever-changing maze. Suung slowly landed in front of the sand card, holding the sword high in his hand. "Here, seal it!" A bright card emerged from the tip of the sword, and ripples spread from the card to the surroundings, enveloping the entire sand card. Before being put into the card, sand card set his sights on Marco in Sandman form and tapped his toes lightly. A faint light quietly fell from the sand card's body onto Marco's body, turning Marco in Sandman form back into a normal person. After completing this step, the sand card turned into a card and fell into Suung's hands. Chapter 41: Arrest and Tony's Return. When did it start to become like this? In the dream, Marco recalled his life over the years. When Marco was a student, he was an excellent rugby player in school. With his excellent rugby skills, Marco had received olive branches from several universities before graduation. It was also at that time when Marco was full of vigor and vitality that he met Penny's mother, his ex-wife, and the two fell in love. When Marco thought he could easily enjoy the double harvest of love and study, the darkness of American society had already shone into the campus, and made Marco, who regarded himself as a winner in life, miserable. Before a football match that Marco was about to participate in, the gangster who controlled the football betting found him and asked him to fix the game. The gang's coercion and inducement made Marco agree to a decision that would make him regret for half his life. After the game, someone reported Marco for cheating in the game and produced evidence that he accepted bribes from the mafia. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Marco had no way to defend himself. In the end, Marco was expelled from the school, and the universities that had previously invited Marco withdrew the olive branches they had extended to him. The once famous rugby student on campus eventually became a street thug. When Marco gave up on himself, it was his girlfriend who stayed by his side and helped him cheer up again. After marrying his girlfriend, Marco worked as a porter, salesman, truck driver, etc. to support the family. Although the work is hard, it finally gives me hope in life. But just when Marco's family's life was about to get better, the financial crisis caused by the bubble economy forced most American companies to reduce costs, increase efficiency, and cut staff expenses. Marco eventually lost his job, and because of his low academic qualifications, he encountered many difficulties in finding a new job. The economic depression, coupled with the frustration in finding a job, caused Marco to gradually become decadent, and he even wanted to rely on lottery and gambling to get rich. But all this is just wishful thinking. Not surprisingly, Marco lost his meager fortune and his precarious family. After signing a divorce agreement, Marco's wife, who was extremely disappointed with him, left him with Penny, who was still an infant. Marco also thought about cheering up, but the burden of life broke down his psychological defenses time and time again. Eventually, Marco once again became a street thug, relying on robbing passers-by and shops to make a living. For this, Marco went to jail more than once. But just last month, Marco was carrying out his daily routine of robbing stores with his companions as usual, but he accidentally injured an elderly man while escaping. Marco was so panicked that he didn't have time to think and drove the old man's car away from the crime scene. He was then caught by Spider-Woman, who dropped from the sky and handed over to the police. The combination of robbery and manslaughter resulted in Marco being sentenced to 10 years in prison. Marco should have been able to thrive in prison due to the familiarity of prison life, but the letters Penny secretly sent to him broke Marco's calm heart. In the letter, Penny calmly told Marco that she was sick, and her illness was very serious, so serious that she might die quietly one day. The appearance of this letter broke Marco's seemingly calm psychological defenses. He began to blame himself for not taking good care of Penny and regretted not giving her more care. This mental state made Marco toss and turn every night in prison, suffering from mental torture, and finally led Marco to come up with an extremely bold idea. Prison break. For Marco, who was a frequent prisoner, escaping from prison was not difficult at all. It took less than a week for Marco to escape successfully at night. But the goddess of luck will never favor a guy who has been unlucky for several years. It was also on this night that Marco, who had escaped from prison, got lost outside a military experimental base. The sudden light enveloped his entire body, and Marco almost didn't feel any pain before he melted into the light. When he woke up again, his body had already merged into the surrounding sand. Unable to move or speak, Marco's consciousness was the only thing floating in the sand in that tiny corner. But that's not the worst. As time went by, Marco's memories and emotions were swallowed up or assimilated by the sand. Marco knew that it would not be long before he would disappear in the sand, but at this moment, he had already lost his fear and could only watch it all happen indifferently. But at the last moment before his death, Marco suddenly remembered the letter Penny sent him. "Dad, I'm dying." Those few words miraculously rekindled Marco's desire to live. "Even if I die, let me see Penny again." With this thought in mind, Marco began to fight for the initiative with the sand. Sometimes, human will is so magical. Just relying on Marco's will, which was as weak as a candle in the wind, he began to gradually compete with the sand. Perhaps it was a coincidence that made the flying sand, which should have been drifting aimlessly in the wind, notice the two wills on this piece of sand. One belongs to nature, the other belongs to human beings. Perhaps out of admiration for Marco's tenacious consciousness in his fight against nature, the sand card appeared. With the help of the magic that controls sand, Marco took away a small part of the control from the sand and reappeared on the land as a Sandman. But after becoming a Sandman, he could no longer see his daughter as a normal person. Under Marco's evasive pleading, Marco portrayed himself as a poor father who had chosen a path of no return for his daughter, and in this way he obtained the help of the sand card and was able to transform from the form of a Sandman to that of a normal human. It was not until the time when the sand card possessed Marco that she finally understood what kind of guy Marco was. A guy who is full of lies. Although his tragic experience deserves sympathy, it was also the wrong path he took step by step. So, at the moment before being captured by the master of the Cloud cards, the petty sand card gave Marco a gift that was not expensive. When Marco regained consciousness, he heard the sound of sirens announcing the arrival of the police, but Spider-Woman had disappeared. "Mr. Marco, you are suspected of escaping from prison and robbing a money transport truck. We, the police, are now officially notifying you that you are under arrest." Marco, who had just heard this, wanted to fight back, but he suddenly felt the gaze coming from behind and the inexplicable shackles in his body. For some reason, he couldn't transform into the form of a Sandman anymore. He turned around and saw the three James brothers looking dejected in one of the police cars, and also saw his ex-wife and Penny standing in the crowd. "Dad!" Penny suddenly shook off Marco's ex-wife's hand, crossed the cordon and ran towards Marco. "Penny!" Marco's ex-wife screamed and chased after him. "Excuse me, officer, can I talk to my daughter?" Marco looked at the policeman who was approaching him with handcuffs. "Of course." Sheriff Stacy put away the handcuffs and turned her head silently. "Penny." Marco squatted down and hugged Penny, who ran over. "Dad, are you leaving again?" Penny asked Marco in a low voice. Marco nodded with a wry smile. "Sorry, Penny, I might be gone for a long time this time." "It's okay, I'll wait for you to come back, Dad." Penny nodded heavily and assured Marco solemnly. "Really?" Marco hugged Penny tightly, not wanting her to see his sad expression. "Flint." At this time, Marco's ex-wife also came to him. She looked at the scene in front of her, gently touched Penny's head, and said to Marco, "I called the police, and I have returned the money you left in the apartment to the police. I never had the chance to tell you before." Marco's ex-wife looked at him and said softly, "I applied for the Osborn Group's Children's Charity Relief Fund some time ago, and today, my application was approved." "That is to say?" Marco stared at his ex-wife with wide eyes. "Yes, Penny can be saved." The ex-wife let go of Marco's hand that was holding Penny, and looked at him quietly. "I only hope one thing now, after Penny gets better, you can come out and see her openly." No problem, no problem." Marco turned sideways, not wanting Penny to see him choking. "Okay, Penny." Marco's ex-wife picked up Penny and said softly, "The police officer still needs your father's help with something. Let's not disturb them, okay?" "Okay." Penny nodded obediently and waved to Marco and Sheriff Stacy beside him. "Goodbye, Dad, goodbye, police officer." Marco, with his back to Penny, waved at her, tears already streaming down his face. Sheriff Stacy patted Marco on the shoulder and took him all the way to the police car before handcuffing him. "You have a good daughter." Sheriff Stacy sat in the police car and spoke softly to Marco with a gloomy look in her eyes. The sound of sirens rang out again. As the police car left, the crowd gathered around gradually dispersed, and the streets returned to their usual tranquility. In the faraway Middle East, at the junction of mountains and deserts, the fireworks produced by the burning and explosion of large amounts of munitions are like a gorgeous firework. A tin can more than 2 meters high flew away from this desolate land full of blood and tears due to the impact of the explosion, and staggered and fell on the nearby desert. The soft sand greatly attenuated the impact of the tin can falling from a high altitude, allowing the driver inside the tin can to survive. Huh! Tony Stark, who was half stuck in the sand, took off his dull steel mask, lay on his back, squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky, which he longed for freedom, and smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems not bad? After recovering some strength, Tony did not stay on the sand for too long. After all, Tony only eliminated a small part of the terrorist organization that remained in the camp. If he waited until the large force that went out came back, he would probably be doomed to die. He struggled to pull himself out of the sand, took off the heavy steel wreckage on his body, tore off his clothes to cover his head, and staggered away into the distance. The most important thing now is to leave here and then find a way to find the military. Tony believed that there must be someone looking for him in this desert. Although Tony had participated in many extreme sports before, this was his first time to hike in the desert in broad daylight, feeling the sun that was strong enough to burn his skin, and wearing tattered clothes and with unkempt hair. If it were my old self, I would have probably retreated into a luxury car with the air conditioner on full blast, accompanied by a beautiful woman in champagne. Fortunately, Tony had gone through hardships in the cave in the past 2 months, otherwise he would not have been able to withstand such a life-and-death test. Every breath I took felt like a knife cutting my throat and even my lungs. Every step I took, the pain of muscle tearing spread straight from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Tony was a little curious about what was keeping him going. Of course, the damn will to survive and Ethan. The scene of Ethan's death reappeared in Tony's mind, and a new strength emerged in his already exhausted body, supporting him to move forward. Finally, when he reached a sand slope, the buzzing sound of the wings of an armed helicopter coming from behind made Tony stop. He turned around, looked at the helicopter flying low towards him in the sky, and waved his hands vigorously. Hello? The helicopter also noticed Tony on the ground and slowly landed on a flat area below the sand slope. Before the helicopter landed on the ground, an officer with the rank of colonel jumped out of the helicopter fully armed and ran towards Tony with heavy steps. Tony looked at the familiar figure in front of him, and finally let go of the breath he had been holding, and knelt weakly on the ground. Colonel James Rhodes supported Tony, who was kneeling on the ground, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey brother. Colonel Rhodes looked at Tony half-jokingly. I won't let you out of my sight next time, okay? Tony smiled at Colonel Rhodes and slowly closed his eyes. Finally, I can have a good sleep. The Daily Bugle reported at noon that Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, who had been missing for more than 2 months, has safely arrived in the United States from the Middle East. According to the news released by Ms. Pepper, assistant to the CEO of Stark Industries, Mr. Tony Stark is about to hold a press conference. In the dessert shop outside Zhongqing Middle School, Suung, who was lying on a chair, listened to the news coming from the radio and raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're back so soon? Ding-ling-ling. The door of the shop was opened, and a slightly tired voice sounded at the door. Boss, a dessert! Chapter 42 Mental Journey and Decision. Suung looked at Tony, who appeared in front of the door with great surprise. He was still wearing a suit and tie, but his expression was full of fatigue. Behind him was Happy, who looked worried, and a woman wearing a women's suit and a ponytail, who looked very capable. I hope you don't mind me eating a burger in your restaurant. Tony waved the burger in his hand towards Suung, and walked straight towards the customer area without waiting for Suung's answer. Also, please make dessert quickly, if you still remember my tastes, boss. Tony sat down on a seat in the guest area, put his legs on the table, adjusted himself to the most comfortable position, and started eating the burger in his hand. Happy brought the capable-looking woman to Suung. This is my boss's assistant, Ms. Pepper. Happy picked up the tongs and tray used to hold desserts on the counter. As for desserts, I'll take them to the boss. You guys chat. What are you talking about? Suung looked at Pepper with a strange expression. It was at this moment that Suung saw from behind Pepper, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the store, the sudden increase in the number of cars outside the door, the crowds of people hurriedly getting off the cars, and the cameras on their backs that looked like long guns and short cannons. "Hello, sir." Pepper handed Suung a business card and said, "On behalf of Stark Industries, I would like to temporarily rent your store from you as the venue for the press conference. If any damage occurs on site, Stark Industries promises to compensate you at 3 times the price. As for the rental fee..." Pepper took out a stack of checks with her signature from her bosom, tore off one of them and handed it to Suung. "This is a check with a limit of less than 100,000. It will take effect after the press conference is over. If you have no objection, I'll let those media people in." Pepper nodded at Suung and looked at Happy, who had just brought dessert to Tony and ran to block the door. "Since you've already paid, there's no problem." Suung flicked the check in his hand and shrugged at Pepper with a smile. After receiving Suung's signal, Pepper shouted to Happy, who was blocking the door. "Happy, let them in." Happy felt relieved and quickly opened the blocked door. A group of reporters rushed in from the gate and quickly locked onto Tony, who was sitting in the guest area enjoying dessert, and swarmed towards him. Happy quickly stopped in front of the many reporters and shouted at them with a cold face. "You bastards, if you don't want you and your company to be sued to bankruptcy by the legal department of Stark Industries, keep your distance from me." Under Happy's scolding and threats, this group of guys like hounds finally behaved themselves. They stood about 2 or 3 meters away from Tony, constantly taking pictures with the cameras in their hands, with the camera lenses fixed on Tony, not wanting to miss any shots. Originally, this press conference should have been held in a more grand occasion. Tony put the small cake in his hand on the table beside him, exhaled a satisfied breath, and kept his legs on the table, spreading his hands to the reporters around him. "But I was too tired during the past few months when I disappeared. Now I just want to relax. But before I relax, I have a thought that has been on my mind for months since I disappeared, and I've been wanting to talk to someone about it. You know, I didn't get to see my father for the last time. Ever since I took over Stark Industries, I've always had a lot of questions I wanted to ask him. I want to ask him what his mindset was when he founded this company. I want to ask him if he ever had any conflicts or doubts in his heart when he was expanding the company bit by bit." Just as Tony was expressing his confusion from the bottom of his heart, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat burly broke into the store. He glanced at Tony, who was giving a speech in the guest area, frowned and came to Pepper, who was behind the many reporters. "Mr. Obadiah." After seeing the middle-aged man, Pepper nodded politely. "What on earth does Tony want to do?" Obadiah Stane whispered to Pepper. "As the CEO of Stark Industries, his first appearance after disappearing for so long should be more grand. But hasn't Tony always been so willful?" Pepper looked at Tony's haggard face, as if something soft in her heart had been touched. She murmured in a low voice, "Besides, he just came back, so just let him be." "Okay, what you said makes sense." Obadiah looked at Tony, wanting to know what his genius nephew wanted to do by holding this joke-like press conference. "During the months I was missing, I witnessed women, young people, the elderly and children being killed in front of me, killed by the weapons I intended to create to protect them." Tony took a deep breath, and the scenes he had seen in the past few months seemed to reappear in his mind. Obadiah, who was standing behind Pepper, listened to what Tony said, and his eyes began to become deeper as he looked at him, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. "I found myself as if I had become an accomplice, even if I didn't realize it, but in fact, I had become an accomplice in the killing of those innocent people. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark." A reporter raised his hand and asked Tony in confusion, "So what exactly do you want to say?" Sorry, maybe I talked too much nonsense." Tony stood up and said to everyone, "I just suddenly felt that what I can contribute to the world is definitely not just things that make explosions." Under Obadiah's frightened gaze, Tony said the thing he least wanted to hear. "So I declare that effective immediately, I will close the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all the reporters present became excited. They ignored Happy's previous warning and rushed towards Stark again with cameras and microphones in their hands. "Mr. Stark, are you serious? As the largest arms dealer in the United States, do you know how much turmoil your decision will cause?" Mr. Stark, have you consulted other senior executives of Stark Industries regarding your decision? With happy struggling support, Obadiah walked through the crazy crowd and came to Tony. He patted Tony's shoulder, who was about to say something, forced a smile somewhat stiffly, and said to the crazy reporters, "Please be patient. Regarding Tony's decision, we at Stark Industries will discuss it and announce it to you in a more formal occasion." Wow! Suung, who was sitting at the counter with his cheek propped up, looked at the lively scene in the customer area. Looking at Tony, who was walking towards him, he smiled and placed the milk in front of Tony. "New product in the store. Also, it looks like I have to find a way to sell your Stark Industries stock." Suung raised his eyebrows at Tony and said jokingly, "My advice is to keep buying at low prices." Tony picked up the hot milk and gave his advice lightly. Then, under Suung's evil gaze, he drank the cup of hot milk in one gulp without noticing anything. "Damn, how much sugar did you add?" Chapter 43. Color is sometimes important. Ever since Tony held a press conference in the dessert shop that most people thought was ridiculous, he has never come to the dessert shop again. Life has become like before Tony disappeared, and every 2 or 3 days, Happy would come to the store to take away a few desserts. But what was slightly different from before was that in addition to the dessert, someone also took away a cup of hot milk that was so sweet that it was almost choking. Life has returned to its rare peace. Of course, this calm does not include the streets of New York. Although there are 2 Spider-Men who help to punish criminals in the streets of New York from time to time, crimes occur every day in an endless stream. The arrival of the weekend meant that the dessert shop's business was never very good. Suung yawned and slowly opened the door of the shop, planning to take a good rest. Manager. But Gwen's noisy voice clearly indicated that Suung's dream was about to be shattered. "What's wrong again?" Suung took off the blindfold he had carefully prepared and looked at Gwen, who rashly rushed in front of him. "Isn't today the weekend? How can you get up so early?" "That's because I found something strange last night." Gwen took out her mobile phone, opened the recorded video, and turned the phone in front of Suung. In the video, a silver humanoid armor was falling from the sky with white smoke. When it was about to fall to the ground, fierce flames spewed out from its hands and feet, supporting it to fly into the sky again. Wow! Suung looked at the Iron Man in the video and already knew who created this masterpiece. "This is the picture I took yesterday when I was helping an elderly man recover his stolen car," Gwen asked Suung seriously. "This thing is so dangerous. Could it be a weapon made by some evil scientist to destroy the world?" "That's not the case." Suung stretched out his finger and flicked Gwen's forehead. "Isn't this just a flying Iron Man? It's not as outrageous as you say." "That's because you weren't there." Gwen covered her forehead and angrily refuted Suung. "Just look at the thrusters on the hands and feet of this silver Iron Man. It's obvious that with just a little modification, they can be made into deadly weapons. What kind of weapon is lethal enough?" The bell on the door used to welcome guests rang, and Tony appeared in front of Suung and Gwen wearing sunglasses. "Ah, nothing." Although Gwen and Tony had met once, they were not familiar with each other. She hid behind the counter a little stiffly, watching his conversation with Suung carefully. "Boss, the same old rules, 2 desserts." Tony tapped lightly on the countertop. His eyes also noticed the mobile phone that Gwen had placed on the counter. On the phone, the video of the silver Iron Man flying into the sky was paused. "This is a video she took last night when she was watching the stars on the balcony." Suung opened the video and pointed to Tony to show the content. "This guy must have watched too many science fiction movies recently. He always likes to make technological conspiracy theories about these seemingly strange things. But this thing obviously looks very dangerous." Gwen stuck out her stubborn head from behind Suung in dissatisfaction. "Look at the speed at which this Iron Man is falling, the kinetic energy generated by the thrusters when they spray flames, and the silver-gray color scheme. This is definitely a secret weapon made by evil scientists to destroy the world. I told you to watch less science fiction movies, but you didn't listen. Stop making alarmist remarks here." Suung looked at Tony, whose expression became more and more strange after hearing Gwen's words. He stretched out his finger in annoyance, and wanted to flick it at Gwen's forehead. "Since you are here, go and help Mr. Stark get the dessert." I know. Gwen turned her head to avoid Suung's attack, and walked towards the cupboard with the tray and clips. Come to think of it, you are a rare guest. Suung looked at Tony, who was thinking about something, and quickly changed the subject. I heard Happy say that you seemed very busy before. That's about right. Tony nodded nonchalantly. I just finished a small phase last night, so today is a good time to come out and relax. Mr. Stark, your dessert is ready. Do you want to pack it up or leave it in the guest area? Gwen asked Tony while holding a tray. Just put it here. It's just right for me to chat with you young guys. Tony pointed to the counter and suddenly remembered something. He said to Suung, By the way, have another cup of hot milk. You're still okay, young guy. Suung took out a cup from the counter and placed it under the automatic drink dispenser. If it weren't for those gossip reports that always said you were a playboy, I would have almost forgotten that you seemed to be in your 30s. 38, thank you, Tony said indifferently. As long as I don't get married, it means I will always be young. Is that okay? Well, you are the customer and you have the final say. Suung placed the cup filled with milk in front of Tony. Then please enjoy it, Mr. Stark, who is already 38 years old. Tisk, why do your words sound so harsh? Tony picked up the milk and took a sip. This taste? Tony smacked his lips. It seems different from before? Drinking something too sweet is not good for your health. Suung spread his hands. Although I can guarantee that the drinks and desserts produced in my store will not give you diabetes, the things in other stores are not within the scope of my guarantee. Okay. Tony tasted the hot milk and found that it was still within his acceptable range. He drank the milk, ate the cake, and chatted with Suung and Gwen. So you are a student at Midtown High School? Tony poked the cake and asked Gwen curiously. Does your work here count as part-time work? You could say that barely. Gwen scratched her face. My dad is quite familiar with the store manager, so when the store is busy, I just come over to help out. Oh, Tony nodded and changed the topic back to the video. So why do you think the Iron Man in the video was created by an evil scientist? Just because of the color scheme? That's at least 1/3 of the reason. Gwen nodded heavily, holding up the video in her hand, and asked Tony. Don't you think the silver-gray color scheme looks creepy at night? A little bit. Tony looked at his silver-gray body in the video, revealing a chilling aura in the night, and muttered quietly. It seems I should just find time to paint it a little. Chapter 44, The Carnival Man. According to the official announcement of Stark Industries, the Daily Bugle reported that they had officially shut down their weapons manufacturing division last week and turned to other areas of research and development. As we all know, the bulk of Stark Industries' sales come from weapons manufacturing. Now that the news of the closure of the weapons manufacturing department has come out, Stark Industries' stock has plummeted by nearly 40 points. Before the stock market closes, it is more likely to fall to 50 points or even 60 points. If Stark Industries fails to come up with a convincing argument for shareholders, then in the future, we may very likely see a business empire that has stood for decades collapse and fall into a bottomless abyss. Although some investors sold all their Stark Industries shares after the first press conference held by Tony after returning to the United States, most investors were still unwilling to believe that the board of directors of Stark Industries would allow Tony Stark, a playboy, to do whatever he wanted. But the announcement issued by Stark Industries today dealt them a heavy blow, and the stock market was filled with screams of grief. But in this stock market full of misery, there is a carnival belonging to another group of people. Alas! On a temporary platform in the lobby of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, the big boss of Hammer Industries, was holding a cigar and shaking the champagne in his hand wildly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to announce a sad news to you all. Justin Hammer looked at the employees who were temporarily called from their workstations by him, and the smile on his face looked so rampant. Due to Tony Stark's stupidity, Stark Industries will soon become a thing of the past, and with it will come the rise of Hammer Industries. I can already see a steady stream of military orders pouring in toward our company. To celebrate this wonderful moment, I announce that everyone's salary will be doubled in the next 3 months. Wow! Long live the boss! As the crowd cheered, Justin Hammer opened the cork of the champagne bottle and poured the champagne, which had been expanded and compressed for a long time, downwards. Everyone in the audience was also enjoying this crazy moment, except for Professor Connors, who was hiding on the edge, and his good friend Dr. Otto. Otto, isn't your boss a little too carefree? Professor Connors asked the chubby Dr. Otto with a strange look on his face. Dr. Otto stretched out his hand, feeling the wine foam falling from the sky, and shrugged at Professor Connors with a smile. At least having a boss like this is not a bad thing, right? Probably. Professor Connors couldn't help but think of his former boss when he heard what Dr. Otto said. Norman. If it weren't for his health problems, he would have been a very good boss. In a secret military base outside of New York. Norman, whose face looked increasingly pale and haggard, and General Ross were looking expressionlessly at the huge, unidentified creature that was going mad in the experimental chamber. Roar! With a scream that was almost a roar, the unidentified creature finally exploded in the experimental chamber. Green turbid blood covered the entire glass of the experimental chamber. Still not working? General Ross sighed in disappointment. Excuse me, General. Norman shook his head. You want the destructive power of the green giant that appeared in New York's Times Square, but you also want him to maintain a human body and rationality. These conditions are too harsh. And Norman glanced at General Ross, who looked a little anxious, and said bluntly, although these conditions can be overcome little by little in the face of time, the deadline you gave recently is indeed a bit unreasonable. Huh. General Ross took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and said to Norman, sorry, it is true that I have some unrealistic ideas. So what happened? Norman asked General Ross curiously. It seems like you've been getting busier and busier recently. It's mainly due to some disagreements within our military. General Ross did not tell Norman the specific reasons. He walked to the computer, looked at the complex data on it, and suddenly asked Norman, Norman, if I lower some of the conditions, will the progress of your experiment be faster? That depends on what kind of experimental results you want to achieve, General. For example, we can copy the green giant from before or… General Ross narrowed his eyes and spoke softly to Norman. Use the experimental materials I gave you earlier, as well as the information about the super soldier serum, to recreate Captain America. It was noon when Tony appeared in the dessert shop again. He looked at Suung, who was resting on the recliner inside the counter, and gently knocked on the table. As usual, a glass of hot milk, please. Tisk. Suung, who was awakened from a sweet dream, took off his blindfold and looked at Tony, who was half lying on the counter. He stood up slowly and was about to use a paper cup to get a glass of milk for Tony, but was stopped by Tony. Wait, use this one of mine. Tony threw the cup in his hand towards Suung. What did you drink? Suung looked at the green cup with some disdain. Vegetable juice? Are you trying to lose weight? That's about right. It's just a way to stay in shape, Tony said nonchalantly. You don't have to wash the cup. Just pour me a cup of hot milk. All right. Just as Suung was receiving the hot milk, Tony started wandering around the store with a tray and tongs in a very familiar manner. Your hot milk is ready. When Suung placed the hot milk on the counter, Tony had already put the desserts he wanted into his tray. Thank you. Tony took a sip of milk and continued to eat his dessert. So why didn't your clerk come to work today? Tony asked Suung while eating donuts. Of course it's class. Do you think everyone is like you, Mr. Stark, who doesn't have to go to work or class? Suung picked up a rag and wiped the table aimlessly. Oh, that's right. Tony nodded in understanding. But at this time, a middle-aged man with a not very high hairline walked into the dessert shop again, which should have had few customers. He glanced at Tony, who was chatting with Suung at the counter, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, Mr. Stark, we meet again. The middle-aged man walked up to Tony. Ah, you are. Tony looked at the guy who had a slight impression of him, hesitant to speak. I'm Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. We've met before. Chapter 45 Questioning. Oh, Tony suddenly realized. I remember you were the agent with the very convoluted name of the bureau. Honestly, maybe your bureau should change its name. Tony shook his head in disdain and asked Agent Coulson. So, what is the matter that you came to me about again? Yes. Agent Coulson said softly to Tony with a formal smile on his face. We all know that what happened to you in the Middle East must have been very difficult, but there are indeed many details that we need to understand. If possible. Listen, Agent Coulson. Tony scratched his ear impatiently. I made it very clear last time. I'm not a prisoner of some so-called messy institution. You have no right to interrogate me about anything. I'm in a good mood now. You'd better get out of my sight as soon as possible, otherwise I will definitely let the legal department of Stark Industries sue your land bureau to bankruptcy. But Mr. Stark. Agent Coulson opened his mouth and wanted to continue to reason with him and appealed to his emotions. Sir, do you want to buy dessert? Suung stood between Agent Coulson and Tony and asked Coulson with a smile. If you don't want to buy dessert, please don't interfere with my business. Dessert? Then Coulson was about to take out his wallet. Mr. Manager, I bought all the desserts in your store today, so can you help me kick this irrelevant person out? Tony drank hot milk and signaled Suung with his eyes. Of course. Suung made a gesture of invitation to Agent Coulson. Then, sir, please leave. Oh. Agent Coulson sighed somewhat frustratedly, and finally left the dessert shop under the gaze of Suung and Tony. So you really plan to buy all the desserts in my store? Suung stood in front of the door and asked curiously to Tony, who was picking desserts in the cupboard again. Why not? Tony said calmly. It's just a small amount of money anyway. Even if we can't finish it, we can give it away as employee benefits. TSK, then you must remember to ask Happy to come early and take these desserts away. Suung has always been disdainful of these rich people, and he also put forward his own opinion. This way I can get off work earlier. You can contact him now. Tony licked his fingers and drank the last sip of milk. Just as Tony stood up and prepared to say goodbye to Suung, a woman who looked menacing walked in from outside the door. Suung noticed that the woman's eyes were fixed on Tony in the store. As the head of a store, Suung felt it necessary to help his financial backer to prevent any disaster from happening. Ma'am, our store is closed. Suung stood in front of the woman, blocking her view. Get out of the way. I'm not here to buy any desserts. The woman pushed Suung away aggressively and walked straight to Tony. Long time no see, Mr. Tony Stark. The woman greeted Tony with a sneer on her face. Oh, it's you. After all, they had a love affair, so Tony still had a deeper impression of this lady than that agent from some bureau. I remember your name is Carly? Thank you, Kristen, the reporter from Vanity Fair. Kristen said to Tony without any hesitation. I never thought I would run into you here. Indeed, I didn't expect that. Tony shrugged and pointed to the desserts on the tray towards Christine. So you want a dessert? I just bought all the desserts in this store. So how can you sit here and eat this so-called dessert with a clear conscience? Christine threw the tray away from Tony's hand, looked at his fumbling look to catch the dessert, and threw a stack of photos at Tony's face. Hey lady, do you know that no one has ever dared to do this? He saw that his kindness was overturned by this woman, and the inexplicable photo was thrown in his face in a very humiliating way. What is this? You have to know that only Tony has done this kind of thing to others. How could a mere magazine reporter dare to do this? You are real. But before Tony started to get angry, he discovered the most eye-catching signature on the ammunition box being carried in the photo. Stark Industries produces. He picked up the photos around him one by one, looking at the signature of Stark Industries that appeared on each photo to a greater or lesser extent. I didn't expect your company to be so shameless. On the surface, you said you were going to cancel the weapons manufacturing department, but secretly you are still selling murderous weapons to those terrorist organizations. When was this taken? Tony had already put away his playful expression. He looked at Christine seriously and asked her in a low voice. Just yesterday, my friend risked his life to take this photo in a place called Kumala, and then send it to me via text message, Christine said angrily to Tony. But how could they get these things without my permission to transport them? But it has your Stark Industries company permit for transportation. Very good. Tony looked at Christine's increasingly angry eyes and put away the photos in his hands one by one. Then, Ms. Christine, please give me a few days. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer. Okay? Another set of high-sounding rhetoric? Christine said disdainfully. Even if you take the photos away and want to keep things quiet, I tell you, it's impossible. I still have a backup of the photos here. The day after tomorrow at the latest, I will send out a report on this incident so that people all over the world will know the true face of you, an arms dealer. No need for the day after tomorrow. Tony looked at Christine and said word by word. I will present the result of this matter to you tomorrow at the latest. How about that? I hope so. Christine sneered, not believing Tony's promise at all, turned around and walked out the door. Suung moved aside to avoid the fierce-looking woman, came to Tony's side, looked at his changeable expression, and said jokingly, "It looks like there will be something interesting to watch now." Chapter 46. The cat stepped on the bird. In a region called Kumala in the Middle East, the refugees looked in fear at the golden-red steel man in front of them who looked like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Just before the arrival of this Iron Man, they had watched their loved ones being executed under the coercion of terrorists. Until just now, this Iron Man descended from the sky, and in just a few breaths, he killed the terrorists who were holding them hostage. "He is at your disposal." Iron Man held the terrorist leader in his hands and threw him to the feet of the refugees. In the dreamy eyes of the crowd, he spewed flames between his palms and rushed towards the sky. Leaving behind was the terrorist leader who was screaming and trying to crawl out of the refugees' sight, and the refugees who were full of hatred. At this time, the military was struggling to find the cause because a certain Mr. Iron Man accidentally bombed their arsenal in the Middle East. On the radar monitoring system, they finally discovered this most suspicious object. "General, there is an unidentified flying object leaving the area at high speed." The radar monitoring personnel reported the monitoring situation to the general at the control console. "The speed has reached Mach 3. Has it been registered with the Air Force?" the general asked the intelligence officer at the command center. "No, General." "Then enlarge the image and let us see what it is," the general continued to command. General." Before the person who called up the satellite surveillance image could speak, the radar monitoring personnel once again reported the radar detection data to the general. "The dynamic detection data shows that there is another object flying at the same speed next to the UFO." "Dynamic detection data?" The general frowned. "What about the radar?" "There is no response on the radar." The radar monitoring personnel looked extremely helpless. "According to previous analysis, it should be a small bird or insect." "You are kidding me!" the general yelled. "What kind of birds and insects can fly at Mach speed?" "Go find Colonel Rhodes from the Weapons Research Department. Also, send 2 fighter planes over to see if they are ours. If not, shoot them down." At this time, in the Iron Man suit, Tony was listening to Jarvis' report with a look of doubt on his face. "Jarvis, could you please repeat what you just said?" "Sir, within 10 meters of you, there is a creature similar to a long-eared cat flying on a bird." "Did I add humorous code to your program when I was drunk one day?" Tony looked confused. "No, sir." Jarvis, the built-in program of the armor, still answered in a serious tone. "So Jarvis, what's our current speed?" "Mach 3.2, sir." "At Mach 3.2, you told me that a cat was standing on a bird and running on par with me?" Tony rolled his eyes and muttered, "I must check your program carefully when I get back. I now strongly doubt whether there is a problem with your program." Jarvis didn't say anything, but showed Tony the contents of the external camera. "Damn it!" Tony's eyes widened instantly when he saw the scene in front of him. "It really is a long-eared cat flying on a bird. Am I still asleep? How is this possible?" If Tony wasn't in the armor now, he really wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was hallucinating. The long-eared cat raised its eyes gracefully towards Tony, then gently tapped the strange-looking bird under its feet with its front paws. The bird flapped its wings slightly in the air, almost turning into a blue afterimage that broke through the clouds in front of it and disappeared from Tony's incredulous sight. It was the weekend, and Suung, who should have been sleeping in bed, got up early in the morning. After hanging a sign saying, "Closed today," at the door of the dessert shop, he nodded to Gwen at the door and said, "Let's go. Today is Ms. Helen's birthday. Last week, Ms. Helen invited Suung to her home tonight. No matter which country you are in, it is definitely impolite to go to an elder's birthday party empty-handed. So yesterday, at Gwen's initiative, Suung decided to go to the mall with her to buy a birthday present for Mrs. Helen. But Suung misjudged one thing. Although it is said that daughters are the warmest and most cozy of their parents, given Gwen's carefree personality, it is obvious that this warm and cozy little cotton-padded jacket is not only leaky, but also black-hearted. She has no idea what Miss Helen likes. "Then why did you volunteer yesterday?" In the mall, Suung looked at Gwen, who also had a confused look on his face, and couldn't help but complain with his eyes squinted. I was just thinking about discussing this with you, the store manager. Gwen scratched her face and muttered softly. In the end, the two of them secretly called Sheriff Stacy, who was on vacation at home, and got a somewhat vague answer. You haven't given me the share of the dessert sold during the school anniversary celebration last time. Gwen held a gift wrapped tightly in a gift box and said to Suung unhappily. You have to help me pay for part of the money for this gift. Okay. Suung nodded and agreed to Gwen very readily. After choosing the gift of his choice, he walked towards the checkout area with her. Hello, the total is $535. Would you like to pay by cash or card? The cashier looked at Suung, who was checking out, with a smile on her face. Swipe the card. Suung opened his clothes and wanted to take out his wallet from the inner pocket. But the feeling of nothingness made Suung freeze in his tracks. Sir? The cashier looked at Suung, who suddenly froze, in confusion. Well? Suung turned away awkwardly. Under Gwen's vigilant eyes, he whispered what she expected. I don't seem to have brought my wallet. How about you help me to buy some? I'll pay you back when we get back to the store. Manager, are you really? Gwen gritted her teeth and hesitated to speak. In the end, she swallowed the curse words and reached for her wallet as if she had admitted defeat. Huh! Gwen, who also found nothing, looked a little confused. I remember that I brought my wallet with me when I went out. I vaguely remember that my wallet seemed to have been in my pocket all the time. Sir? Madam? The cashier looked at Suung and Gwen, who fell into silence at the same time. And it was at this time that the already noisy shopping mall became even more noisy. What's going on in your mall? I clearly didn't buy these things, so why are they in my bag? Where are the things I just bought? There are clearly several $100s worth of stuff on the receipt. How come half of the stuff is gone while I was checking out? Wait, where's my wallet? Different noises broke out at the other checkout counters. Such noise also woke up Suung and Gwen, who were in silence. Could it be that all our wallets were stolen? Gwen asked Suung in a low voice before she could react. But how could someone steal my wallet without making any noise? Gwen began to fall into self-doubt. Normally, if someone approached her with bad intentions, she should have discovered it long ago, but what happened today? No. Suung frowned and had already noticed something was wrong. Hello, I'll leave the things here first and come back to check out later, Suung said to the cashier. After saying that, Suung pulled Gwen and ran back into the mall. There is also chaos in the shopping mall now. What's going on? Why are the goods on the shelves in such a mess? A shopping mall manager looked at the messy merchandise on the shelves in front of him and angrily shouted at the salespeople nearby. But we clearly put them out this morning. The salespeople looked at the mall manager with aggrieved expressions. I don't care about the morning, at least the shelves are messy now. The mall manager instructed the salespersons. Hurry up and restore the goods on these shelves to their original state, otherwise when customers complain, we will all be in trouble. Gwen looked at the scene in front of her with some surprise. When she and Suung came here just now, the goods were indeed neatly arranged. How could they suddenly become so messy? It's the clout cards. Suung opened his eyes that he had just closed and explained to Gwen in a low voice. It's the clout cards that have the ability to move objects away instantly. Then how do we catch it? Gwen looked at the people coming and going in the mall. Could it be that Spider-Woman and the Dark Knight Magician appeared in this mall? Of course not. Suung shook his head. That guy must have discovered our movements and is running inside. Take this. Suung handed Gwen a sword-shaped toy that looked very small. Let's flank that guy from both sides. Once we get to the less crowded level, I'll use the puzzle card to control it. But Gwen took the sword-shaped toy and pointed at the chain extending from the hilt and wrapped around Suung's wrist. Oh, this? Suung touched the chain on his wrist, and the chain connecting Suung's wrist and the hilt of the sword instantly disappeared from Gwen's sight. Don't worry about it, this is just a different kind of seal, Suung threatened Gwen. But don't tear the chain tied to the hilt of the sword, otherwise the sword will take away your consciousness. You will become a murderous demon who only knows how to chop and chop. Is it so scary? Gwen gently touched the shrunken sword blade, but was frightened by the sudden flash of sword light and withdrew his hand. Then let's go. Suung gestured to Gwen in the direction of encirclement on the left and right, and then took action. In the mall, the pink transparent wings on a bag of frozen pizza also sensed the two auras chasing after it. It fluttered its wings and disappeared into the freezer. Upstairs! Keep chasing! Suung nodded to Gwen after they met up, and continued to chase upstairs. During the chase between two people and one card, the chaos in the mall was about to drive the mall managers crazy. The salesperson who was about to open the jewelry box to show the jewelry to the customer discovered that the pearl necklace in the box had turned into several connected dumplings. The customer who was eating a burger tried to take a bite of the burger but ended up taking a bite of raw beef. Infant toy stores are filled with clown scare boxes. Audiences watching horror movies in 3D cinemas are drenched with water. Coke turns into soy sauce, and mobile phones turn into Apple. Suung looked at the messy scene around him and helplessly took out 3 cards from his arms. Mian! Huan! As Suung shouted, the sleeping cards flew towards the surrounding people, and the scattered light dust made everyone fall into a deep sleep. The illusion card blocked Suung and Gwen's vision under the camera, causing the two's illusions to fall to the ground along with the people around them. Suung felt the aura of the cloud cards that were about to disappear in front of him, and waved the cloud cards in his hand again. Fan! Just when the pink wings attached to the toy bear were about to disappear again with the toy bear, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The space was reversed, and the distance was infinitely shortened. Suung and Gwen, who were originally dozens of meters away, appeared next to the toy bear in an instant. Gwen! Suung whispered to Gwen. Yeah. Gwen threw out the small sword card in her hand. The sword brand spun in the air and returned to its original shape, with the hilt firmly held in Suung's hand. Once again, seal it! While the little pink wings were confused, Suung's rapier pointed fiercely in front of the toy bear. A card appeared here again, and along with ripples on the card, the pink wings on the back of the toy bear were sucked into the card. The card spun twice in the air and slowly fell into Suung's hand. Shifting card, a magic card that can instantly move objects. As Suung captured the moving card, the maze created by the maze card returned to its original state. Then what's next? Suung looked at the chaos in the mall and couldn't help but sigh, pointing the tip of his sword at the moving card again. Seal, lift it! All the chaos finally ended, and Gwen and Suung also got their wallets back with the ability to move cards. Under the cover of night, Suung, who had just attended Ms. Helen's birthday party, was walking down the street on his way back, drunk. He took out the transfer card he had just captured today, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Seal, lift it! Suung found a hidden alley, and with a low growl, his figure disappeared into the alley. When Suung appeared again, he was already in the backyard of the dessert shop. Huh! Suung shook his dizzy head, put the card back into his arms, and muttered in a low voice. It looks good? Chapter 47 Roadside Assistance. Bang! It was another new working day. The careless Gwen pushed open the door of the dessert shop and knocked frantically on the food delivery opening of the bakery. Manager! My breakfast! Hurry, I'm going to be late! Who told you not to get up early? Suung in the bakery took out the warm milk and freshly baked bread from the side and placed them at the food outlet with a bad temper. Next time, definitely next time! Gwen gulped down the milk, held the bread in her mouth and hurried towards the school, leaving Suung lying at the food delivery counter, shaking his head. Gwen arrived at the classroom as the bell rang and sat down in her seat under the gaze of her teacher and many classmates. The teacher raised his head and looked around the classroom, and found that except for 2 empty seats in the back row, all the other students were present. Huh! Peter Parker and Harry Osborn asked for leave again? The teacher looked at the 2 leave notes on the table, muttered something in confusion, and then nodded to the other students. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the class. Please turn to page 59. Gwen opened the book, held the pen between her fingertips, propped up her chin and listened to the teacher's lecture on the podium. Her eyes were slightly fixed on the 2 empty seats, and her thoughts gradually began to wander. Come to think of it, it seems like it's been a while since I saw Spider-Man active in New York. In the basement laboratory of the Osborn building, Norman, who had just returned from the military experimental base, drank a tube of green medicine from the refrigerator in one gulp with a tired look on his face. Huff, huff! Norman took 2 deep breaths, and his originally tired expression began to become energetic under the effect of the potion. He took out a tube of almost clear liquid reagent from the folder he brought back and focused his attention on the 2 culture chambers in the laboratory. Norman walked to the central position of the 2 culture chambers, inserted the tube of reagent in his hand into them, and pressed the start button. As the light spread, the liquid in the reagent began to gradually boil into gas, and was transmitted along the pipes connected to the central device towards the 2 culture chambers. Norman took 2 steps back and muttered in a low voice as he looked at the 2 figures in the incubator in front of him who were trembling constantly under the influence of the gas. "It will definitely succeed." As night fell, according to news reports, 2 humanoid robots were fighting on the road outside Stark Industries. Heavy firepower from both sides has injured many pedestrians who were driving home. The one who arrived at the scene earlier than the New York police was the good citizen of New York, Miss Spider-Woman. Wow! Gwen landed on the ground and looked at the 2 machines that were gradually rising into the air. After exclaiming in surprise, he and Suung, who was wearing a cloak, carried out roadside rescue. Suung was responsible for using the floating signs to move the broken walls in the tunnel, swinging his sword to cut open the locked car doors and seat belts, and bringing people to a safe area. As for Gwen, "Ahem, Miss Spider-Woman, I paid for this car in installments for less than half a year." The middle-aged man was trapped under the car, coughing up blood while begging Gwen, "Can you be kind and rescue my car as well, ahem?" "Why do I feel like I've seen you before, Uncle?" Gwen held his head and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him helplessly. His car had been overturned by a shell when the 2 robots were engaged in a firefight, which also caused the poor middle-aged man to be crushed under the car. While Gwen was still hesitating about what to do with the car and the uncle, a pink figure had already lifted up the car. "It's you!" Gwen widened her eyes under the spider mask and looked at Li Pai, who was holding a car and looking at her with a smile. "Did that guy actually let you out?" Gwen carefully moved the middle-aged uncle out. Li Pai also turned the car over, and then after bowing slightly to Gwen, he trotted towards the other affected vehicles. Only then did Gwen realize that in addition to the power cards, the double cards, fighting cards and sand cards had also joined the rescue operation. "This is truly spectacular." Gwen blinked, sighed softly, and then continued to devote herself to the rescue. Just as the rescue was in full swing, one of the more bloated robots that was originally chasing each other in the air seemed to have some parts malfunctioning. It fell directly from the sky and smashed a deep hole on the ground. "Damn Tony!" Not long after, a hoarse voice came from the deep pit. A giant iron hand climbed onto the edge of the deep pit and slowly pulled its body out of the ground. Obadiah was driving the ironmonger, looking angrily at the iron suit that was stumbling in the air and about to fall. "It looks like I have to give you a surprise." Obadiah stretched out a mechanical arm, and the sound of mechanical rotation was heard from the arm. A small cannonball was gradually aimed at the intermittent figure in the air. Swoosh! But before Obadiah could fire the cannonball, a ray of sword light came and cut the cannonball in Obadiah's hand into 2 halves. "Hey, sir!" Suung, wearing a cloak, stood behind Obadiah, with the sword in his hand across the Iron Overlord's bloated neck. "I shouldn't get involved in your personal grudges, but could you please not interfere with our rescue work?" "What?" Obadiah turned his head and looked at Suung under the cloak in front of him, and the women behind him who were glowing with different colors. Obadiah looked at the malicious intent in the eyes of these women, and even though he was wearing the weapon that he praised as the greatest weapon of this era, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Oh no, wait!" Obadiah took a few steps back and wanted to say something, but the women had already rushed forward at the cloaked man's wave. After Tony stumbled back downstairs of Stark Industries and hugged Pepper tightly, he asked her, "Pepper, where's Obadiah?" "Mr. Obadiah." Pepper hesitated and looked behind Tony. Tony followed Pepper's gaze and saw ironmonger's scattered parts in the grass not far away. It looked like they had been violently disassembled by something. Obadiah, with a bruised face, was lying unconscious in the middle of these accessories. Chapter 48 I Am Iron Man. In fact, I am Iron Man. The next morning, Gwen, who had rarely gotten up early, sat at the counter, eating breakfast while watching Tony's speech on TV with Suung. Tony threw away the speech prepared for him by the military and the agent from the unit with the difficult-to-pronounce name, and directly revealed the big news to the reporters present. He stood on the podium, looking at the reporters around him who were suddenly excited, with a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Tony waved his hand at the reporters in the audience. I haven't finished what I want to say yet. At the same time, I need to thank the masked man and Spider-Girl who bravely acted last night, and for reminding my assistant before they left, although we would have done the same without them reminding us. Tony looked at the crowd that had quieted down, retracted the smile on his face, and said calmly and seriously, I would like to express my sincere apologies to everyone who was frightened last night. Stark Industries will express our condolences to you today and compensate you for your financial, medical, and even daily life losses. Inside the dessert shop, Gwen swallowed the last bit of bread and watched the content broadcast on TV, and suddenly she realized it. So the robot I photographed before was Mr. Stark. No wonder he had a weird expression when I told him that day. Last night, Gwen and Suung had already completed the roadside rescue when the Clow cards were teaching Obadiah a lesson. By the time Tony made an emergency landing back at the downstairs of Stark Industries, she and Suung had already left. As for the so-called reminder Tony mentioned, that was just what Suung asked Gwen to pass on to Pepper, who then passed it on to Tony. Come to think of it. Suung touched his chin and said to Gwen, if you don't want Tony to discover your identity, you'd better make yourself a voice changer that can be attached to your mask as soon as possible. After all, we may meet each other sooner or later. What if Mr. Iron Man suddenly has the urge to do something brave and righteous one day, and ends up running into you? Manager, it's true what you said. Gwen pondered for a moment. After all, Stark Industries is technologically advanced. If they have the technology to identify people's information based on sound sources, then my hidden identity will be in jeopardy. I studied it today while slacking off in class to see how to make a simple device. Then please make one for me too, thank you. Suung took the initiative and finally expressed his idea. I refuse. Gwen tilted her head. Please, I've already said thank you in advance. Wouldn't it be impolite if you didn't do it? Suung asked Gwen righteously. You. Gwen gritted her teeth and looked at the shameless guy in front of her. She really wanted to punch this smiling face. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to class. Gwen chose to let this guy go, picked up her school bag and walked out the door. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Gwen walked to the door, it was pushed open by someone outside. Gwen turned around and nimbly avoided Pepper and Tony, who suddenly appeared in front of her. Hello, Mr. Stark, Miss Pepper. Gwen waved at them. Then bye. Tisk. Tony, who had just raised his hand to say hello, looked at Gwen, who had already run away, and could only put down his hand awkwardly. Tony, what is this? Pepper asked Tony with some confusion. Yeah, a part-time clerk in this store. Tony shrugged and said to Pepper easily. Looking at her appearance, she's probably going to be late for class. Let's ignore her. Oh. Pepper whispered in confusion. But this is the first time I met that little girl, how could she know my name? Pepper, what did you say? Tony, who didn't hear clearly, turned around and asked Pepper. Nothing. After all, this matter was not very important, so Pepper shook her head and looked at the dessert shop in front of her. So why did you bring me here? Of course I have breakfast. I didn't have any breakfast in the morning, and now I'm being chased by those reporters for most of the day. Tony walked into the dessert shop with Pepper, looked at the empty window, and asked Suung with some dissatisfaction. Boss, where is your dessert? It's still in the bakery, Mr. Iron Man. Suung yawned and stood up slightly. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the bakery and get it. 1 donut, 1 puff, and a cup of hot milk. Tony looked at Pepper. For me, I'd have a cup of hot milk, an egg tart, and a croissant. Pepper stated her breakfast choice. Well, then 2 cups of hot milk, 1 each of donuts, puffs, egg tarts, and croissants, right? Please wait a moment. Suung nodded, placed the cup on the milk spout, and walked into the bakery. Let's go sit for a while. Just as Tony was about to take Pepper to the customer area to rest for a while, a mysterious man wearing a hood and wrapped himself tightly came to the store. He looked at Tony and Pepper, who were walking towards the customer area, glanced at the empty counter, and asked Tony in a low voice, Is the boss not here? Oh, he's in the bakery now. Tony pointed to the busy figure looming at the bakery's food delivery counter and suggested to the mysterious man. If you want to order, just go to the delivery counter and tell him, so he doesn't have to run back and forth. Thank you. The mysterious man nodded to Tony and hurried towards the food exit of the bakery. Tony looked at the scene in front of him with a strange expression and took Pepper to sit in the guest area. Boss! Suung, who was in the bakery, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned around with the tray in his hand and found that the voice came from the food outlet. Sir, do you want to buy dessert? Suung looked at the mysterious man who was covered tightly with a hood and mask outside the food delivery counter and asked him curiously. It's me. The mysterious man took off his mask, revealing Dr. Banner's somewhat anxious face. Bruce Banner! Dr. Banner! Suung walked to the food delivery area and asked him with a smile. So what do you want to eat? Or are you here to pay me back? Neither. Dr. Banner didn't care about the teasing in Suung's words, and said to Suung anxiously, I came to ask you for help. Huh? Chapter 49 Rescue Operation, 2-in-1. Help? Suung put down the tray in his hand and asked Dr. Banner vigilantly. Are you here to borrow money from me again? Of course not. Dr. Banner first glanced at Tony and Pepper who were chatting in the guest area, and whispered to Suung. It's my girlfriend Betty. She was captured by her father, General Ross. ? Suung looked at Dr. Banner with a questioning look on his face. So? You're not going to say that your girlfriend's father is against you being together and decided to marry her to some rich young man, and you're upset and decided to steal the bride, or something like that? It's no wonder that Suung would have this reaction. Although he is a time traveler, he actually doesn't know much about Marvel's plot. He only roughly knew the titles of these superheroes and some brief details of what happened. Suung only had a general impression of Dr. Banner's girlfriend. When Dr. Banner heard what Suung said, his brain probably stopped working and he forgot everything he wanted to say. Suung shrugged his shoulders at Dr. Banner's reaction, then walked out of the bakery with the tray. Your desserts are ready. Please enjoy. Suung placed the desserts and hot milk on the table where Tony and the others were. Also, if you need anything later, please wait a moment. Suung pointed at Dr. Banner who had come to his senses, and said to Tony and Pepper, My friend seems to have something urgent to talk to me about. In order not to affect your dining experience, I have to take him to the backyard to talk. Go ahead. Tony picked up the donut and waved his hand nonchalantly. Yeah. Suung nodded slightly, signaled Dr. Banner with his eyes, and took him to the backyard of the dessert shop. That man. Pepper looked at Dr. Banner's back and whispered. If I heard correctly, the store manager seemed to call him Dr. Banner. So what? But Dr. Banner seemed to be wanted by the military a month ago. Okay, Dr. Banner. Suung brought Dr. Banner to the backyard. He sat on the recliner in the backyard and asked Dr. Banner. So you can't really be planning to let me help you grab the bride, right? No, but it's almost the same. Dr. Banner reorganized his words and pleaded with Suung. I hope Mr. Manager can help me rescue Betty. Suung was silent for a moment, and asked Dr. Banner with a puzzled look on his face. Dr. Banner, it seems that we are not very familiar with each other, right? Isn't it inappropriate for you to suddenly ask me to help you rescue your girlfriend from the military? Besides, they are the military. Aren't you overestimating me as the manager of a dessert shop? I'm sorry, Mr. Manager. I know this request is a bit unreasonable, but I'm really desperate, so I came to you for help. Dr. Banner said to Suung with a bitter face. And I know that you do have the ability to do it, Mr. Manager. After all, if it weren't for your help, Hulk would have destroyed New York's Times Square long ago. Suung raised his eyebrows. Dr. Banner, what do you mean by this? Because of the research during this period. Dr. Banner pointed to his head. Although I still can't control the Hulk, I remembered what happened when I transformed into the Hulk, including the memory of you, Mr. Manager, summoning a strange spirit to put the Hulk into a deep sleep. TSK, the mistake happened here? Suung smacked his lips unwillingly. That's why I risked being discovered by the military and came to the city to seek your help, Mr. Store Manager. Suung looked at Dr. Banner's pleading expression and scratched his head in distress. Although Suung also sympathized with Dr. Banner's experience, he didn't want to confront the military now. Although the military might not be able to find him, being wanted by the military was not a good thing. How about this? Suung came up with a compromise and suggested to Dr. Banner. I can secretly help you sneak into the military to find your girlfriend and find a way to take you two out, but the premise is that I will not show up in front of the military. If you encounter a scene where you must fight, you can only leave it to you. How do you think? Okay. Dr. Banner nodded happily. There is one thing Dr. Banner said that was indeed correct. He was indeed at his wit's end, so he came to seek help from Suung, the only person who extended a helping hand to him after he became the Hulk. When Dr. Banner recalled his memories of the time when he became the Hulk, he also looked up the past experiences of Suung, the Dark Wizard. He discovered that when Suung was in the state of Dark Knight Magician, he did not engage in direct battles very often. Most of the time, he used very strange ways to solve various problems that arose in New York. Among them, what New York citizens talked about most was the magical skills of the Dark Knight Magician who came and went without a trace. Therefore, the secret help that Suung mentioned was no less than the biggest surprise for Dr. Banner. Then can I ask first how your girlfriend was taken away? I remember you seemed to say that you were planning to leave New York. Well, I did leave New York with Betty, but later when I was researching how to change Betty and me back to our current state, I accidentally got help from a code named Dr. Green. With the help of Dr. Green, our research progressed faster and faster. But just when I was about to do a human experiment on myself to confirm whether the next step of the experiment would be successful, Dr. Green deceived me and tricked me out of the forest where I lived with Betty. By the time I realized what was happening, Betty had already been taken away by a military helicopter. Tony? In the customer area of the dessert shop, Pepper looked at Tony, who suddenly became daydreaming, with dissatisfaction on his face. Ah. Tony came back to his senses, took off his headphones, and smiled at Pepper. Sorry, Pepper, I just heard a very interesting story, so I was in a daze for a while. Story? Pepper looked at the smile that appeared on Tony's face when he said this, and nodded in confusion. So what kind of story is it? Tony stroked his chin and said with a smile. It's probably a story about a lone hero rescuing his girlfriend with the help of a magical wizard. In a military base in New York City, General Ross and Norman were standing in the observation room outside the laboratory, talking in a low voice while looking through the huge bulletproof glass in front of them at the slender and tall red female giant lying inside. Mr. Norman, are you sure there is no problem with Betty's condition? General Ross looked at the experimenters in the laboratory who were busy checking Betty's various physical parameters, and asked Norman with some concern. No problem. Norman nodded and explained to General Ross. Through my communication with Dr. Banner some time ago, as well as Dr. Banner's analysis of the battle in Times Square in New York, I have already figured out the flaws of their current state. Norman pointed to his head. The brain is not developed enough to control the overly powerful body. In order to prevent the body from breaking down, the subconscious brain creates a second personality that can control the strength of the body. This is the symptom Dr. Banner is experiencing. As for your daughter, Miss Betty. Norman focused his eyes on Betty in the laboratory. She compensates for the side effects of her overly powerful body by constantly absorbing nutrients from the surrounding environment. But just keeping its activities in a static state can reduce the consumption of body functions. But overall, her and Dr. Banner's conditions are both unconsciously controlled through the subconscious brain. Norman motioned General Ross to look at the huge helmet on Betty's head. So I used the brainwaves of Betty and Dr. Banner that he transmitted to me when I was communicating with him before, and I created this brainwave soothing device that soothes the subconscious mind. As long as we do not cause any harm to Miss Betty beyond the critical point, she will continue to fall into a deep sleep under the soothing state of the brainwave relaxation device. General Ross listened to Norman's eloquent introduction without any fluctuation on his face. He just turned around and asked Norman. Then according to your current research, Mr. Norman, can Betty's current state be transferred to our soldiers? Norman was stunned and said hesitantly. General Ross, this is different from the progress we agreed on before. Now, the most I can do is restore Miss Betty to her normal state. Really? Then what kind of experiments are being conducted in the laboratory under your Osborn building, Mr. Norman? General Ross stared at Norman quietly. Moreover, the soldier in charge of monitoring told me that you took away a tube of serum that was used to extract the purest super soldier. Just as General Ross was questioning Norman, The door of the laboratory opened and two culture chambers that looked very familiar to Norman were pushed in from the outside. General Ross! You! Norman looked at General Ross in disbelief. Don't worry, Mr. Norman. There was no problem when your son and his classmates were rescued from the incubator. General Ross showed a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. Now they are resting well in the military sanatorium. What is the name of this incubator of yours? General Ross looked at the incubators placed in the laboratory. Gene-filling incubator? It can make up for the genetic defects between the two parties through a third-party conversion, right? Then, before you cure Betty, could you please, Mr. Norman, first copy Betty's current state onto a soldier carefully selected by our military? I believe that the young master who is recuperating in the military sanatorium would also like you to do the same, right? General Ross patted Norman on the shoulder and whispered to him. I'll give you half a day. I need to see results. Is that okay? Norman gritted his teeth, looked at the culture chamber in the laboratory, and nodded heavily. No problem. At nightfall, Dr. Banner and Suung used the power of illusion cards and silence cards to quietly sneak into the military base. Betty once brought me into this research institute in the military base. Dr. Banner explained to Suung why he was so familiar with this research institute. After the experimental base outside the city was destroyed, according to General Ross's authority, the only facility that can be used is this research institute. Oh! A loud scream came from a building not far away. Betty! Dr. Banner looked a little panicked and wanted to rush forward. Wait! Suung held down Dr. Banner and looked at the rolling shutter door that was locked not far away. The move card in his hand was ready to go. Under the cover of the phantom card and the static card, the two of them moved into the building where Betty's scream came from by using the shifting card. The first thing that came into view of Dr. Banner and Suung were two huge culture chambers and the sparks that were constantly emerging from them. General Ross, time is still too tight, Norman shouted to General Ross. The expansion of the culture chamber is not enough. If we continue, Miss Betty may not be able to withstand the current intensity of the experiment. General Ross looked at Betty, who was gradually switching between human form and red giant form in the incubator, and the black giant who was slowly growing in another incubator, and the muscles on his face twitched. Go on, General Ross said harshly. I believe Betty can hold on. Betty! Although General Ross could tolerate his beloved daughter continuing to suffer in the experiment, Dr. Banner could not. He left the illusion range set by the magic card, and as he ran towards Betty, his body began to swell violently. Betty! Hulk roared and appeared in the eyes of General Ross and others. Damn, how did this guy get in? General Ross looked at the Hulk who suddenly appeared, and had no time to stop him. He saw Hulk pounce on the incubator where Betty was. Boom! With Hulk's brutal collision, Betty's incubator was completely smashed, and the original experimental process came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Hulk gently placed Betty on the ground, looked at the pain on her face, raised his head and looked at General Ross with hatred. You're going to die if you hurt Betty! As Hulk roared, cracks began to appear on the huge bulletproof glass in front of General Ross and Norman. Hulk walked with heavy steps towards where General Ross was, step by step. The anger in his heart seemed to crush everyone in front of him. Hey! But just as Hulk was about to approach General Ross and the others, an equally deep voice sounded behind Hulk. Before Hulk could turn around, a huge dark green fist hit Hulk in the face. The huge force directly knocked Hulk out, broke through the wall of the laboratory, and flew to the lawn outside the laboratory. General! In front of General Ross and others, a dark green giant with bone spurs on his joints appeared. The giant stared at General Ross with his cloudy eyes and saluted him respectfully. Captain Emil Bronsky, reporting to you. Chapter 50 Out of Control. General Ross looked at the respectful look of the dark green giant behind the bulletproof glass with ecstasy. Surprisingly, it really worked. Roar! Just as General Ross was in ecstasy, Hulk's angry roar came from the grass outside the laboratory. Hulk straightened his crooked jaw with a grim look, clenched his fists, and looked at the dark green giant that suddenly appeared. If Betty can succeed, then Bruce Banner. General Ross glanced at the Hulk who was rushing towards them, and ordered the dark green giant in front of him. Captain Bronsky! Capture Bruce Banner! At your command, General! Blankies turned around and looked at Hulk, who was already close to him. He just raised his hand and easily grabbed Hulk's swinging fist. Before Hulk could react, Blankies used an extremely skilled military grappling technique on him and pinned him to the ground. Roar! Hulk still wanted to struggle, but Blankies locked his neck and joints with even more force, and he couldn't move at all. Good, good, good! General Ross looked at Blankies' skillful movements, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, he had begun to imagine forming a Hulk Corps in the army in the future, and leading this Hulk Corps to dominate the world, and engraving his great name in the trajectory of history. But is it really that smooth? Although Norman, who was beside General Ross, didn't know General Ross's current bizarre idea, he was not optimistic about the current battle situation. Because a red light had appeared on the display screen of the brain-wave relaxation device that Blankies was wearing in the incubator. That was a sign that the EEG device was about to overload. Moreover, if Norman remembered correctly, when he was communicating with Dr. Banner under the pseudonym Dr. Green, Dr. Banner once told him that the Hulk in his body would increase his strength according to his own anger. Roar! As expected, after Hulk let out a low roar, the muscles on his arms became more and more swollen, and his arms pulled hard on the hand that Blanche was holding upside down. If an ordinary person were to exert such force, his arm would probably have been dislocated due to improper force. But Hulk is different. His strong body structure is enough to support him to pull his hand out from Blankies' grasp, and in the process, he presses Blankies to the ground. Hulk hates fake guys! Hulk put one hand on Blankies' neck and raised the other hand high, and smashed it on the top of Blankies' head. Bang! Oh no! Norman watched as Hulk's fist hit the brainwave relaxation device on Blankies' head, and hurriedly said to General Ross beside him, General, let's go! Captain Blankies may be out of control. Out of control? Brainwave relaxation device. Before Norman could explain, after Hulk destroyed the brainwave relaxation device on Blankies' head, his pupils suddenly turned white and his huge dark green body began to tremble. But Hulk, who was sitting on Blankies, ignored Blankies' changes and continued to punch him on the head. But without anyone noticing, Suung used the floating cart through illusion to take Betty away from this place of trouble. But he didn't notice that Betty, who was floating behind him, had her pupils gradually turning white, and her body began to tremble synchronously with Blankies. Roar! Times 2. The roar came out from Betty and Blankies' mouths at the same time. With scarlet light in his eyes, Blankies kicked Hulk and kicked him into the observation room where General Ross and others were. Exclamation point. General Ross, Norman and their researchers looked at the shattered bulletproof glass and the Hulk who passed through the bulletproof glass and was embedded in the wall of the observation room. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the researchers began to flee in panic. Even Norman couldn't help but move carefully towards the exit. Captain Blankies! Among these people, General Ross's expression remained calm. He shouted in a deep voice to Blankies outside the observation room. Calm down, don't forget that you are the elite I picked. Roar! Blankies was hunched over, and a row of bone spurs with a hint of scarlet appeared on his spine. His originally neat teeth became crooked and sharp, and there was no trace of rationality in his scarlet eyes. Captain Blankies! As General Ross growled, Blankies' eyes were fixed on General Ross, and his right hand, which had turned into a sharp claw, was raised high, as if he was saluting him as before. Very good. General! Just when General Ross was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his subordinates behind him discovered something wrong. At the moment of knocking General Ross to the ground, Blankies raised his hand and slapped General Ross and his subordinates hard. The outer layer of bulletproof glass in the observation room, which already had a big hole, was completely shattered by this blow, and a big hole was also dug out in the wall behind the observation room. If General Ross had not been knocked to the ground by his accompanying subordinates, he would probably have been dead by now. Blankies withdrew his arm, looked at General Ross who was lying on the ground and the accompanying subordinate who had knocked General Ross to the ground, and raised his arm high again. Roar! But Hulk, who was stunned by Blankies, had already pulled himself out of the wall at this moment, and rushed towards Blankies with another roar. The two huge monsters fought each other, and the aftermath of the battle destroyed the entire laboratory. And above the sky of the laboratory, Suung looked at Betty with lingering fear as she turned back into the female red giant and wrestled with Li Pai. If Li Pai had not revealed his figure spontaneously just now and kicked Betty, who had suddenly changed behind him, away, Suung would probably have died at the hands of the mad Betty. So I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Suung floated in the sky, looking at Li Pai and Betty, who were in a stalemate, as well as Hulk and Bronchies, who rushed out of the ruins of the laboratory. The chaotic battlefield completely alarmed the military base that was supposed to be asleep. More than a dozen helicopters took off and flew in the air, observing the sudden chaos with searchlights. Damn it, what kind of research is Ross doing? On the helicopter, an old man with the rank of general looked at the three huge humanoid monsters below and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Have you contacted Ross? The old man asked the search and rescue soldiers on the ground into the microphone. Not yet, General. Never mind, contact the nearest Air Force base for me. Ask them to send fighter jets over. The old man looked at the buildings that were constantly being destroyed in the battle between Hulk and Bronchies, and the pain on his face was visible to the naked eye. God damn it, Ross! Can't you just let me retire in peace? Chapter 51 ends. Suung looked at the helicopters that were gradually gathering around him, and quickly descended from the sky. He whispered to the excited Li Pai. Li, that's enough, we have to escape. Li Pai nodded, and used his hands, which were originally in a stalemate with Betty, to exert force again, causing Betty to stagger and lose her balance. Li Pai took advantage of this opportunity, grabbed Betty's wrists with both hands, and used all his strength to throw Betty towards Hulk and Bronchies, who were fighting. Betty sped away, knocking Hulk and Bronchies to the ground. Hulk looked at Betty, who appeared on him, and the angry expression on his face suddenly froze. Betty! Roar! But the mad Betty did not recognize Hulk. She opened her sharp fangs and bit Hulk's shoulder. Blanche stood up again and rushed towards Betty and Hulk, who knocked him down. Seeing this, Suung directly summoned the sleep card, and let the light dust he scattered spread on Betty, Hulk and Blanche. A feeling of sleepiness surrounded the three giants at the same time. Under the illumination of the searchlights of the surrounding helicopters, the three giants simultaneously shrank in size and turned back into human form. Then, Dr. Banner and Betty disappeared in full view of everyone. The Daily Bugle reported in the morning that a huge roar occurred at the Military Research Institute base in downtown New York last night. Witnesses also saw two roaring giants fighting outside the institute. According to Lieutenant General Coleman, the head of the institute, the loud noise was caused by an explosion in a gas pipeline located below the Military Institute. As for the so-called two giants, Lieutenant General Coleman said that this is all nonsense and suggested that the witnesses go to the hospital to see an eye doctor. In the dessert shop, Suung looked at Dr. Banner and Betty in front of him and said to them, I hope you two can be more careful this time and don't get caught by General Ross again. Don't worry, Mr. Manager. Dr. Banner glanced at Betty beside him, smiled gently and said, Before it was because Betty couldn't return to her normal form, so no matter where she went, it was easy for clues to be detected. Now we can find a quiet city to recuperate. Dr. Banner held Betty's hand. If that's the case, that would be great. Suung took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Dr. Banner. What is this? Dr. Banner took the envelope and looked at the thick stack of banknotes inside, a little stunned. No matter which city you go to, you two will at least need some startup capital, right? Suung shrugged. Of course, this can also be considered my personal investment. After all, I am very optimistic about you, Dr. Banner. Thank you very much. Dr. Banner accepted the envelope with gratitude without any hesitation. After all, for Dr. Banner, he and Betty are really short of money now. After Dr. Banner and Betty said goodbye to Suung, they took a taxi to a station in New York. Betty, I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Dr. Banner squeezed Betty's hand and spoke to her softly. I'll go with you, Bruce. Betty looked at Dr. Banner with some concern. Although her problem was temporarily solved, Dr. Banner's problem still existed. The Hulk in his body was like a bomb that could easily explode due to stress. As long as there was a slight emotional fluctuation, Dr. Banner would turn into the Hulk. Don't worry, I won't be far away. Dr. Banner smiled and said, As long as Hulk can sense your presence, he will be well behaved in my body. Betty saw Dr. Banner say this and could only put aside her worries and watch Dr. Banner go away. Time passed by bit. It was only 3 minutes since Dr. Banner left, but Betty felt as if more than half an hour had passed. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the coughing sound from the seat next to her interrupted Betty's thoughts about Dr. Banner. Father! Betty turned around and looked at General Ross, who was wearing a coat and had a haggard face. How did you? I've been in the army for so long, I still have some connections. It's not difficult to find you through the municipal traffic police's cameras. General Ross took off his hat, revealing a head full of white hair. Betty bit her lip. So you're here to take me and Bruce back? Of course not. General Ross glanced at Betty and sighed softly. I'm here to beg you to come back with me. Plead? Betty smiled bitterly. After I go back with you, I will let you lock me up in the laboratory again to study how to distribute your daughter's power to your soldiers, right? General Ross opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. In fact, before coming here, he had thought of many words, some threatening, some sensational. But looking at the disappointment revealed in the sadness on Betty's face, General Ross could not say anything. After all, no matter what the reason, he did hurt Betty, his daughter whom he cherished most both in the past and now. What if I say I've revoked Bruce Banner's wanted warrant? Can you and him stay in this city? General Ross looked at Betty eagerly. It would be nice if I could see you once in a while. Impossible. Betty shook her head firmly. After experiencing what happened during this period of time, Betty once again confirmed her thoughts. Although my father loved me, he loved his career more than me. If Betty agreed to General Ross, there was a chance that General Ross would find her and Bruce and let them continue to be guinea pigs in the laboratory when problems arose again in his research. Sorry. General Ross looked at Betty's determined expression and knew that his previous behavior had hurt Betty's heart. Since you don't want to stay, I won't force you. He put his hat back on, stood up, and said to Betty, as compensation, I will still revoke Bruce Banner's wanted order. At least in this way, you won't have to hide from place to place anymore. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, General Ross said softly. I'm doing this just to make myself feel better. General Ross looked at Bruce Banner, who was gradually approaching from the crowd, and gently pressed his hat. Well, goodbye, Betty. After finishing his words, General Ross followed the crowd and left Betty. Honey, what's wrong? Dr. Banner looked at Betty, who was sitting in her seat in a daze, and asked her curiously. Nothing. Betty looked at Dr. Banner, hugged his arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder. I just began to look forward to our future life. Chapter 52. He is just a supreme sorcerer, and he knows nothing about the cloud cards. Manager. Suung once again watched Gwen in a white dress turn into dust in front of his eyes. No! Suung retracted the hand that failed to grab Gwen, and looked at the scene in front of him that he had experienced countless times. His dazed vision gradually became clear. This is a dream. He turned his head and looked around. Most of the pedestrians on the street, like Gwen, turned into dust and disappeared from the survivor's sight. The people who survived on the street looked at the scene in front of them, confused at first, then began to panic with an expression of disbelief, and finally panic. So why did I have this dream again? Suung stood there, the panicked shouting coming from his ears seemed so harsh. Is this a prophetic dream from the dream card? So it's trying to tell me that Gwen will disappear with Thanos' snap of fingers in the future? But shouldn't a precognitive dream represent something that will definitely happen in the future? Even if you tell me about it, what can I do? Just when Suung was wondering what the precognitive dream wanted to bring to him, a very familiar sigh came to his ears. Oh, I knew it! Suung turned around and looked behind him, and found that the person appearing in front of him was a very familiar figure in a black robe and hood. Hello, my present self, I am your future you. Future Suung greeted Suung. Or rather, I am you in another future branch. My future self? So it's the time card? Or the shadow card? Suung raised his eyebrows. He asked his future self. But shouldn't I be in the dream card's dream now? Yes, you are still in the dream of the dream card. It must have been a long time ago that I returned to your timeline through the time card and the dark card. Future Suung spread his hands. What you see of me now is just a little bit of my consciousness left in the dream card. Oh, Suung nodded. So, why did you go to so much trouble? It's mainly to prevent too many timeline branches. Future Suung shrugged and said, After all, I'm here to help, not to cause trouble. So? Suung gestured to Future Suung to continue. First of all, I have to correct you. Future Suung raised his finger. Precognitive dreams do describe things that may happen in the future, but they don't mean that the future cannot be changed, especially when the precognitive dreams are clearly visible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come back to the present and give you the fat dream card. So? What do you want to say? Suung still looked at Future Suung with some confusion. Let me save Gwen when Thanos snaps his fingers? That's right, but not entirely. Future Suung shook his head. The biggest reason is to prevent you from going to the same timeline as me again. After all, there are too many problems on my timeline. Then what should I do specifically? Suung looked at Future Suung's face full of emotion and said directly to Future Suung. Since we are all family, don't use the riddle man trick on me. First of all, don't get in touch with that old bald guy from Ancient One, Future Suung said with a melancholy face. For various reasons, I already knew that old bald guy in the timeline you are in now, and I worshipped him as my master out of some small thoughts. As a result, when Thanos came to Earth and snapped his fingers, I only had 15 claw cards in my hand. 15? Suung estimated the cards in his hand. Sword, illusion, sweet, confusion, quiet, sleep, fight, floating, dream, double, force, sand, move. I already have 13 claw cards in my hand now. How come there are only 15 claw cards by then? Suung stared at the Future Suung with wide eyes. Because after I became his disciple, that old bald guy locked me up in a small dark room day after day, saying that he would not let me out to look for the claw cards until I understood the true meaning of power. What a joke! He's just a supreme sorcerer. What the hell does he know about the claw cards? Future Suung said with resentment. So, you must remember, if that old bald guy wants to come and take you as his disciple, don't agree. Is it so outrageous? Suung looked at Future Suung's expression of secrecy, nodded awkwardly, and continued to ask him. Then what? Then, just go out more and move around, don't stay in this shabby dessert shop every day. Future Suung pointed at Suung and said. You can't wait for all the claw cards to come back to you first. You have to take the initiative. But I don't know where those guys are hiding. I can only watch the live news of the Daily Bugle every day to know whether it is the claw cards causing trouble. Suung's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to Future Suung and asked. By the way, since you are from the future, tell me where the remaining claw cards are hidden. Okay, then I'll tell you one more time. Future Suung sighed. Don't worry about the scattered wind cards for now. When you need Sister Phone later, she will come back on her own. The only cards you can get now are the flying and driving cards, which are for flying in the sky and looking for planes everywhere to compete for speed. After a while, there will be wheel cards in New York, arrow cards and strike cards in New Mexico, and… After Future Suung told Suung the locations of all the remaining cards, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for how much you can remember, that's your own business. What are you saying? There are only dozens of cards, how could I not remember their positions? Suung waved his hand, but found that the appearance of Suung in the future and the surrounding scenery began to become blurred. Well, it looks like you're about to wake up again. Future Suung sat on the ground and waved at Suung. Then, see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? What are you talking about? Before Suung could finish his words, the scene around him began to shatter. The fragments scattered into the corners of this dark space. Suung looked carefully and saw that in that corner, there was already countless fragments of memories piled up. Okay, then I'll tell you again. What are you saying? There are only a few dozen cards. How could I not remember their positions? Well, see you tomorrow night. The same words kept repeating themselves among the pile of memory fragments. Call. Suung sat up suddenly from the bed and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Why do I feel like I had another unclear dream? Suung took a few deep breaths, looked at the slowly rising sun outside the window, and rubbed his head gently. Never mind. If I can't remember it clearly, it probably wasn't a good dream. Suung left the warm bed, stretched himself and walked towards the bathroom. Stay away from bald heads. For some reason, When Suung went to the bathroom to wash up, these words flashed inexplicably in his mind. Chapter 53, Damn, the Black Bald Man. Dr. Otto! In the office of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer was scolding his chief engineer, Dr. Otto. You can stop your research on that ridiculous tritium energy experiment. Justin Hammer angrily pointed at the newspaper on his desk. Tony Stark's research has gone ahead of you. On the newspaper that Justin Hammer pointed to, it was Stark Industries that announced that it would officially join the research on the large new clean arc reactor after shutting down its weapons manufacturing department. Boss, but Stark Industries hasn't figured it out yet, Dr. Otto argued. We still have a chance. What a bullshit chance, Justin Hammer said angrily. Isn't it obvious that he has been wearing a small arc reactor for the past few months? As long as the employees of Stark Industries are not stupid, it is not difficult to scale up a reactor in proportion. And what about your research? It's still in the unstable experimental stage. Do you think your progress can keep up with the speed of Stark Industries copying directly? Dr. Otto shook his head with a pale face, and his voice became a little hoarse. But this is the research I have spent most of my life. Of course I know, but that was in the past. Justin Hammer looked at Dr. Otto's depressed look and took 2 deep breaths. But now you have to focus all your energy on the military orders. Especially the imitation of Tony Stark's suit. When can you produce the results? No way, Dr. Otto whispered. I've studied Tony Stark's suit. The energy for his suit is all supplied by the arc reactor on his chest. Even if I can copy it, I'll still be stuck at the energy stage. Energy. Justin Hammer tapped the table irritably. Maybe. Dr. Otto raised his head with some expectation and looked at Justin Hammer. Boss, how about I continue to study the tritium energy experiment? If it succeeds. Just as Dr. Otto was looking at Justin Hammer's slightly moved expression. According to an overseas report from the Daily Bugle, recently, Tony Stark, who calls himself Iron Man, was accompanied by his assistant on his way to Monaco to participate in a car race when he was attacked by a mysterious man. Although Mr. Iron Man defeated the mysterious man with his iron armor, the energy core worn on the mysterious man's chest was exactly the miniature arc reactor developed by Tony Stark. In a military hearing some time ago, Tony Stark boasted that no one will be able to master his technology within 20 years. The appearance of this mysterious man just hit Tony Stark in the face. The broadcast that sounded in the corner of the office startled Dr. Otto. Justin Hammer, who was originally hesitant, suddenly brightened up and said in ecstasy, Isn't the energy here? Justin Hammer pressed his phone and shouted into the phone. Tina, find me the hero who attacked Tony Stark in Monaco. We need him now. After instructing his assistant, Justin Hammer looked at Dr. Otto again. Dr. Otto, it looks like you don't have to worry about energy issues. Now just focus on replicating the Iron Man armor. When your new colleague arrives, we will join forces to drive that hypocritical Tony Stark off the altar. Dr. Otto nodded silently, and left the office with heavy steps amid Justin Hammer's ecstasy. Outside the office, Professor Connors, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Dr. Otto's heavy and sad expression and realized that he must have had a breakdown in the talks with his boss, Justin Hammer. He patted Dr. Otto's shoulder gently and said in a soothing voice, Think of something, buddy. Dr. Otto sighed and stood on the glass curtain wall looking at the experimental machines in the laboratory below. Connors, you should understand this feeling, Dr. Otto said softly. I have been studying this experiment for most of my life. It is too difficult for me to give it up suddenly. We can't help it. Scientific research experiments have always been so cruel. Professor Connors patted Dr. Otto on the shoulder and said, You are still a step behind. All we can say is that Dr. Otto really has bad luck. The research on new clean energy has always been a major project in energy research. When Stark Industries was first established, its founder Howard Stark used a prototype of the arc energy reactor to deceive a large amount of investment. But after Howard Stark was attacked and killed, the research was put on hold again. In today's scientific research community, Dr. Otto should be the person most likely to develop a new type of clean energy after Howard Stark. Unfortunately, times make people what they are. Just when Dr. Otto's tritium energy experiment was about to come to an end, Tony Stark, who had disappeared in the Middle East, appeared before the world with his iron armor and the improved miniature arc reactor he inherited from his father. At that time, Dr. Otto already had a bad feeling in his heart, and the announcement released by Stark Industries to develop new energy industries did prove his premonition. In this era, people will always remember the pioneers who are far ahead. Even if you are just one step slower, you will never be able to catch up with the one who started ahead. So what do you think now? Professor Connors asked Dr. Otto, who had clenched his fists tightly. I want to continue the experiment, Dr. Otto whispered. Even if I have to put all the money I've earned over the years into it. 59%. In the customer area of the dessert shop, Tony, wearing armor, looked at the numbers on the detector and drank the green liquid in the cup with a depressed look on his face. Suung, who was lying on the bar, looked at the hot milk that had not been sold today, shook his head regretfully, and said to Tony, I thought you would order a cup of hot milk when you came to the store this time, but I didn't expect you to get tired of it so quickly. After all, I'm a famous playboy in New York gossip, Tony said humorously. For me, if I drink the same thing for a long time, I'll get tired of it, right? This is the first time I've heard that playbook can be used for this. Suung smacked his lips and looked at the armor on Tony's body with some concern. By the way, you won't smash my store wearing this armor, right? I heard about you and your friend having a passionate fight in armor at your private dance last night in the report early this morning. I'm not sick, why would I smash your store? Tony waved his hand unhappily. Ding-ling-ling. Just as the two were talking, the small bell at the door rang. Welcome to Lucky Dessert House. Suung skillfully said the welcoming words to the guests at the door. But the dark bald man who appeared in front of him made him choke back what he wanted to say, and what came out of his mouth was the complaint that he couldn't help but say. Fuck, a black bald guy. Chapter 54 Classic Style. Nick Fury stared with his one eye and looked at Suung, who was speaking rudely on the counter with an unhappy expression. Boss. Fortunately, a woman who was wearing a tight uniform and looked very good following behind him gestured to Tony, who was sitting in the guest area. Find some time to call the tax bureau and ask them to check the accounts of this store. Nick Fury fixed his eyes on Tony and whispered to the woman beside him. Yes. Natasha Romanoff nodded and looked at Suung with great regret. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because the store manager was so outspoken that he offended the most cunning guy in the bureau. At this moment, Tony also noticed Natasha and Nick Fury standing by the door following Suung's exclamation. If I remember correctly, it should be working hours now, Ms. Natasha. Tony looked at Natasha's tight uniform, raised his eyebrows and praised. Although your uniform is indeed nice, it does not mean that I won't tell Pepper that you skipped work. None of that matters anymore, Mr. Stark. Nick Fury walked straight up to Tony, shook his black windbreaker, and sat down opposite him under Tony's somewhat dissatisfied gaze. I know what you mean is that it's very rude to sit in front of you without your permission, but it doesn't matter. Nick Fury took out an ID and placed it in front of Tony. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm here to help you. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony looked up and recalled for a moment, then suddenly realized. That's the agency that Agent Coulson works for, right? Thank God you guys finally got rid of that long and ugly name last time, otherwise I probably wouldn't remember it. I think Coulson would be very happy if he knew that you, Mr. Stark, remembered his name. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. So, what do you want to do for me, Director? Tony ate the dessert on the table while looking at Natasha. Also, I'm curious about why you said that my employee's absence from work is not important. Well, Nick Fury smiled meaningfully. At the counter, Suung narrowed his eyes and watched the lady in front of him with a great figure flip the "Open Welcome" sign next to the door over right under his nose. You should know that on the back of this sign it says, "Our store is closed, please come next time." Ma'am, it's business hours now. Suung waved his hand at Natasha with some dissatisfaction. Please turn that sign back. Listen, sir. Natasha walked up to Suung, handed him an FBI ID, and whispered to him. We are on official business now, and we need to borrow your shop temporarily. Performing official duties? FBI? Suung blinked, looked at the ID card Natasha showed in front of him, and decisively reached out and pulled the ID card out of Natasha's hand. What are you doing? Natasha had never thought that there would be someone who would be so confident as to snatch her FBI ID after seeing her take it out. I heard an elder talk about an interesting thing some time ago. When Natasha was about to reach out to take the ID back, Suung stroked the ID in his hand, took 2 steps back, and said nonchalantly, I heard from him that there seems to be a group of people who use FBI, CIA, and NSA IDs in New York recently. Natasha froze. Listening to Suung's talk about this reminded her of what Agent Hill had complained to her about after drinking some time ago. While on a mission, Agent Hill's group of good-for-nothings were caught by a group of experienced New York policemen, who were found carrying the IDs of several agencies. In order to avoid a big incident, Agent Hill lost an important piece of intelligence, and was also blackmailed by the police for a large number of spy equipment. Agent Normanoff, what are you doing? Just as Natasha was thinking of a solution, Nick Fury, who was communicating with Tony, shouted at her in a hoarse voice. Let our Mr. Stark see your true face. Damn black bald head. Natasha listened to Nick Fury's greeting irritably, gritted her teeth, and reached out to snatch the certificate from Suung's hand when he was not paying attention. Suung bent his fingers slightly and tapped Natasha's wrist. Natasha only felt a sharp pain in her wrist. She supported herself on the counter with her other hand, jumped up, and swung her long legs towards Suung's head. Suung raised his hand, grabbed Natasha's ankle, and gently threw her towards the door. Natasha used the force to spin 360 degrees in the air, and landed on the ground with a pose that Suung thought was very classic, looking at Suung with fear. Cool. Suung put away the phone that was taking pictures. Nominov? Nick Fury in the guest area stood up and looked at Natasha, who was posing. What are you doing? Nothing, boss. Natasha withdrew her gaze from Suung, stood up and walked towards the guest area where Nick Fury and Tony were. Ha, Mr. Stark, let me introduce myself to you again. Nick Fury's loud voice echoed throughout the dessert shop. This is Agent Normanoff. When you first started to feel unwell, I sent her to infiltrate your company to take care of you. Suung flipped the sign by the door to attract customers back, stood by the door and looked at Tony's nonchalant gaze from the customer area, shrugged slightly, and walked back to the counter. I hope that when we meet again next time, you can recover to your original spirit. Nick Fury stood up, said these words to Tony, then left the dessert shop. Natasha followed Nick Fury, but when she was about to go out, she suddenly stopped. Boss, I still have some things to take care of, Natasha said to Nick Fury. Nick Fury pushed open the door of the dessert shop, squinted his eyes to feel the sunlight outside, and nodded nonchalantly. At this moment, he was still immersed in the feeling of having the upper hand when talking with Tony just now. Natasha turned and walked towards Suung. Hey, so Ms. Romanoff, are you planning to embarrass my friend? Tony, who was also about to leave, noticed Natasha's actions and shouted at Natasha. Natasha walked to the counter and ignored Tony, but looked at Suung. Want this? Suung had Natasha's ID card in his fingers. He happened to see Tony walking towards them. He flicked his fingertips lightly and flicked the ID card in front of Tony. What is this? Tony took the thing that Suung threw towards him. FBI? Tony looked at the face on the ID, then looked at Natasha with a sour face, as if he understood something. You have a lot of business in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony smiled and teased Natasha. Under Natasha's angry gaze, Suung spread his hands with an innocent look. Chapter 55, Hedgehogs are not easy to mess with. Bang! After school at noon, Gwen looked at Natasha with a strange expression as she slammed the door and walked out in anger. She pushed open the door of the dessert shop, looked at Tony and Suung who were chatting happily at the counter, and greeted them. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark and the store manager. Good afternoon, little one. Tony raised a glass of milk towards Gwen. Was that a guest just now? Gwen asked Suung. Why do I feel like you have offended her? Because that guy wanted to use our store for free. Suung explained to Gwen with a serious face. Tony and I rejected that guy's request just now, so she doesn't look very happy. Freeloader? Gwen looked back outside the door and found that Natasha had disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but muttered. No wonder, she's wearing such strange clothes, she doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Cough, cough. Tony was choked by Gwen's words and coughed twice, feeling both amused and helpless. Tony calmed down and said to Suung and Gwen, "By the way, my company's Industrial Expo will be held in a few days. If you are interested, I will ask Happy to send you some tickets." Industrial Expo? What day is it? Gwen's eyes lit up. If it's at the end of the month, I have time to go and take a look. The Industrial Expo lasts for a week, from the 27th of the month to the 3rd of the next month. Tony looked at Gwen curiously. From what you said, you don't have time at the beginning of the month? Well, this should be considered a holiday study assignment. I signed up for astrophysics research online. Yesterday, Ms. Foster from New Mexico sent me an invitation letter, telling me that my registration had been approved and asking me to go to New Mexico to join the research project team at the beginning of the month. Astrophysics research? That's a good project indeed. Tony nodded. But if you want an internship, maybe Stark Industries would be more valuable? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Stark, but forget it. Gwen curled her lips. I still like the projects I choose. Okay. Tony put the empty cup on the counter and waved to Suung and Gwen. Then see you during the expo. Although I may not be there. At the same time, in the Hammer Industries military factory, Dr. Otto was debugging the iron armor he had imitated in the past few days. Dr. Otto. Justin Hammer brought a Russian who looked full of barbarism to Dr. Otto. Let me introduce him to you. Justin Hammer looked at Dr. Otto and turned around, and introduced them to both parties enthusiastically. This is Ivan Vanko, a top talent who can replicate Tony Stark's micro-arc reactor. Let me reiterate, it's not a replica. Ivan Vanko slapped Justin Hammer's hand unhappily. It's a manufacture. Tony Stark is the despicable imitator. Okay, it was my slip of the tongue. For Justin Hammer, who regarded Tony Stark as his lifelong rival, he naturally would not object to someone being unhappy with Tony Stark. He waved at Dr. Otto, who was walking over, and introduced him to Ivan Vanko. And this is the chief scientist of Hammer Industries, Dr. Otto. Hello? Dr. Otto wiped the sweat from his head, smiled and extended his hand to Ivan Vanko. Chief scientist? Ivan Vanko looked at Dr. Otto questioningly, turning the toothpick flexibly in his mouth, and looked at the iron armor behind Dr. Otto with disdain. A guy who can make such a piece of junk can be the chief scientist of your company? Ivan Vanko said to Justin Hammer in a mocking tone. You have a really bad vision. After these words were spoken, Dr. Otto and Justin Hammer's faces froze. Ivan Vanko didn't care at all whether his words would offend the two guys behind him. He walked up to the iron armor in front of him and patted the helmet of the armor with his hand. The approach of focusing too much on aesthetics and giving up practicality does not look like a weapon made by a professional weapons manufacturing company. Instead, it looks like a toy made by a university professor. Ha ha ha, after all, Dr. Otto is an expert in atomic physics. He is usually responsible for research in high-precision physics and intelligent machinery. Justin Hammer quickly tried to smooth things over. Anyway, in the next few days I'll trouble you two to work together to build a battle armor that's stronger than Tony Stark's. No need. Ivan Vanko rejected Justin Hammer's attempt to smooth things over and said coldly. Since you are an outsider, don't interfere in my affairs. Leave the production of the armor to me in the next few days. Dr. Otto's face twitched. Even a kind and gentle man like him began to be unable to tolerate Ivan Vanko's character. Ahem. Justin Hammer quickly stood in front of Dr. Otto, fearing that the two would have some dispute. After all, one was a secret weapon that he had spent a lot of manpower and resources to rescue from the Monaco prison cell to deal with Tony Stark, and the other was a capable scientist who had worked diligently in his hands for many years. If Dr. Otto and Ivan Vanko start fighting, even with him, he may not be able to stop this hedgehog guy Ivan Vanko. Are you sure everything is okay? Justin Hammer asked Ivan Vanko with some concern. Don't worry. Ivan Vanko looked at Dr. Otto provocatively and said to Justin Hammer, Since our goal is to make Tony Stark's life difficult, I will definitely not miss this great opportunity. After all, I'm not like some guy who doesn't know anything about it but still wants to get involved. You. That's fine. Justin Hammer dragged the angry Dr. Otto out the door and shouted at Ivan Vanko. Then I'll leave this place to you. If you need anything, just call me. Boss, where did you find such a troublemaker? Dr. Otto, who was pulled out by Justin Hammer outside the arsenal, asked him angrily. We can't help it. After all, they have the confidence to do so. Justin Hammer comforted Dr. Otto. Besides, why are you angry with that Russian guy? If a fight broke out in there just now, we are no match for that guy. But his tone is really irritating. Calm down, calm down. Justin Hammer quickly comforted Dr. Otto. But he is right. Every profession has its own expertise. Now that he has taken over, you can put this project aside. It was indeed my fault for not considering it carefully before and letting you take over this project. How about this? As compensation, you can continue to study your tritium energy experiment for a few days. Just think of it as a holiday for you.